Yeah.
I want to look at some of the greatest 6- and 7-man rosters in LoleSports history.
Okay.
Just move a little bit.
Oh,
yeah,
so
what
we got?
Some moment.
Oh, there we go.
2024 T1 World Champions, famously reckless. 6-man roster.
Yeah.
Able to overcome the odds.
That's a
and
world
win
champ right there.
The world championship.
Bro, I can't believe that
Another
picture exists,
really
bro. They really let
famous
that
one.
boy
If you
stand in
notice,
there
see
with
these
a foot.
MSI champions, recent Hall of Legends inductee. You may have forgotten about Promise Q.
Oh, Promise Q.
Yeah, famous 6-man of this G2 team. Couldn't have done it without him. Also, you'll know this one, Kangas.
Are we getting a fly win today? No, this is a
famous
C9
6-man,
stream, bro.
COD based Yuna.
Oh, we love
There's a
him.
lot of based Yuna all throughout MSI. He was here on stage. He was here walking off stage.
You had to get the zoom.
It was an iconic
Also,
photo.
The
hidden
shadow's a
behind
little
who he's
tragic.
Shadow, but that was also a 6-man roster. So if C9 can make this 7-man roster work in the current iteration,
Greetings, are we getting a C9
then we
win
may
today?
see
Yes.
Zven and APA join the likes of Yuna, Promise Q, and Reckless.
That's a good photo right there.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, that's it. That's it. I don't know how to turn this off.
Thank you for that little history lesson there.
Pretty
that
incredible.
Was fantastic.
Got the historian.
I understand if they want to run Loki and tactical, but then I wish they would have said that they're going to move them to the bench, or maybe this is all in good faith. Maybe they are going to swap them at some point, but it really does feel like it is a 5-man roster, and they have 2 subs rather than a 7-man roster.
Yeah, and they have 2 weeks left.
I think
They
we're
have 2
doing too
weeks
much.
but they're
I think
playing
we're
in
doing
2
too
of
much
those
about the
weeks.
wording of
So it's
this.
like, you're not going to get any time before you go into
But you know
playoffs.
what? I understand. I actually,
Well, these are the 2 teams that we're talking about for Worlds. So
I understand.
I think that's a conversation I want to have
I
next.
understand
Before we
why
do the
they're
predictions,
focusing on the
we only
combo
have
so
about 2
hard,
minutes
but they're
time
just so hung
left,
up on
2.5
the
minutes.
on
So
the
I wanna
wording,
go
you
real
know.
fast here. I
my
tasked
mind.
both of you with coming up with arguments for which team is going to represent us at Worlds.
Okay.
Jad, I gave you C9. Raz, I gave you FlyQuest. So I'm going to make you give the argument, Jad, right
Do
now.
I go first?
You have
Yes,
to
like
give
if they have
the
a play-by-play
argument.
slash if they have Kangas, then Kangas kind of like
Give
fills
me a
host.
1-minute argument as to why
But otherwise,
C9 is
then,
making Worlds, and Jack just walked by
That's not really
and
good.
gave you the
Statement.
laser eyes.
This is why C9 is going to make Worlds,
This is why
Jack.
C9 is going to make Worlds. What's the argument, Jad?
I got an asset that kind of explains it for me. If we want to pull that up on the screen
Okay,
right now.
it's coming, they said.
Do we remember what place C9 finished in lock-in? Second.
Second, yep.
Do you remember where they finished in spring?
Third.
Do you know how many teams go to Worlds?
3.
They're top 3 team. They've been a top 3 team. They're going to be a top 3 team.
You wouldn't call that a worrying
I
trend
rest
of
my
being
case.
1
No,
below?
top 3 is
That's
a
it.
promising trend. That's it.
That's it.
2 times in a row.
Okay, well, that's Jat's argument. Raz, do you have a different argument for why FlyQuest is going to win? Why is FlyQuest going to be the NA representative at Worlds?
Is it because they finished top 3 before? No, it's not. Better be good.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about it then.
Okay.
Let's say they were a top 3 team with the JoJo Pion roster. Oh, and then they faced off
With
against 100
JoJo?
Thieves. They faced off against the 100 Thieves team, a scrappy team, a underdog team. Oh, they lost that series.
Oh.
Damn, they didn't make it.
This is just C9
this is
history.
Oh, yes,
history.
yeah. Okay.
This is C9
Well,
history.
what about the roster that they were very clearly, I would say, you can talk about this year. First in lock-in. Ooh, but they didn't make it to first
They were
round.
second in lock-in. They were second place in lock-in.
Oh, but in the regular season, they were doing
regular
really
season,
well.
they
weren't
were first going
Oh,
into
they were
playoffs.
undefeated.
Yeah,
they were.
Yeah.
But they didn't make it to. They didn't make the first stand. Oh, but what about this time around in Split 2? They were doing incredibly well in the regular season. Ooh, but they didn't make it to
No,
MSI.
they didn't make it to MSI.
Oh,
When's the last time they were at Worlds,
what
Raz?
about 2025, right?
Oh,
2025,
okay.
where they were doing incredibly well during their own regular season. And then they go to the playoffs against a struggling 100 Thieves, a scrappy, team-fighting, hungry team.
Okay.
Oh, they lost that team too. It
let's go,
seems
let's
as
go.
though during the regular
go,
season,
chat.
they're doing incredibly well. This is what we're judging it based off, right?
Yes.
This is what you're
Hold
judging
on.
it based
Well,
off of.
Raz,
And
I'm
then they go up against a
gotta
hungry,
vote.
I'm gonna
struggle.
point
vote.
out the fact. Well, first off, Jat's gonna go vote for himself.
Yeah.
This is
your
copium.
argument was anti-C9.
I know, you
It
gave me
wasn't
nothing
even pro
positive
FlyQuest. You gave no
FlyQuest.
reason why FlyQuest
You
is
put
gonna get.
Gakko's 8th
What if
on your tier list
Shopify
and
are
Some
say
third?
Spender?
What
C9
if
is bad?
Sentinels are third?
You guys
What
are
is this?
doubting
Sup, these nuts?
FlyQuest right now like
Howdy,
we
gang.
doubted 100 Thieves in their
Let's pull
2025
up our
run.
predictions.
The only close game this weekend.
Are you even gonna
C9's
back
gonna
it that FlyQuest is winning this?
You
as a
guys
prediction?
Why do you think they
had a
don't change their
delayed vote
roster?
After I had just finished my argument.
I
They
mean,
haven't even
C9
heard
won.
it.
Honestly,
C9 won.
let me turn this
C9
down.
won
This is
it?
a bit loud.
Yeah, I mean,
There we
I
go.
still can't vote.
The reason why Paintail, thanks so much for
Raz, I'm pretty sure I heard you say
for
C9
resubscribing
earlier,
for
so-
2 months. You're sub for 3. Appreciate that, beast.
What time is it right now?
Regular season
I don't
time.
see them
Regular season
Yeah,
time.
and you know what?
changing
Go
because of an
for
answer
C9,
that
go for
Yamato
C9,
gave me on
start the show, 'cause
Power
we'll win
Spike,
the regular season. That's
which
what will happen.
was
Take it away.
like it didn't really give me the vibe that he was going to be doing that. Here we go, guys. FlyQuest C9.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena here for another Sunday of LCS competition. Later on today, Sentinels are going up against an undefeated LYON. But first, we have C9 and FlyQuest going head-to-head. Both of these teams, they want to make it to Worlds. They want to have a shot at an LCS title, and they got to get through one another to do it. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Emily Rand here for this TriCast.
Emily is short, but also, like, all the NA casters are quite tall.
Yeah, I am hoping for both of these teams to just be
It's quite crazy.
fighting. That's
Like,
what I
I'm
want from
5'10".
this series. Neither
Yeah, I'm
team
179
has been
centimeters,
clean.
178
Not
and a
that
half.
Either team has had specifically the start they've wanted.
If I joined the
Even
LCS,
with
I would be
C9
the
taking
shortest
their series,
man
they've
on the
dropped some
broadcast.
games that I feel like they probably think
Like, is that not
we
nuts?
shouldn't have
They're
dropped
just
these
all really
games.
tall freaks.
So it's kind of a bounce back series for both teams, but I really, really just want to see them go head to head constantly in team fighting.
Honestly, I think you're going to be rewarded, Emily.
I hope
think
You're
that's
so
what you're gonna
small,
get
the short
today.
king. Yo,
These
5'10"
two
is
teams will
a
deliver,
calm height.
and a lot of these two teams has been about the jungle match.
Here we go. Oh, insta interdraft.
Really do encapsulate.
No, I didn't end up watching Gen
the
GT1.
qualities of their team that are
We might
the
skim it in
best
between
and
these
the
games.
worst.
The entirety of the team.
Yes, they
I might go
really
and grab
do.
the in-game
you can
replay
see
files
come
and
out
just watch
draft a lot as well.
the in-game replay
Shyvana
files
band
on, like,
here,
because I can actually
targeted
watch that on,
at
like,
Griffin
4x,
right now.
8x.
Shyvana is such a strong carry champion. They oftentimes are able to get huge CS leads, and
I didn't
get
make
into
time
that
for it this morning,
juggernaut
unfortunately.
status,
What's up,
and
Locasio? How you
They
doing?
actually paid more respect to Gakkos than Raz
Than
did.
Raz,
I know.
Because they banned the Olaf, which is premier top lane juggernaut carry right now as well. Whereas Raz is sticking
Interesting.
him down in last place.
Yeah. C9 putting some respect on Gakkos' name.
As
Or at
Ruby
least
won?
on Olaf's
Yeah, at
name.
least
Yeah.
on Olaf.
As they'll also ban out that Cassiopeia, Jarvan, Nocturne, Bard, banned out by FlyQuest, and C9
No, it's traditional,
makes
it's traditional.
the same
Like,
play that so many of our
C9
teams
and blue
are
side.
doing
Yeah.
The way that they
these
do
days
it is
in
the
game
side
one.
that
They're
the team
picking
is
the
on,
Ezreal first
left
and
side is
foremost.
blue,
Yeah,
right
and
side
I
is
like the
red.
immediate response
And then,
of picking
obviously,
up
you can see the
karma
pick order.
for FlyQuest to separate out. That is still one of the hardest pushing lanes available. And yeah, as you pointed out, Ezreal has been such a high prio 80 carry. Even back on the last patch, when everyone was like, oh, mage bot lane is a thing, Ezreal was the most popular champion.
And this is a classic response to early Ezreals, and first picking it is stealing away the Karma and adding the Caitlyn to get a push lane yourself. Try and play for tower plate money. Don't take any unnecessary risks. Just push in the wave, constantly get your peacemakers through, constantly look for your Karma poke.
Then what support do we
and
want
try and be the ones
to,
with
okay,
the pushing
Ezreal
bottom
Leona,
lane.
so they're going to try and
That
play kill lane
determines
into
so
this.
much of games right now. If you get bottom lane control, then
Well,
you're able to,
Xin Zhao is up,
start stacking
Orianna, all the
dragons,
mid
and
laners are
has
up basically
been
except Cassio.
the most reliable course to success.
Do you need
And
to
it's
blind
one
it?
of the
No,
things
not
that
really, but
defined this
there's
FlyQuest team
also
specifically when they were doing
only
well, right?
2
When they
jungles
were
out, so
surprising
you
us, is that
could
one
very
is
easily
Split
get
two,
away.
through the power of this bot lane of Masu and Cryogen.
could very much get
And
away
thus
with
far
going
in
a mid
this build,
laner if
they've
you
looked
want,
a little bit
and then kind of trying
shakier.
to
I think
pinch
they
Loki's
didn't
pool a bit if you
necessarily
think it's small.
adapt
Ooh, they're
to
going top
some of the
instead.
support roam meta,
I
especially
like
with
that.
the timers
Same
that
logic,
Cryogen
really.
was
Except
sometimes
Thanos really
missing
does
on
have a
the
pretty
map.
focused champion pool,
But
so
as we see that Gnar
they'll probably
locked
ban
in
Vayne.
for Gakkos.
And I think that this
Then after banning
should
Vayne,
be
they'll
a good
probably,
situation for Cryogen,
go
a
towards
better
one more very
situation
standard
because
pick
not
that he
only
would like
does,
just kind of survive
he
on.
get his hands on one of these range
Well, I think we're happy with that. I
has
think we're okay
been
with
better for
with
him
them blinding
than some
Gnar.
of the engaged
Does
ones.
obviously take away Gnar from
But also,
Thanos' pool,
with the
but
changes, the more restrictive support role quest, that also kind of lends itself more towards locking people in lane, getting more time for Caitlyn Karma to try and pressure. It'll be a little bit more punishing if Leona is
should
trying
be
to leave,
Xin Zhao, should
to
be.
look for roams
Well, I was
and
actually going to
affect
say
the
Shiv,
other
but I
lanes,
forgot
but
they
you can
they
also
actually
just
they
straight up
banned it
try
first
and
3.
look to crack that Caitlyn Karma lane with some ganks and some kills. We'll see
Dare I
if,
say-
if Blabber's able to get down there. Vi,
Dare I say at least
unfortunately,
in,
is
but-
usually more of a level 6 champion, but you definitely can come after just your first full clear.
Let's see.
And do like a Q
Maybe
flash play
Neferi ban,
off the
actually?
bot.
Yeah, at least try to disturb
Trundle.
that bot lane, right? I like
Okay.
removing the Vayne, kind of necessary if you're going to be blinding that
It says
Gnar,
maybe they want a
on the top
tank
side.
top,
Really
like
want to set
Ornn?
up for Gakkos in this lane.
Unless they're just gonna
Even
snipe
if,
Cassante.
you know, maybe I disagree with Raz's tier list a bit. I do think that Gakkos has had a bit of a rough start to this split. Even on these kind of carry top laners that we kind of knew him for
Ambessa?
previously. So I'm hoping for a good game out of him. Obviously, Thanatos is a really tough opponent to go up against, and you can already see that.
This is the first real series for both these teams in my head.
Exactly. Double bans in the top side.
Just because they're relative to one another.
Saying, all right, well, we've got our jungler.
IMO. Okay, they're just going for the out there. So
two champs that can straight up just stat check by anytime
how
they run into
do we
her.
feel
Trundle, the Nasus,
about
the Griffin
Neferi?
is so well known for.
Griffin special.
Both now no longer available here in
Purely
this first
because
game. Back over
we
to
have
FlyQuest. Remember, they will
R5
have
mid.
The final pick of the entire draft. I highly
Or do
expect
we
this
not
to be
like
safe
the fact
for
that they might not
Claude
end
in
up
the
with a
mid lane.
good
So I wanna see
carry
what
to
they go with for the
kill?
jungler here on Fly.
Yeah, I'm also curious. I do want to bring up the fact that Azir has kind of
Let's
received
see.
successive buffs.
Wukong. All right, yeah,
Both
sure.
of these mid laners, it's Loki's most played.
Kind of whatever,
and,
though. I think Galio
one of
rises in
Quad's best
cryo.
chances.
Do
Maybe
they
not blind,
wanna go
though.
with a Yorick into the Gnar and try and split push
Orianna.
on the side of Cloud9?
Perfectly fine.
I'm very interested to
Jace.
see
Wow.
if Thanatos
Okay,
wants
very
to. Okay,
quick.
so he does want to go for the 1v1 though. He does want the aggressive Jace match into it. And honestly, that is a very
This does
good
give
one.
Vi
So
a
it does
lot to
give
do,
Blabber
though.
multiple options of
I think
areas
FlyQuest
on
can
the
get
map
away
he
with
can
Galio
go
here.
to. I will say though, I've been a huge fan of Wukong.
But they'll probably go maybe
even
Victor.
Previous to the jungle pet buffs
Uh-oh.
that just went down, they were not straight up a line in the patch notes that was, "Hey, we buffed
hello?
Wukong." But
Wait, I
the
can't
jungle
hear you. 1
pet
second.
getting
Yep.
more damage based
Change
on
my
resistances
speaker options.
greatly
Yep, it's all
benefits
good.
Wukong
Take your
because
time.
you get a bunch of
you
extra
hear me?
armor
Yep,
off of your
we can
passive,
hear you.
and it did
Did you
increase the
know
clear speed
Yep.
of this
The
champion.
majority of
So it
geese
is
are born
one of
deaf.
the best jungle
Deaf?
champions in solo queue
Yeah,
right now.
deaf.
You can
But,
carry team
but
fights
that's
with
why
it.
whenever you
can
try and talk to them,
delete
they just
enemy
go,
characters
huh?
that are low mobility, and guess what? That is exactly what you
Hey,
want when
bye.
you're playing against an Orianna. When you give over one of those powerful mid lane mages. If you have a
Aaron
Zero below the
Medic
flash and you
Chamberlain,
have Wukong
everybody.
ganking, that is a recipe for success.
And we do see the Azir coming out for Quad. It is his third most played all time. He's 19.
You know what? I'm not even going to run ads. I'm so mad, I'm not even going to take your guys'
Great.
money.
And I think when FlyQuest was succeeding previously with their old roster,
Doctor,
they did
by the
such
way.
a good
Yeah.
job of giving Quad so much side lane farm.
Oh,
to
C9,
back them
please take me
that
to
way.
paradise.
We've been kind of missing that a little bit more with this FlyQuest team, but I would suspect to see something like that come out where they're really going to try to funnel a lot of side waves.
Oh,
into this Azir
please,
because
please, please,
Quad is
please.
so comfortable on it.
Please, C9, do not grief me today.
Draft is done for game
Do not grief me, do not grief Yamato.
These teams, like we've already talked about
Please,
a little
bro.
bit, not quite the start they were hoping to, not that explosive initiation into summer to set themselves as one of the top contenders here, but both of them still hungry to get on track, still hungry
Here
to
we
be
go.
one of those top
No
competitors.
funky looking level
heading
1. We're not
into
covering
playoffs,
Chicken Camp.
heading into Worlds. And Emily, we already know this is your match of the week.
It is.
Let me. Here we go.
Yeah,
Audio
Raz
shouldn't
was
break.
the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 2.
Yo, what's up, Retro?
Yesterday.
How you doing,
He
Beast?
did the toss and shot by, which was a good choice.
Good choice, Raz.
He always complains that he can't pick first. He can pick first, and he did. But this is my match of the week.
Wait a second.
Because-
Wait, really? Raz
Yes.
is allowed to pick first?
Yeah, he picked first the past 2 weeks. You're just lying to the people, Kobe.
Oh my God. I mean, Azael's the one that said it. But now my entire world is shattered here.
Assassinate, thanks so much for the 5 gifted.
Everything I have. We always felt bad for Raz.
Very generous.
We always
Much love,
felt
man.
bad for Raz because we're like, oh, Raz is
Appreciate
left
that.
with, the leftover picks, right?
No, he's
Get some
picking
W's in the chat for that guy.
those matches himself.
I see. I
Everybody?
see. Well, Emily, you're the one with the leftovers here, the Cloud9 FlyQuest. That's why you were talking about how much
I know.
action you want from this game.
And it's not going to be leftovers, right? Because the AD already set up how important this could be for actual Worlds implications down the line, how both of these teams are hungry, and how Vulcan can get
Speed,
a
my
snappy
Ezreal's
support
kinda
record by
homeless.
passing Aphromoo for most assists all time in the LCS, which is actually an insane statistic to hit.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of times we see people kind of hit these milestones of, oh, he's number 5 now, or oh, he broke into the top 10. A lot of those really tip-top spots are so far cemented
Thank
away
you,
from
Zessie
everybody
Bessie.
else, from players who have played for years and years and years and years. It's very difficult to contest them. And so here you can see just the difference
Okay,
between
nothing
number
weird.
1 and
Nothing
then
wear
going
first
down to
clears,
number
just
6
like top to
is
bot.
over, 1,000. Vulcan now 30 away from Afromu's spot. So there's the potential for that to happen
Fingers
here
crossed.
in this series. There's a very high
Fingers
likelihood
crossed.
of it happening here in Summer Split. It would
Thanos
be very
is taking
surprising for it not to happen. Vulcan and
a
C9
recall
would have
on
to
wave
have some pretty
3.
lousy games.
The
So
TP
we'll
for a
keep our eye
longsword
on that
and
one as things go forward.
And small shout
refill.
out to Blabber, you know, he's going to be moving up the ranks
Gosh,
today,
this
provided
PTA
he
shit
gets
looks
2
really
assists
not
in
bad.
this series.
I would
So-
hope that my
Yo, Basin.
jungler could get 2 assists in a series. That
Whoa!
would be pretty important.
Whoa!
Assist on that one.
Hey!
Top side as soon as we
Hey!
can, up into top lane.
I have a word!
Goes on the Jace, maybe justifying some of Raz's
My
Gecko
guy.
slander. Let's take another look.
Oh my
I was
God.
gonna say, are
Does he
we
just-
just gonna have to say Raz was right immediately
Okay.
here? Thanatos teleports in, gets the shock blast on the Gakkos. Let's see, and then it's just gonna go regular hammer for him.
What?
in the heck, man?
What?
Huh?
Oh,
You can't let that happen.
Yeah, that's
the little mini Gnar just got a hand
Wow.
into the head. Flowers.
that mini Gnar is
you
a
just can't
public
let that
person
happen,
Goop
bro.
on the ground now, man. That hammer squished him.
Yeah, I mean, electrocute Jace.
I just, that's what I was about to say. I guess the only thing I think is that Gakkos isn't expecting the electrocute damage,
Not
but
really
like,
good. Okay, well,
bro,
Mini Gnar has unfortunately
that
started
is
off with a
horrendous.
really, really bad turn of events up here in the top lane. But
I ain't complaining though. Oh my God,
Honestly,
we missed our
though,
W and then Eden
the
to
reaction
oh,
gif is
Ginger.
the best. It was perfect. It's just scratching
okay,
his
though.
head there. Well, I guess I'm dead.
Uh-oh.
That guy could just teleport in and kill me like that? Okay.
Yeah, so Thanatos certainly living large up here.
Bro, I
in
know,
top
the
side, checking in
C9
on
comp
junglers.
is
They did
just
start on
5
opposite areas
S-tier
of the
champions,
map. First
like,
Scuttle Crabs have
say what
already
are you, bro?
cleared. You can see Griffin lurking here around the top side, but for Thanatos, things are great. Yeah, his jungler's on the opposite end of the map right now, but the wave is coming to
Okay,
him.
look,
So
he has
it's
to
not
base
like
again.
going to
He's
be
kinda
under
getting a
any
bit pounded
pressure
here in this lane.
After securing that solo kill earlier, top lane going exactly as C9 would want it. Meanwhile, down there in the bottom lane, you can see the largest individual CS lead in the game does belong to Masu over Tactical, as the Caitlyn Karma lane oppression that you guys were talking about back in draft is in full swing.
What's up,
When
Bacon?
you're locked
Hello, Beast.
in a 2v2 against the Caitlyn Karma, it does feel really bad. I did like this response from FlyQuest, especially since I do think their bot lane doing well has been such a key factor in their stronger performances
Hey!
that we've seen.
Hey.
Yeah, and it's been a huge lever for success for this team, which we can judge them by. And Masu himself,
Stop that.
you
No
know,
more.
He did play a lot against Tactical in 2024, and he was undefeated, versus
Yeah, he's
Tactical. So
4-0.
even though at the beginning of the day,
Okay,
you know, I was
Dragon
interviewing the
timeout.
coaches, I was, you know,
Well, they know it's
letting them
happening. Oh my
know,
God, Blabber's gonna run all the way across the map.
All year long.
Oh my God, Blabber's
But
running all the way across the
Masu
map.
has not lost
They're
versus
gonna try and fist fight it.
Tactical
I think Loki's gonna get mid prio. Or,
time.
but look at the way Quad is hovering. And they'll have a ward. They know Blabber's on the way. Oh my God, Armageddon is afoot.
Yes, there's a song.
My AD carry is 300 HP. Oh, yallah.
All right, we're getting in
And the
there.
crab spawn down here. Oh,
As we do
yallah.
have the dragon started up by FlyQuest. Blabber is in the neighborhood. C9 want to make a contest out of this one. Vault Breaker charged up.
Oi.
Caitlyn Trap placed onto the floor. Peacemaker flies out. The smite comes in for Griffin. As Quad enters into the fight, goes for the shuffle. Traps Loki between the soldiers and the wall, forces the
Okay.
flash out of the Orianna. So although C9 wanted to try to stop it, you saw the smites come down.
Yeah.
The first one, take it to about 20
Yeah.
HP or so. Looked like a bit
Yeah,
of an improper
I think that's
timing there
fine.
from Blabber, which led FlyQuest to be
Yeah,
able to
I think
escape
that's
with the
okay.
objective, but now
I don't
Griffin
think
is
there's a
back
problem
down
with
here in
that.
the bottom lane, looking to maybe get
Nope,
something
not
as
a problem.
follow-up, but no, he's spotted by the ward. Tactical and Vulcan get back.
Yeah, and it kind of just allows
Bro,
for
I actually
all of
can't
them
believe
to
Fnatic wanted it. You
reset,
know what?
uh,
It's not even that Fnatic
fire.
wanted it. It's the
Yeah,
fact that they
this is
2-0'd
what
them.
having that pushing bot lane allows you, right? Is
Like, bro,
the
genuinely,
first
last
look,
week, and I'll happily
at
eat
the
shit
Drake.
for this.
As we
Like,
look back on
bro.
the night, 'cause this did end up being pretty dicey.
I was ready for these
Good
lot to just
old-fashioned
disappear.
fair Smite fight. I
Yeah.
love these, and nobody has upgraded Smite, so they're just looking to chunk it down. Masu's like, you know what? I want to see you guys put your reaction to the test. Gets it low, 32 HP left. And Griffin is able to claim it. Then Quad goes for the flash play to go for both of them. He does get the flash out of Loki in trade, which is still always good for Azir, because Azir plus Wukong, as I mentioned in Champion Select, they're looking to immediately blow the Orianna flash and then repeat pressure this champion over and over in lane.
we've
Try and
swapped.
use your ults as soon as they
How
come
are
back
Fly
up.
gonna react to
Yeah, and we'll
this?
see what either jungler wants to do with those
Because the
flashless
small
mid
problem
laners. Meanwhile,
is that there's gonna be a
you know,
20-second-ish window. I guess Blabber can just do.
Vulcan and
He
Tactical
can just
have had
stand
enough
there with his
of
dick in his
getting
hands.
getting shoved
They can
in
get grubs.
by the Caitlyn Karma, so they are going to
This
be
guy's going
the
back to
first
base.
swap, try to
Thanos
push
will
in
probably
this
hard
wave
push bot.
before FlyQuest is able to
Yeah,
respond
he's
with
hard
their
pushing
own
bot.
duo bot lane.
Yeah, and they say, well, we haven't had enough.
Knows there's a
so
controller behind him.
We're gonna match
We're
you.
having a great time, actually.
Does-
Yeah,
Does
they're gonna match
FlyQuest
him
ever
up to
drop
top
the
side.
grubs to make
Thanatos,
a
though,
play
he
bot?
is the lead
Surely
for
Thanos clears that
Cloud9.
ward, right? Yeah,
Thanatos
he's going
is
back to clear
actually
now.
more than the lead for Cloud9 because he has to make up
Okay.
for the bottom lane that had lost plate
Well, in
money.
that case,
And he has done so, you know, with his solo kill as well as rotating to the other side. It's a massive, massive top difference here in favor of Cloud9, in favor of Thanatos.
everybody meets top.
Junglers sitting on their own control wards. Griffin's going to be the first to step up. Cryogen and Masu having control. They're going to look for Blabber, who immediately wants to reverse things right back after Cryogen. But Blabber is very low, down to 100 HP. He's killed away first.
Say wallahi,
FlyQuest now
bro.
turn their attention over onto Tactical. Griffin's got to
Say
be a little bit
wallahi,
careful. Down to
bro.
300 HP. Here on the Wukong.
Okay!
As there's your
Ah,
shockwave.
very, very good.
Vulcan
Oh my god!
finds a
Vulcan!
right after Griffin is
Vulcan!
and Tactical guns
Vulcan!
him down. The rotation from Loki ends up
please.
making a difference here in the Orianna as Vulcan has the killer instinct to
Oh
flash
my
the
god, I need
ball
this.
in, and C9 score big.
That was
Calma,
beautiful from
calma,
Vulcan. Not
calma,
only
calma.
Flash in with the shockwave, but then also hits the solar flare.
Shout out
Hits the
Masu, by the way,
gets the
for
extra
reacting to that.
kill onto Griffin, and
The grubs aren't dead, by the
Tactical
way.
DPS the entire time. Really
Here we
nice
go again.
Counterattack there from Cloud9. After
We will be
FlyQuest
going
dies,
again.
We're gonna have the momentum on the first kill.
But
Yeah,
Thanos
that
is back
was
top.
such a beautiful
He TP top for the tempo.
combination From Loki and Vulcan, as we look here, Griffin going on to Blabber. Blabber responding, trying to get onto Cryogen. Cryogen getting out is actually huge too.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
because he's able
TP,
to kinda
it's
get
it's
his
pre-10-minute
team
TP,
up
so
out
it's
there, but then,
TP
yeah,
of
this
like
play from
doom and
Vulcan, so well coordinated.
despair.
Flash, shockwave,
Don't
then
think they're gonna
landing
catch
the
this
Zenith
guy.
Blade, stunning up
All right,
Griffin
lovely.
so that Tactical
Lovely.
can clean up that kill.
Yeah, beautiful from Vulcan, looking both sides here, and you see him
Wow.
already putting his mouse over
Wow.
hits the ultimate, hits the Zenith Blade as well,
Yalla.
and Tactical's there enough to finish the damage before Vulcan even went down to tower damage. I also want to point out, though, Masu, that was pretty weird for me, like netting in only to
Yeah.
go melee range and then getting stunned and cleansing and then having a flash out as well. As the early rotation from mid lane should have been called. The Orianna move was very early on from the mid lane.
what was that
and,
T move
they could have been
purview?
getting a
Nah,
bit, so I
honestly,
think the net
they're taking it
forward
from
Masu
CB
was a
LOL
little,
because the CB LOL production do that a lot.
And I want to cover what we
And it's
missed
actually
during
quite
the
popular.
replay. FlyQuest did try to make a play up there towards the top side. Thanatos got away. Solar Flare down here in the bottom lane now is Vulcan.
Oh.
Alongside
They're
Blabber,
sending
looking
it.
to make yet another
Oh my god, that guy's
beautiful
dead.
true shot barrage,
Lovely.
Going right through to follow it up. Cryogen dies
Okay,
here first.
Griffin
but now Griffin
is
coming in. He's got quad behind it. Blabber with a flash away tries to
Gonna
escape.
kill
The
Blabber.
Cyclone catches him. Now Vulcan in some serious danger as well as the
okay.
Emperor's Divide comes out.
Well,
Yes,
you know what?
Cloud9 are going to
My
get
top
another
laner is
kill,
winning in
but
isolation and
FlyQuest
top, so I
hit
don't care.
back harder. They grabbed
My Jace is
2 kills
Korean.
in retaliation. They got the 3 grubs during the replay
I don't
earlier,
care.
which is what I was going to try to talk
Smile on
about.
my
Yeah,
face.
for action. So FlyQuest, although we did see Cloud9 land a couple of punches, Fly are not asleep at the wheel.
Look, we already set this up that I felt like you were going to get a workout today, right? Because if we got the game that I kind of wanted from these two teams, this is what it's going to be look like. Punch after counter punch. This is going to allow FlyQuest to get hopefully their second Drake. It doesn't look like, yeah, C9 are not going to be able to contest this, which is really, really crucial, especially because of the leads
Okay,
that
everybody
C9
relax.
had been able to build in top. And now
We're only
in
down
that
2
bot
dragons,
lane,
but that's okay. Comms replay.
Looking Phil?
I'm still
Looking
here.
cover? Yeah. Can you reach or no?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going cover, we're going cover.
Wukong's coming, okay guys?
Yeah.
It's fine, it's fine.
He's one shot.
back, wait, slowly back.
Wukong's coming, Wukong's
Yeah.
coming. We can still fight, no?
Yeah, maybe looking by on Leona. Okay.
Look here, look here.
Vi 1 HP.
I can kill Vi.
What
Vi
about
no
Leona?
flash, Vi no flash.
No
Leona no flash, Leona no flash.
Just go
I think
Leona.
maybe if Loki is able to like shockwave the Wukong or something, but like it's a bit weird. It's hard to have that kind of foresight.
Nice traps response from
Rare.
Masu. You know, as Cryogen is gonna go down there, making
It's
the
like,
calls.
how do you
Hey,
fight,
no
you know?
flash on this
Like,
guy,
with
so we're gonna
Shockwave,
go
you're
kill
waiting
him.
for the
But as long
big
as they
moment a
get
lot
the
of the time.
traps there, around the support that is going down. They're able to get the counter kill on both Blabber and on Vulcan. So Emily's match of the week is delivering in combat score. And
Great score. Love that score.
Okay,
love combat
more hovering. I love
congrats
this.
to Blabber, as
You have
we
the
already pointed
Onavi.
out, he only needed
This is
2
very good.
assists, currently sitting at
Then look at the FlyQuest movement as well. Azir is insta-roaming top, at least fogging. He's on a ward though, and Jace knows, so
And funnily enough, he
FlyQuest just end up kind of losing a little bit out.
Vulcan, I think
Losing out a little bit more
in
on
both
pressure.
Situations, Vulcan the one kind of creating so much here for Cloud9. Now, of course, the previous play we just watched actually was net negative on kills for them because
A little bit of an
one.
overreach.
We're going through the lane now.
They're still trying to keep up the combat
Oh god.
score, the action
Thanatos,
score
please
here
do not
for
die to
Cloud9,
this.
and they have pushed the gold lead to a very sizable amount here. You know, 1,000 at
This is so much
almost
pressure.
13 minutes
Alright,
as they
Thanos is
continue
getting
to
3
pressure
man.
bot side,
This
but
brother is
FlyQuest
dead.
making a
There's a
big
super
move.
blast cone.
Yeah, FlyQuest
Aw,
have
Saber
eyes on
Lahi, bro.
Thanatos again. During that
Saber
earlier
Lahi- wait,
replay,
Loki-
they tried a 3-man play after him, but weren't able to secure the kill. Now they're
Oh.
sending even more as Thanatos tries to
Okay.
keep the wave away from the turret, but FlyQuest simply do not
Well,
care. 13 minutes in, they can just
3
hard
grubs on
force
that
this
top
play,
tower.
find the kill onto the Jace. Meanwhile, C9 applying pressure.
C9
onto
should
the
still
tier
get
1
first
turret
tower,
here
but
in the
that's a
bottom
lot of
lane.
gold going
Should
into
be
Azir's
both these
pocket.
tier 1s dying as C9 are going to get the first
I don't know how
one
much
down
I
here
like
bottom
that,
lane.
guys. I don't know how much I like that.
Kind of trying to trade
Still positive.
pressure points on the map with the FlyQuest trying to take down Thanatos. Here's exactly what I was talking about with
Oh, no,
here trying to vacuum up
With
a bunch
PTA,
of
aren't you
side
supposed to
lane
go Dusk and
farm
Dawn so you
and
insta-proc
hammer down
PTA, or
the
is that
turret
like...
as
was I
Cryo's
fed
gonna go
propaganda?
for a little trip into the jungle, get some key vision down.
And some good things for the side of Cloud9, even though FlyQuest trying to answer here. They are going to have a tactical on Trinity Force for Dragon number 3. You know, Dragon number 3 is where you want to put a stop to the stacking for FlyQuest. And Ezreal with Trinity Force going to have a very big impact. Caitlyn, oftentimes we say one item isn't going to be a big impact, but sometimes you can get really good trap setups or placement there. So maybe we'll see if there's a lot of utility out of the traps as well as the damage that Masu is going to be able to bring. If you can get to the dragon early for FlyQuest,
Yep.
it'll have huge
Loki is
benefits.
chovying.
Of course, you're always trying to get that setup
Loki is
early,
chovying.
and is going to allow you.
So
the
is
extra
Thanatos,
vision
to be
control.
honest.
And one thing I really want to point out about C9's gold lead
Oh,
now,
yalla.
Well, you
Yeah,
might
it's
have a
gonna go
chance,
on
you
to
might
Gekko's, yeah.
not. Okay, never
all
mind,
right.
let's hear it.
All right, we have a small window before they start fighting again, and it's that topside play with the Ori Leona combo was so crucial because of what it did for Tactical, right? Like prior to that, they were getting really pushed in by this Caitlyn Karma. Tactical is now in such a good spot, and I think for all of the talk we've had about is it a 5-man, is it a 7-man, et cetera, I think Tactical has been performing really well.
Yo,
so
I'm
glad
not
to see
tweaking,
him
right?
back,
Like, does
in
everyone
the
else feel like
league.
this isn't
And
a real
with this
7-man
gold
roster?
lead on the Ezreal, I feel like he is a very trustworthy
Like, in the sense
carry
of
to
they're not...
have in C9's fight.
like, the
Yeah,
likelihood that they were
Ezreal
ever going to stop it
definitely,
was just always really
one of
low.
his favorited champions,
Yeah.
definitely one of his best performers,
Like,
and he is.
they were
he
only
has
ever
been
gonna
both
swap
very
back
threatening
either of
on it, as well as
Loki
not
or,
exposing himself to too much risk.
Tactical with. Like,
Always
it
like to
just
see
made
them try and
sense.
play
Like, I
on
feel
the
like
edge,
this
but
whole
FlyQuest
narrative
able to make the
has just
cross
always
map
been cope
as
from the
Red
beginning.
Arrow goes over to Cloud9, try and get more money into quad. Again, putting the Azir in the side lane is always the recipe here for mid game. You're trying to get more money on this champion.
Okay,
Despite
25 seconds
all
till
of the
Drake.
changes that have gone to Azir over the many years.
Honestly, it's not a
always good to get
bad
extra money
timer
to
still
funnel in
for
to be a
Fly.
big carry
They
AP
have Nash's
champ
2, Storm
for those
Razor,
mid-game team fights, and
Triforce.
you're
Like,
gonna
the
have
fight's still
ability
for sure
to make
playable.
large plays. I will say it's greatly reduced if you don't blow flashes before the dragon fight. And in a lot of cases now, honestly, I think that he'll be better placed looking for like front to back
Blabber
damage,
just
but
ate
we'll see as
a core of
Cloud9
his health.
takes the vision leading up to the dragon.
Exactly. Cloud9 with control over this bottom side river. Kobe, you mentioned flashes, and all 10 of them are up across both
Okay.
sides of the rift. The
Looks
only
like Fly
summoner
are just
spell
gonna
that
drop,
is not available is Loki's
Griffin.
teleport as Griffin gets grabbed
Okay.
by the Zenith blade, but now Vulcan's got to be careful. Needs to flash back away because he ends up going too far forward with that Leona engaged. So now FlyQuest, what else do do you want to do? Because the Dragon has already
Lovely.
been secured. C9 had enough of a distraction there with Vulcan that Blabber was just able to take the Drake, no contest, as the Herald is dropped on the side of mid lane, and that should at least be able to find a charge that gets most of the remaining HP of the mid lane turret. Emperor's Divide just thrown out there to stop the Herald charge. Nice usage from Quad. It's not quite the same thing as a Bard ulti, but you know what? It does the same job.
Yeah, you just want to do it early so you get the wall up there and existing before the Herald does charge, so you can just knock it into it and take care of the Herald afterwards.
Yeah, and it kind of pulls some of the power out of this play from C9, right? Like really nice use of the way that they set up vision, forced Fly to check into Fog, and
Bro, could you imagine this Dardock right now with a real mid laner? Oh my god.
They stop this Fly Quest early Drake
Oh my
stacking,
god, bro.
despite the slight
Yeah, I
wins
watched
for the
G2
Herald
Fnatic today.
afterwards 'cause of these Euro ult.
And it's really, really important for both.
Well, I didn't fully watch it, to be honest with you. Alright, do you know what I spent my evening doing, guys? Do you want to know what I spent my whole afternoon and evening doing? I spent it listening to music. I'm playing Civilization, but I spent it listening to music. I was listening to some very, very, very famous Japanese songs. And also watching Arsenal City from 3 o'clock, so you know.
Someone punching their screen, and as someone who broke their hand punching something, do not
G2 Fnatic was not on the top of my priority list, but
I'm up here with Flowers and Emily, the two most
Alas.
violent LCS talent.
Punchingest LCS
Yeah, true. Let's
commentators.
go.
Boom.
Someone send help.
Kobe's like, I'm scared.
yeah, it was Civ
In
7,
the middle.
not Civ 6.
All right, but we are in the middle of a game state that I feel like could explode at any moment. It's 4-4. It's a 1,000.
Yep,
gold
I was just sat there,
so nothing
intentionally
super
listening
huge,
to music,
but
doing
they
nothing
do
else but
have
listening
at
to
least
music.
Small advantages in 4 out of 5 rolls as Thanatos continues pushing this side lane, gets that wave shoved up into
Wonderful
the
way
tier 2
to
bottom.
spend my
There it is.
evening.
There's Azir duty once again, like you're talking about, Kobe. Quad is happy to become the biggest, strongest, shiniest chicken he can be in this side lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think the setup for FlyQuest fights does rely a lot on the power of this Azir, right? And specifically, if he's able to get onto this Ezreal.
How's the 7 compared to the others? 5 is my fave. 5's my favorite as well still. I like
the back line of a fight because he has so much mobility and agency. So
I like
that
7
is-
now.
those are
I
kind of the
think
two
they've
power
done enough to get into a
in
spot where
whatever
it's
ends up
quite
being
healthy.
next fight that I'm looking at.
And I like
The
that
thing I'm not
Quad
a
is
big
going
fan
the
of
traditional
at the
Azir
moment
build,
is the
DPS
lack
focus.
of
I mean,
scaling
I do like the variations for, having like
on
when you need sustain and when you want some burst damage for a Sheen proc there.
like buildings, age
but
to
the
age. Oh,
traditional
Griffin.
carry. Wait a second.
Oh my god. Good night, bro.
Disaster there for FlyQuest. They lose their jungler. 20 seconds until the Baron spawns. 30 seconds until Griffin is back alive. So
But
at
yeah.
least it's not as bad as it could be if that Baron was
It launched
already on the map.
horribly, but it's in a
Griffin
good
was
state
the
now.
one point of FlyQuest that did
If anyone was
have
like,
goal advantage,
for whatever
but
reason,
finding that
which there's a
snappy
chance
pick onto
honestly.
him
If you were like a
good
Civ head
enough.
Yeah, and I think
and you never
it's
picked up
really
7, which
nice
makes
the way that
sense.
C9
Now's a
have
pretty
been
decent
playing
time.
with Fog
It's
with
in a
the
pretty
tools
good
they
spot.
have. Obviously,
Things
they have a
feel
ton of poke from
relatively
Jace
balanced.
or Ezreal if they're there.
Well,
But
like
Vulcan
unbalanced,
has
but when I
been
say
so
balanced, what I
on
mean
point
is
with
like
Fiona, locking
the game
people
is very
down and kind of
open-ended finally.
forcing FlyQuest to make dangerous face checks or make a face check that they didn't necessarily know was dangerous.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I
that
was
is the
gonna
story of
say,
every Civ
I'm
release, so.
not as impressed with the way Griffin is
Yeah.
using
I
his
got-
face at the moment.
I got
They do
the
have
like
they have three
special
Scryer's
elite
trinkets
edition
right now, the
for
blue
cheap
trinket.
because I met a
It
2K
is kind of dangerous
employee.
to face check. Wukong, you have to be very ready and quick at using your clone.
Yeah.
But yeah,
like,
Civ
this
5 is still
champion,
peak, man.
Is pretty decent at face checking, but
Civ
in the
5 is
last
still peak.
couple,
Oh my god,
it
that
has
guy.
been Blabber this time clicking quicker on his
Whoa!
button as Masu's just dead.
You want to talk about
Okay,
quick,
it's
blink and
dry.
you miss it. Masu dies as Thanatos jumps over the wall. That is now 2 out of 5 FlyQuest players that have been insta-gibbed by the hammer in game 1.
Yeah. Do we have the gift to play over again?
Yeah.
same exact thing here, except Masu's now scratching his head. What the heck? That Jace came out of my own jungle. Regardless, though, yeah, the last one was, Blabber clicks on his R button before Griffin can click on his W button there for the Wukong to make the and they just instantly deleted him.
Really
Gonna click
cheeky.
right on that
Respect.
Baron.
Okay, Baron started up.
Really,
Let's see
really
if we get
cheeky.
anything out of
I
it.
respect it a
No,
lot.
instead, Griffin is just
I
gonna
actually
walk away
respect.
with
I
the
respect this
solo
Nash start
player.
so much, by the way.
Cloud9 was ready to commit if
That is
FlyQuest
such a
wanted to
funny
take it
Nash
down,
start.
So they are immediately backing off of that one. Cloud9, 3,500 gold lead now. This is starting to get kind of dicey for FlyQuest. Earlier we were talking about how back and forth they're trading punches, yeah, but that was when FlyQuest had 2 Drakes to none. Now C9 is about to
Genuinely,
tie
if
up
C9
this
decided to
Drake count, so you
base
don't have
for Dragon,
that different
that's
area
a
of
Nash.
advantage, while also having the 3,000 gold lead. It's really looking C9 favorite.
Yeah, and I think it's a combination of how they've been setting up the map, especially.
Yeah, no,
for,
Mimic, that's too far in that direction. I just enjoy Civilization because I enjoy
how,
Civilization.
As Kobe already pointed out, FlyQuest
Like
have
tile
made
style
some
games are
maybe
ones I
over-eager
like.
face checks into a few.
Though I say that,
brushes,
I've never played any other tile
and
type
I think it's really big
game besides
how
Civilization. So.
I don't mind the attempt, right, by FlyQuest to being like, maybe we can sneak the Baron, they back off immediately, but that does end up giving this 4th Drake over to C9, and they should just be able to keep pushing. Now you see they're already rotating up Vulcan and Thanatos to clear out this vision and potentially set up for a Baron take.
Yeah, I'm progressively getting more and more worried for FlyQuest as it goes on, because while, you know, you can like start it up and check and see if they're, you know, blind or lazy or something on the other side. No.
They got to be one of the two, man. Blind and lazy or we're in trouble.
Yeah. No flash on Wukong. This champion, I really think Wukong right now in the meta is
The game is
excellent
still
with the
very
extra
throwable.
resistances and clear speed that you get because of those resistances, but without the flash, like the flash is such a big playmaking tool for Wukong, because you don't want to have to clone into fights. You want to be able to flash E into fights so you can do your full DPS combo and then use your clone for extra knockups and repositioning within the fight. And then you can really be a monster in these team fights, but we'll see. Him being the lone member with no flash for the next team fight is dangerous.
Ooh, Blabber decides to full send it in after Griffin. They are going for the Wukong. Second cast of the Cyclone gives them enough.
Oh my god!
For now, but Quad has to jump back
That guy
over the
nearly got
wall.
one shot.
The shifting sands to also barely escape, so no kills for C9. But the FlyQuest jungler and mid laner are out of the picture. They must go back.
Does Thanos need a Serpents this game for Karma Sterex or no? Yeah, it's nice to have for sure.
Trinket from the FlyQuest side is going to see
I think it's better to have it than to not have it.
Very low Baron DPS for now. C9 taking this slowly, and they are going to back away from the objective, considering they got no kills. They don't want to tempt FlyQuest to come and stop them and potentially throw the lead.
So, if we're doing a punches count from your earlier, you know, dream of having punches back and forth,
God
I think
damn.
Cloud9 may
This
have
Jace
like
hurts.
doubled the amount of punches thrown than FlyQuest now. Even when they don't kill them, Cloud9, quick punch in the face,
What's up, Hydra?
and
It's
they
going
have
good,
to
mate.
run away, and you get an
It's a jab.
objective.
Yeah, I feel like if we're counting the poke from the Ezreal, from
And
the
the shock
Jace,
blast,
as
too.
like, yeah, punches, right? Like, you're not KOing someone, but you're definitely causing a lot of bruising.
Yeah, they're running away.
Maybe some broken bones, you know?
They're
Did somebody say
certainly
broken bones?
keeping
Somebody get medic in the
FlyQuest
chat now.
guessing, making them have to
Somebody get
remain
medic in the
with
chat
their
now.
guard up, because it's C9
Broken bones? That guy
deciding
loves breaking
everything
children's
so far
bones.
in this mid game. 2 minutes until the next Drake spawns. Remember that Cloud9 have got the previous 2, even though FlyQuest got the first 2. And that first one was 20 or 30 HP away from also being a C9 Drake. If that would have gone to Blabber, if that was just slightly different, then FlyQuest could be staring down the barrel of a Dragon Soul fight in 90 seconds. So if nothing else,
Go try
they're
Endless
very
Space
thankful that punch
2.
didn't land.
That became my favorite
Yeah,
4X game.
absolutely. And I mean, I think the biggest
I'm not gonna lie, I'm
concern
moving away
for
from
FlyQuest
playing
right now
like
is that
any
with the
more
map
air
control
quotes
that
like what
C9
are to me
have,
like filler
it's just
games,
gonna
like
make it
strategy games like
riskier
that.
and riskier to,
I mostly
be
want
able
to,
check for vision or anything without
I mostly wanna
taking a face full of poke
Play
from the Jace,
games that are
from the Ezreal.
more story and narrative driven.
And I also am
From
trying
now
to
on.
think about like what an ideal team fight from FlyQuest looks like at this point.
League of
right?
Legends
Kobe, you already
robbed
touched
me.
upon how Wukong
League of
can be
Legends
such a
robbed me
crucial
of my immediate
engage
intake.
tool. We haven't talked about Gakgos much, and it's because we really only touched upon when he got solo killed earlier, right? But this
Yes,
this
exactly.
Gnar,
Games that I won't
rather,
accidentally drop 100
hasn't
hours in
really
binging.
had a lot of say or agency in some of the team fights that you'd want.
Honk
from a
shoe.
Gnar. They haven't been able to
Yo guys,
set
everyone
up
point and laugh at the
really
path of
well,
Exile player.
for the Azir or the Caitlyn. So
Everyone
we're
point
kind
and
of
laugh.
still waiting to see what a good team fight from FlyQuest would look like. But as we
I'm
see,
kidding.
Masu just
I'll never yuck someone's yum
a third of his health.
as far as media
from
is
more
concerned.
C9 poke.
And honestly, I would highlight
Anyone
that
who
there's too
points
many
gets timed
CI
out.
power spikes on Cloud9 right now compared to FlyQuest. Even if you like keep the gold kind of close, the third dragon, if the enemy team has too many like extra full build items, oftentimes I'm just going to recommend don't go for the third dragon and wait for the actual soul, even though it's really risky.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with your only engage being Wukong and you not having any prio anywhere. Like, C9 are just playing this very, very calm and very, very patiently, and this is good, but the problem is that the game state is just perma one bad fight away.
That's what I like from C9 here. You can see, just like with the last Drake, this one is 4 players from C9 keeping FlyQuest's attention over in mid. Blabber solo.
I mean, it's fine. My fiance is a Genshin player. My fiance plays every gacha in the fucking universe, bro.
FlyQuest are chunked down to around half HP thanks to Shock Blast. It feels way too risky.
Honkai Star Rail, Genshin.
Stepping forward again, just looking at Griffin, multiple auto
What's the other one?
Another Shock
Oh, the
Blast. That's
popular
a
one.
third champ below half HP from Shock Blast.
Y'all know.
Thanatos' Jace is lore accurate here. This man is.
I don't know, man. All of those games are clones of each other. I actually don't know.
Another punch and another FlyQuest.
You know, I'm sure obviously all the stories are different, but
well, he
yeah.
punched him and then he also shot him a couple of times. He's just fighting.
Woo-ah, that's it. Wuthering Waves.
Below the belt for sure.
That's pretty messed up.
That's the one with the really busty women. I pay attention when she plays that one. No, actually, that's Zenla Zero. Never mind. I pay attention when she plays that Zero.
What is the oldest and truest counter to poke? It is always hard engage. Always has been. You have to use flashes on the
There is
Wukong,
no
on
hard
the star.
engage. It's so
Maybe the
awful to
Azir
play
2L.
this game for
You gotta
FlyQuest.
get your critical hard engage
And
at the-
Thanos is
at the
just
critical
like he's just
moment
grouping
here
perma.
before
Like,
getting
look, oh,
poked out, but
okay. I thought he was gonna send another one.
constantly
He's gonna send
getting
another one for
chunked
Fog in
out,
a second.
getting poked out here on the side of FlyQuest before they can act.
And remember, back during the lane phase, we were talking about the dominance of the Caitlyn Karma, like we were
Does she play
expecting.
Nikki? It's the only one I play. I'm actually not sure.
That lane phase, but now Tactical's Ezreal up to an over 1,000 gold lead compared to Masu. Cloud9 as a team, they do have the one extra turret over their opponents here as well.
Oh,
As the Baron
Masu
started
nearly
up,
got
but
put
not
into a
committed
spliff.
immediately, though.
Okay.
Griffin
Oh,
goes
that
in one
stun
to
from
the
Vulcan
Thanatos
just saved the
C9
whole
peeling
game, by the
back.
way.
Griffin might be your target
If
now, but
Thanos dies
C9
there, the
now
game is
over
completely
here.
different.
Thanatos
Wow.
is injured.
Wow, wow,
Thanatos
wow, wow,
probably
wow.
gonna need to take a recall here. As Loki steps forward, trying to
Oh! Blabber, blabber, blabber. Blabber. Back to the lobby.
Loki into the stasis with the arm guard staying alive for now, but he dies next. Beautiful fight from FlyQuest, has already found 2. Can they
Please.
get anything more?
Please,
C9's
bro.
not gonna let him have it, but Fly finally gets
Please.
their moment.
Griffin, he finally he
Yeah.
gets the flash play. He sees the opening there onto Thanatos. They go in, they get the flash off the Jace, and then they start to siege themselves. And then it comes from
Oh,
Blabber here
speed.
tries to get all the way to the Azir, just a little short, so then he has to ult and he's
I
all
need
alone. Gets
this.
shuffled into the rest of the team.
And
the
look at my
real
Orianna
star
items versus
traps
my
from
Azir
Caitlyn.
items.
Masu here, he
Man,
traps
man,
from GA.
man.
He also traps out of Zhonya's. He baits in the Jace here so that Griffin was able to find his image. And then the knockups, all the knockups there from Griffin. The last one critical too as disengaging. Then they pull up the siege. Here's the Blabber attempt. Look
Nah,
at him
this
go.
is just
He
so
tries
mad.
to Q and flash. It was a little short. Then he goes for the ultimate, but there's no
Yo, I know
follow-up
Quad is
there.
like low-key
And
the strong
Gakos
one,
was
but
able to section him off.
did you
Trap
see how
out of
wide
GA
open the
was
angle
dead.
is for
Again,
Masu there?
Trap out of the Zhonya's here from Masu. Very nice. Into another shutdown from
Oh
him.
my god.
Yeah, and you
Don't
see
put the
it
coach cam
as
on.
we see the-
Oh, that's Dom not happy about that one.
Yeah. And off camera.
Oh, please free my boy Dom,
It
please.
looks like.
Please,
the other
please,
big
free
thing
him,
is
free
that
him.
Because Griffin landed that engage, we talk about hard engage versus poke. You know who wasn't a huge part of that fight was Thanatos, right? Because he got chunked so quickly, and then Blabber's engage kind of being a little bit
Okay, it's
ahead
fine. We
of
go
where
through
the
3 in
rest of the
Drakes.
team
We
was
drop
at.
some
Immediately
towers.
shuffled out. So now
Not the end of the
FlyQuest are
world.
sieging on this mid tier 1, and this is Gakos kind of stalking along the side. This is what I like about this FlyQuest team is that they will keep fighting, they will keep punching, right? Like they never seem particularly out of a game, even if their opponents have a map advantage.
And I will say it is It is easy to short a like Q flash on Vi sometimes. You know, it's the full range is kind of hard to get, but Quad didn't even have to flash in response to it, you know? And FlyQuest still have their critical flashes here too. So I don't think that Cloud9 are going to be able to defend very much. And yeah, they have to give up another tower here. So a lot of gold, so much payment off of that critical team fight for FlyQuest. And meanwhile, they still have all their critical flashes on the Azir, on the Caitlyn. I mean, it's looking quite good for the comeback.
Yeah, it's another tower that has to be given up, and I'm going to bet they have to give up this next Dragon here as well. FlyQuest still has the Baron for over another minute. The Dragon spawning in about 20 seconds. This would be Chemsoul if Steven is able to secure it, but it is a point of power for Fly, who have tied the game up in terms of gold. Very, very
It's just his time is really not being respected.
Just a few minutes ago. C9, however, do have control over the entrance to the bot side river, and FlyQuest are willing to step up to try to challenge that. You can still see about one quarter of the cooldown.
Blabber has an angle. I think he dodged that ward in the tri bush completely. Okay.
Ooh, the Blabber.
Okay.
Yeah, Blabber with the wrap all the way
I like
around
this.
here, trying to get the
Good
angle
poke.
on
Good.
Masu chunked down to
Good.
half HP.
Fantastic.
Gakos' Narbar
Blabber, what are you
charged,
planning?
but he's not quite there just
Say
yet.
wallahi,
Blabber
bro.
with a mega blast cone over the wall. The shockwave
Tell me it
on top
works.
of him. Blabber trying to follow it up.
Okay,
Masu
yallah.
still alive, finally dies to the last bit of damage.
Okay,
from the
Tactical's
Viking
dead.
in the middle of everybody.
Blabber's
Gonna
dead.
trade AD carries back.
Oh!
Blabber is now also dead. Big Mega Narc coming in.
Okay, Vulcan
Santos has to
saved
try
it
to run
a
away as
bit.
Vulcan exits
Oh my
from the
god,
back of
Gakos,
fight.
you
Loki still putting up the
psychopath.
DPS
What?
with the top laner of FlyQuest, who was all alone. Now Cryogen's got to be a little bit careful. Quad's still alive, but he's
Oh my god, if
low on
Gakos didn't jump
HP.
forward there, I think that was a
And
complete...
right when I'm saying, it looks like
Azir can play.
FlyQuest should have control over the river, have control over the current game state. It's C9 who win the fight 3 for 2.
All right, Blabber makes up for the distance this time, because that was the longest range engage that we have seen in a long time.
I thought C9 meant to be good. Is this like a G2 Fnatic situation? No, C9 this split are really...
Just as Masu flashes away,
like, they have not passed the eye test, bro.
Quad gets away from the shock blast, but Cryogen's gonna be the target instead.
Yeah, they're really suspect, bro. Okay, thank God they decided to
Shockwave
just
into the solar flare forces out the stasis from Quad,
do that
and he
nonsense.
will die right thereafter. Loki has his own stasis to make sure that Quad can't trade the kill. So now with Loki having no resources, very low health, completely out of mana, they do have to be a little bit careful here. Blabber is alive back on the map, heading towards the Dragon Pit.
Like, C9's best, like,
so actually,
eye test gameplay was in
wasn't
Winter
right.
Split.
I wasn't anything because that Dragon is still on the map.
Yeah, and now FlyQuest are going to potentially be taking first crack at it.
Round 15.
Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding, ding. Okay, Dragon now, though, it is controlled by C9, and it looks
thank
like
God.
once
They're
the
giving
dust
out.
finally settles from this extended fighting, it will be a Chemtech Soul claimed 34.5 minutes into the game for C9.
Yep, Azir still dead after everything used to try and stop the previous
Chemtech Soul.
iteration of the Dragon Soul.
My team is
by
tanky.
FlyQuest.
Coming, no flash. Yeah. 1 HP. Wukong's here with no W, no flash. Killing dead, killing dead, killing dead. In front, kill Wukong. Azir door, Azir door. Yeah, kill Wukong guys. Wukong almost dead. No flash. Azir dead. Kill Azir. Yeah, no shield. That's count time. No jump. No flash, no flash, no flash. I can go Azir again, guys. Yeah, Azir door. Just hop back up. Guys.
We can go Azir again. Oh, just kidding. I missed my Steam plate. But they had already won the fight by that point anyways. Doesn't matter. And Vulcan was healing back up with his protoplasm. I have to say, man, that the circumnavigation of the globe from Blabber here. He got Masu's flash and the net while his ult was already on him. So still got to follow. And got Cloud9 right back in here. Emily, you predicted this with your match of the week.
Let's go! I mean, it was going to be hard to top Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3, right? But this has been a banger, right? We've seen really good plays.
Do you know what? Did you know what makes me really anxious, and it's why I'm not like super talkative today compared to yesterday?
Teams, which is kind of what we were expecting headed into
We're still one fight away from losing.
Entire match, right? We have 2 teams.
Is Tactical that much better than Sven? I think Tactical
to
clicks significantly better than Sven does.
2 more players to their lineup. And then
There was like a
FlyQuest with
play,
a
I think it was
pretty
last
difficult
week,
schedule to start the season
where he was on
as well.
Ezreal and he was at like the Raptor camp, and he was the bus driver, well, one of the bus drivers that game for C9.
And to continue to improve instead of
And it was just like, the way he played that one specific fight, bro, I just know Sven would have died before he even got to that point.
C9 side, it looks, or maybe not.
You know,
Blabber
like, he's better.
He actually committed to this? Yes, Blabber's trying to just solo the Baron down. He's got the shielding for the pass.
Whoa.
There. Tadglow takes a massive hit
Oh.
down to half HP. Griffin tries to initiate on the FlyQuest side, but the immediately.
Oh my god, how does Masu end up there? And Quad got raw shockwave with Flash and Zonya's up again.
Inside the stasis, he stays alive, flashing away for now. Blabber loses Guardian Angel one more. C9's
Oh,
gonna be
Loki.
careful. Loki also into the
You have
stasis
to.
as Blabber tries
Wow,
to
he's
get away.
allowed
He
to.
might die for real
He's
this
allowed to
time.
flash out.
Low health bars
Unreal.
all over C9, but it's only FlyQuest who have lost any men. Quad tries to set
Low-key,
forward.
they can
He
slow
knows
chase
there's
them.
so many kills that are so
Give them some
easy right now,
strokes.
but
Okay, no,
C9
they're gonna back
has
up.
managed to create the distance and get everybody away.
Yeah.
Close but not enough is a
But now
frequent
Azir is no flash, no
term
Zonyas.
used with Chemtech Soul.
Big problem for
Yeah,
FlyQuest.
but the big thing about that is this Azir is still so
Oh.
deadly, right? Oh, we see a deep TP coming in
Oh, and it's
from
Thanatos as well.
Thanatos.
The Jace that can do so much damage. He's not going to find anybody immediately hanging around that back of the Baron pit area.
Okay.
But this does give a green light for C9 to go after the Baron. Griffin's still dead for another 5 seconds. So there should be no challenge. Again, it's another big buff going to C9 uncontested.
Yeah, nice
Very good.
reaction from C9. They're going to be able to get this Baron. They also force Azir to have
Very
to
good,
respond
very good.
to that wave that they'd pushed in on the bot
But the game is
side.
38 minutes long.
I'm just looking at objective timers. I'm like, okay, when's the next team fight going to happen, right? Because again, we've seen what each team wants to do with their compositions in terms of setup. Right now, I'd still give C9 the edge slightly because they should be able to set the map up with their poke like they were doing a lot of the time in the mid game. And really
I'm leaning back in my
try to
chair.
keep track of that potential Wukong engage.
I'm chilling.
And the
We're chilling.
durability afforded by
I don't
Chemtech
even.
Soul
I'm not even
helps
anxious at all.
So much for these teams that you're kind of looking at such flash
This game's
hard
ours.
engage from FlyQuest. Even when they got it, you don't have quite enough damage to finish it off. In the previous scenario, you know, with the extra shields coming through for Cloud9, so with Chemtech Soul, the extra survivability here, they can get right back to pushing, as you say, and try and poke down during the siege. But if you look at FlyQuest, they were trying to do these trailing split push play where you see Azir on the minimap kind of behind the Gnar out of vision. He was waiting the whole time. He was hoping Cloud9 were going to take the bait and attack the Gnar, but they didn't take the bait and they got Baron, so they're going to race your base with Baron. The Baron team always wins those races, Flowers.
Yes, C9's death balling it down. TPs are trying to come in, but the first
FlyQuest
has already been killed. Griffin tries to engage and buy a little bit more time. Vulcan into the back line, looking to put pressure onto the carries now.
Oh god,
As the
it's a
Emperor's
horror.
Divide is already used, but Griffin is down. Gakko's in the
That's
middle.
how we're gonna lose FlyQuest?
Quad dies next.
That's how we're gonna lose?
Collapsing in real time. The
Are we
Scorpions get alive
serious?
on the ruins of the first Nexus turret. C9 still.
Oh!
Baron. C9 find another kill. Cryo
Oh my god.
Masu and Gakkos against the full C9 squad. Masu tries to get away as tactical shifts forward. Gakkos now caught by the Zenith Blade with the Shield of Daybreak, not quite in range to get the follow-up yet. Accelerated shock blast.
Oh, we are in North America.
C9 just
Oh my god. God damn. Yeah, Sven's not doing that.
To start off, my match
Told you guys, lean back in my chair, nothing to worry about.
But this is exactly what I wanted to see from both of these teams, and what a great ending.
There's a Ninja
from
Trial to just
C9
survive
being like,
Ishtaros
look,
for 2
we have
minutes with
Baron,
like
we
1
can just
HP and
barrel
none
your
chance.
base.
Alright, I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads. Thank you for sticking with me for game 1. It's time for Loki to lock in Rise. I'm ready for game 2.
Plead the fifth, and I don't have to respond to anything you guys have to say.
Oh god, it's so fucking hot. I'm gonna get my desk fan. 1 second.
I'll wait and bide my time.
Great game there from C9. In the argument of who's going to be the top 3 team, C9 strike first early, and they looked good doing it. That was an S tier top
What are you
laner,
clapping for? You
Raz.
said it was going to be FlyQuest, Raz.
Yeah, I did say that. By the way, regular season versus playoffs.
True.
That's all that
I
matters.
mean, the other
Two
thing that
different
we want to talk
Jekyll and
about
Hyde.
is you can kind of see it at the side of Raz, assist mountain. So today, starting the day, Vulcan was 30 assists behind Aframu for #1 all time, meaning he needs 31 assists to get the record. Might happen in game 2. They're going to be running in the update during this segment. He's creeping a little bit closer.
He's moving up. Also, shout out Blabber, who overtook Bjergsen during that series.
He did for #6
So
all
he moved
time.
up 1.
It'll be a long time until he can get #5. But There was a highlight play from Vulcan early on
Yes.
that we want to look at right now.
Yes.
Where he just had insane plays
My
from the
God.
top lane.
And I believe this is our pagoda moment.
Well,
This
whilst
was an
we are
incredible
here, what I'm
setup
gonna do-
for C9, and Vulcan's the one that really smashes it down.
Yeah, getting the ball, the Ori ball on top of him, and then just flashing as a response, I thought was a really, really, really good combo. And then immediately following up,
Is
it happened right
we
here,
are gonna
basically.
look
Like,
at
gets
T1
it,
Gen
sees
G.
the
I'm not
angle.
gonna look at the draft order.
Oh, we got a different side of the camera too, and a par.
Where's my mic?
But then,
There we go.
This one to follow.
In-game bang. Oh. Fortunately, I do not have the lovely... Oh, I'm stupid. Bang, badadang, badadang. Oh. Okay, let's see what game one cooked up. Ooh, okay. Let me run. Okay. Kalista Renar, game one out of Ruler. Oh, these guys want to win. Where's time controls? Okay, good trade from Dracaria. Good. That top lane matchup has to be hell. I'm actually kind of surprised that Gen G let that happen. But, ooh, Chovy nearly got solo killed by Faker, bro. Tisk. Thorn actually cooked this game? Really? Keria is really cooking Duro. Is this a dive? Is this real? Oh! This felt really fake, bro. I mean, Keria didn't flat. That looked really weird. I don't want to spend too much time, like. But it felt like he had time to react to that flash, you know? Like, it felt like he had time to react to that flash, but then he fucked it up. Okay, well, that's a trade that Gen G are happy to take. And I know it has to be bad if you're saying Doran got hoed. Oh my god. Okay. Not a bad trade for Keen. Yep. Especially Garen. I think Garen is exceptionally good into Juggernaut champs like this. Oh my god. You guys hear what's playing at the moment? Genuinely, my Spotify is on just playing straight up, like, classics right now. I'm sorry, this is actually unironically a volume increase. At the very least, I'm not even sure if this is the OG one. I don't think it is. Okay, Grubs. Well, lane matchups are neutral to bad, but is Graves top viable? I think Graves, the champion, is viable right now, to be honest. I'm very surprised we haven't seen it this patch so far in a LCS or LEC. Be very curious to see what the LPL and LCK teams make of it. Shox is playing Resident Evil again. Yeah, I know. I was watching for a little bit. But then the LCS started, so I had to lock in. Okay. Sure. Cheat the tempo. Lee Sin can never really make it here on time. Can't find anything on the follow-up. Oh, 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 oh. Oh my god. Duro, how do you want it, bro? Duro, how do you want it, bro? Just go ahead. That's all you, big dog. That is all you, big dog. She's playing the dub game. Oh, dude, I really want to play the dub game on stream. The voiceover thing, right? The voiceover game. I really want to do it. Ooh. Faker is dying on side lane post 10 minutes. Ooh. Oh my god. It's another volume increase. It's another volume increase, bro. Alright, what slaughter happens here? Genji are on first. Has to be like good shockwave or something. Thorin entrance. Oh, I mean Chovy, press R now. Yeah, good. Ooh. It's just a complete Armageddon. Yeah, Dura didn't need to die here. Oh my god. Ah! Actual Armageddon, bro. Actual Armageddon. Jesus. Dura should get tucked into bed with a cool blanket. Now compare these fights to C9 versus FlyQuest, and we are gonna close the replay because the draft is starting. Okay.
I would actually be good.
No crabs, and you get level 6 faster.
I would literally be good, yeah. W bait. Yes! Going.
I'm basing on one speed. Yeah.
Kill! Big hit!
Nice.
I have exhaust and I volt. Oh, nice.
I'm through.
Oh,
Whoa!
with,
I feel.
Yeah. Can you
Wait, what? He one-shot me with this items?
I can't use it.
Hello?
I can't use it.
Oh, double lift 2! Double lift 2!
Yes, kill. No, it's bad.
Hey! Mine 5. What?
Not picking up your call? Oh, sorry, I have notifications.
Dude, I can't
Wait.
5 seconds.
Sorry.
Beast mode activated!
No, you're think. Oh.
Dude, he one-shot me!
Yo.
Hello.
You know they recently did some studies on chickens
Yeah, okay.
and their propensity to walk across roads. And they actually discovered why the chicken crossed the road.
Okay.
It was because
game here, it is C9 just hitting harder.
They certainly were, and there were 2 people hitting really hard. That was Tactical and Thanatos with the poke damage, and also even before.
You know he's only doing. Medic, are you on the LEC tomorrow?
Damage stage.
Yeah,
I still remember
round 1.
Are you on the LEC tomorrow? Yeah.
Flowers,
And you're here.
When catching that, I like went
Doing
back to look
this.
at the 1v1 because I was like, was there anything?
Oh, was there an echo?
fishy
Oh, my
going
bad.
on to analyze here, and there was.
I think
literally
it's 2
nothing.
separate audio
He
captures going on.
teleports in, he hits every ability, and Geckos watches him and dies.
Yeah.
It was rough.
It reminded me of playing, you know, like you're playing a ladder
Red
game
Bull
at 1
hosting means
o'clock
no
in the
sleep yet.
morning or something. One guy's not paying enough attention. He's like, just damn. Okay.
What do I think about game 1 of Genji T1? I got 20 minutes into it, and it just looks like T1 ended up getting outclicked. Like, it's not even really.
We don't need that. We don't need that. This is the best of 3 region.
I didn't even actually hate like
Let's see what we get here.
the way that
C9
T1
on
played
the
in
blue
terms of
side.
using the
FlyQuest
Pantheon.
electing
I
to
think the
go
first
for
dive
pick.
was
Shout
a
out
bit
to
overzealous.
producer Emin for adding this blue
But
side
yeah.
first
I
pick
love
thing
it.
here in the draft.
So
Absolutely
good.
love
Big
this.
E.
Yeah.
Big E.
Big E.
Exactly.
We're
He's-
trying it out. I still like Big G better,
G
but you know.
yeah.
Big
Alright,
E's pretty strong too.
Shout outs to you, Emmett. Thank you so much, everybody on the production as well. As we do have Lucian, Olaf, Cassiopeia banned out by C9. FlyQuest getting rid of the ban.
Thanatos practices it a lot in solo queue, and so he probably plays it in
As FlyQuest will get
scrims.
first pick in this one. They can't pick the Olaf for Gakkos. We're still paying the Olaf tax on the C9
Bard
side.
B1.
What are we going to get
All right.
instead? It is the Bard.
Just give me the rise. I'm
And yeah,
just
another
give me the
support
rise. I'm
that
gonna close my
was
eyes.
Still really heavily
And the 1-2,
prioritized
by the
on
time they have
previous
finished
patch.
it,
Again,
by the
despite
time they
all
finish it, the
noise
1-2 will
about
contain a
how
rise
roaming
pick.
supports, how Camille is taking over everything. Bard was still one of the most crucial supports on the patch, also because of his lane pressure and his ability to roam around the map very quickly. So we'll see what. Ooh.
I
With the
will
Ziggs
say,
cover.
usually,
I do like a tactical Ziggs.
I will say,
Yeah.
usually I don't
Region.
like blind pick Bard though. I usually like it way more if enemy is already showing hard engage that you can counter, or if they're showing like low mobility carries that you can get flashes out with your Bard ulti. But they really want it.
Yeah. I do like what we're seeing with the Shen hover, yep, and the Shen is going to be locked in, presumably, for
Shen
Vulcan down in that bot lane. I've actually really been enjoying the return of support Shen. I think he's super good into so many different matchups, and also just allows that extra dimension
Could be
in
worse.
team fights. Like, not only is he really good at roaming, obviously you have the taunt, but then you have his global ultimate that's able to save your carries mid-team fight.
Yeah, and you can match some Bard plays across the map too as well. So we'll take a look though. The Varus back on their side, Flowers.
Yeah, and I like Varus when the opponent is something like Shen, because Varus can do so much damage and still have impact with his abilities, not just his auto attacks. Chains of Corruption doesn't care about Spirit's Refuge. Piercing Arrow doesn't.
Varus can
Obviously,
also still be a
harder to apply
flag.
the flight stacks when your auto attacks aren't landing, but at least it's not like you're.
But you've just blinded
throwing boomerangs into a whole bunch of
Ambessa into Thanos,
I like it.
and
People
his
can't
best
see,
champion
but,
is
Flowers
Renekton.
was actually making the boomerang motion. As we see the Ambessa locked in.
I suppose Ambessa could
still
theoretically be
technically
jungle,
flex
even on
for
this patch.
Griffin.
And C9 did
They
bite
might
quite
be
quickly
more
here.
incentivized to do that because they did the Ambessa lock in with Renekton up,
Yep.
and Renekton
Yeah.
early
So
is very
let's
good. Thanatos is an
see if
excellent Renekton player. So
they just
I
bite
would
it and
actually
maybe
be on
ban
board
out
with
one
a
more
swap to the
annoying champ
Ambessa
to play
jungle
versus
at
as
the
Renekton.
moment.
Yeah.
But
One thing I
Jace,
do
Gnar,
like,
and
though,
Vayne are all
returning
out.
a little bit to the,
Rumble, yeah, they think it's
Varus
jungle
is the
Ambessa.
fact that I do appreciate that FlyQuest are recognizing how strong they can be in a 2v2 and how well they have the capability to play around that. Again, because I think
How did game 1 go? It
has
was
been a strength of this team in Split 1 and Split 2, especially with how well
in credit, like in genuine fairness to
so we'll
C9,
see
they slowed the
how
game
this
down. They
game
kept it
evolves,
mostly
but I
clean
do
past like 20
that
minutes.
At least in both of their drafts so
Labba did a
far,
couple
FlyQuest
of
have recognized that as a point
things.
of power on the map, and a very important one given all of the stuff we
Did you
always
just
talk
moan
about
seeing
with
Dom? Yeah, I
how
just miss him that
important
much on Power
Drake's
Spike,
stacking is.
actually. I just miss him that much.
Let's see what we get out of the second half of the draft as AP solo laners are targeted. The Silas banned away by the FlyQuest side. Rumble removed by C9 as they will
No,
also
they actually banned
continue
Shyvana
paying
just to
respects
keep it covered.
Shyvana with that last ban.
Yeah, and I appreciate the respect paid to Griffin. I also appreciate the Rumble ban recognizing, as we already pointed out, that Mbessa can be going in the jungle for Griffin as well, and that they might want to flex it into a counter pick for Gakkos.
And you kind of have to ban the Shyvana ban. Is
so you hate Yamato on power spike?
Actually,
no.
To seeing Sylas ban, because that sets you up. Shyvana ult is one
that
of the
said,
best ults to steal. So if they're banning Sylas, you get a little.
You know what? Never mind. Don't worry.
Fishy here. Something's going on. What? We definitely don't want to give over a really good Shyvana angle. And so they're going to deny that one as well. And then the Jarvan here kind of giving the opportunity for a lot of those early game plays, especially with a Shen support with
can
you.
Be Poopy, can be Lee Sin.
Definitely a very strong combo.
Options are plenty.
And I didn't note it until the hover, but Poppy has been pretty much banned in so many matches, right? And that
it was up last game
will
too.
be going over to Blabber, presumably. I mean, they could technically, I guess, flex the Shen into jungle as well. But I'm assuming it's going to be Jhin, Shen, and then Poppy saving
good
that
counter
counter
game.
pick for Loki in the middle.
But then I also think it's an equally good Victor
Cloud9
game.
Set up with double counters on Mbessa.
Really
You've got
good Victor
Renekton
game.
for lane counter, and you have Poppy for all game dash.
I think Loki's chilling here.
Later on as well to make it more difficult for the Mbessa to play, regardless of what lane she goes to.
Where's the damage on C9?
Jungle,
well, there's no tank,
so
tactical is almost always going to deal damage, and then they should just lock in Victor on 5.
Cloud9 are preparing quite a few answers.
Tough game for Noxie and Grandma. We'll see how well she can navigate it, or if she'll need to.
I think she has to go jungle when they have to pick something top like Ornn or neutralizing top.
The mid lane for quad, and
this should just be a Victor. I don't see this being anything else.
Griffin takes the Mbessa. Blabber's going to match the Mbessa with
There's a world
Poppy,
where you go. Oh yeah, okay. I'm down with that. I'm gonna lock 2 minutes of ads. Lock,
really help out.
Kind of crazy,
like
but it does make sense.
Have a setup similar to this.
I've heard it's pretty okay into
Shen to
Syndra.
go in on the lock. You get huge value out of getting that extra.
I haven't seen the matchup firsthand
You're
myself
trying to
too many
get
times.
A reset for
But
the
I've
lock.
heard it's
And if
okay.
You have Jhin 4th shot burst damage. You have lots of bruisers to go in with the lock as well. Then. Honestly, this is one of the looks I do like to try and build it up. I will say the stats worldwide for tier 1 play for Locke have not looked great. Faker had a good one, but overall the win rate is very low after the nerfs to the champion. But you know what? I want to see when teams can make it work effectively. I still think the burst damage is insane. The reset power of this champion is crazy.
Oh, Twitch chat Gamba is open, guys. If you want to gamble away your channel points, feel free.
Yeah, the most important
feel
thing
free,
is
feel
the
free.
comp that C9 have built.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Shen,
Game
really
numero
great.
dos.
Poppy, really
Game
great.
numero dos.
Even Renekton's done, right? You have so much setup for
Take
the
me home.
Lock to be able to move
Take me home
around
clean.
freely in these fights. Get
Take me home
resets.
clean.
So it still will
Please,
rely on them to be able to set
please.
it up. But for right now, there's a lot of CC that can be layered.
Take me home.
So Loki can kind of just go crazy.
And I want to see if they can get active early around Loki, because remember, as long as you get the kills using the ultimate, using
Not out to
Purgatory,
gamble.
you
I'm
get
sorry.
that permanently increased
I forget some
execution
countries just like
threshold.
completely
Ranks
block.
in the skill, take it from 10%, 11%,
Completely
12%
block channel points
respectively
gambling.
of target's maximum health, but you get an extra
40k on
every kill you
C9.
get. So 2 kills.
Someone's
equals
rich.
an
Oh,
extra ult strike worth of
bomb
damage. As
buckler.
immediately into the bottom lane, we are getting some action. Masu has lost half his HP here at the very start.
Oh, tactical.
As Vulcan
Very
and
greedy.
Tactical are ready to play this one.
Okay, never mind. I felt like he should have been ordered
Tactical got to fire
1
off
or
a
2 more
full
times.
round. All 4 bullets here. That is a lot of damage in early trade. Another 4th shot?
Yup, Masu's
Wow.
health bar is hurting, man.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it's so important when these last 2 teams met in that game 5 in spring.
Are they gonna regret not
it was
clearing
the
that
bot lane that
ward?
made the huge difference as Vulcan goes in for another taunt. But I want to talk about the roster, right?
Okay.
Because
Tactical gets
we're promised
to-
a 7-man roster. We have not seen 2 of the men.
Where are the men?
On the 7-man roster, and
Guys, it's not a 7-man roster.
a 5-man
Stop
roster.
it.
Yeah, it effectively has been a 5-man roster since the changes. But
It was never
I guess we'll
a
see as it
7-man
goes on.
roster.
You know, we continue to check in on Cloud9. Looking here with another trade. Locke's wave clear also is very, very good and super easy to use. I highly recommend it if you're playing with a friend who's not that great at CSing, because you just
I got a lot of those.
Yeah, throw all the nails through the wave flowers, and then go for your E in there, and you're all good. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, I mean, we did talk about how much damage was being thrown out in the push for Cloud9, but Vulcan had also used his flash to get that initial
Wait, I didn't see it was Blabber invading?
For
Oh,
them.
Blabber's
So
invading.
there is possibly a world where the flashless Shen gets punished, and is kind of
I think this is
low health
really
at the
hard to
moment as
play,
they
and
go
then
for
you're
the
also
blue steal.
inviting potential.
Okay, Loki does get hit with the first scat of the week, but
Wow.
no, it's first blood already over to Tactical
Wow.
as C9 bring Blabber
Alright, well.
and both bottom laners for the invade. They get the punish on the
Murder
enemy
that guy.
support, and Cryogen is down.
I love when you do stuff
enemy
like
top
this
is
with
one
the
hit.
Poppy. Blabber goes for the aggressive invade and doesn't hesitate to flash stun
I'm
into
gonna
the
be
wall.
honest. I
Yeah, I really love how aggressively
I feel like
C9
this
have been
Ambessa
playing
pick
out this early game overall, right, Toby? Like, they
completely-
set it up so well with the aggression.
Dare I say, I
from
think it
Vulcan
completely
Shen
ruined the
at
game.
level 1 to take over this bot side, and it's just such a well-coordinated, aggressive blue buff invade. You see Vulcan's immediately there for the taunt, follow-up.
Like, it's not even
Tactical is my
flame
favorite emote in the game.
on Griffin or
Game, the
anything.
Take notes emote. But yeah,
I just don't know how Ambessa gets to
Yeah, I mean,
play
they
on
had
3 hit.
so
Like, it's
much
so.
CC available to them that it doesn't matter that they layer it all at the same time.
I think the safest thing to do is pick your mids.
Out, oh, and Deadly Flourish and Taunt and blah, blah, blah. No, they just
throw it.
They throw everything, flash stun them into the wall, instant Taunt, instantly into the Deadly Flourish, and instantly
I just don't.
dead
I don't know.
there with
I don't know.
the
I'm
kill.
not really not sold.
And exactly, I mean, that's why you set up these plans where you get the aggressive play with your lane on bot side so you can push in, so you can go help and supplement with this, invade for Blabber. And it is a little demonstration of what we're talking about, why we like the setup that Cloud9 have drafted for with Lock, even though that was not with Lock. All the CC is on display. All of the possibilities there for the setup are on display on bursting down a target.
Yeah, and as we see C9 still being very, very
Good trade.
aggressive in bot lane trading. But I also like this recognizes something that they're basically like, okay, we know you want to keep picking these pushing bot lanes. We know you want to shove us in, and countering that with the hard CC, with multiple stun abilities into the blue buff invade. I just really like the thoughtfulness from the way that
Wouldn't the
C9
draft be
wants to
completely
play
fine
out
if they
this
just
competition, at least early on in this
hit Skarner jungle and tank the
Okay,
Ambessa top?
C9 off to the start that they want. Meanwhile, on the FlyQuest side, we do not have any solo deaths in the top lane here early on. Zihen, obviously a very scaling, powerful champion, whereas Renekton, we know him for his early dominance, and then late game, obviously all about finding the angles and the value targets there in those team fights. But although Thanatos does have a small lead here in the lane, it's not like what we saw last time. The first teleports have been completed on both sides. Those are pretty much synced up. Nobody's dead yet. It's kind of just locked in this stalemate of farm, 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 farm.
Farm, 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 and Thanatos is getting more of the farm.
Yeah. And he's pushing in the wave.
And he's level 6 advantage because of the pushing wave. However, he's a Bard down, so +1 level, -1 support for Thanatos, and he doesn't care, still gets the turret plate money. Well played.
And you could see that even
Okay,
though
great
Cryogen
start.
doesn't actually jump out and do anything up there in that top lane, he does leave 2 of the hot Cocos that aren't
Griffin's
actually
in the
Cocos
cockchair.
because he's not the Christmas one. But he leaves those in the brush. That'll be a little bit of extra healing there for Gakgos. Little flower
watching the Drake
petals.
die.
Okay, cool. I like that. That's thematic.
You just made me realize that I automatically call it hot cocoa because
same.
Also, I did not for 1 second did I believe that Flowers likes the flower petals nearly as much as he likes the hot cocoa. He's like, yo, I like it. I'll take some tea.
Yeah, I do like the flower petals.
true.
They're kind of like, that's one of my things.
it's
Like with
cute.
scorpions and flowers. Those are my
And
things.
you drink a lot of hot honey water here, when
True.
you're casting as well. So it's kind of similar.
Guys, Griffin couldn't get Drake or top crab.
Bard left me.
And now
Bard,
red buff is
exactly.
up.
Bard dropping off flowers. So
Okay, it's fine. He's going to farm.
honey waters for his throat.
Shout out to our bards, the PAs.
Yeah. Shout out to all the bards that
Yeah.
make this show possible.
Honestly, yes. Meanwhile, what happened bot lane, because the Bard was topside, was that C9 is actually able to pick up that first Drake.
Oh,
Again,
Masu.
going hand in hand with their early game plan.
It's just gonna get. Oh.
Ooh, immediately they drop the taunt onto Masu, who tries to get away, but he can't sidestep the deadly flourish. The Varus is dead again. Tactical uses his cleanse to make sure.
Will you stream the second series too? Yeah,
Cryogen
probably.
goes on a magical journey, trying to come through
I think it'll be quick.
something back. He's got quad behind him. Tactical should be dead to rights here.
Good
Vulcan
night,
does
Tactical.
manage to get away. Tactical. There's no way out of this. You just kind of got to decide how this is going to go down. And
Get another minion.
Decides it's going to go
just
down
guessing.
like this. Tactical does manage to get
481.
one last minion as he is shut down with the kill credit going over to Quad.
Can I refund my wasted points?
Times, you know?
No.
People are like, oh, on your deathbed, your life flashes before your eyes. No, money flashes before your eyes. You need to scramble for as many minions as you possibly can get
Is
before
inspired
you
back?
die.
No.
That's what I'm going to think about when I'm laying there. Just like, I should have got that extra minion. I should have cleared an extra camp.
Grind set, Flowers.
Your net worth is your net worth, Kobe.
I need one more minion before I die.
Sorry.
I need you guys to, like, never mind. I was going to say something really morbid for the future. Now we have Vulcan up.
Well, maybe this is something really
Does this guy
morbid.
just
C9.
We're just joking
die?
here. Live full lives, everyone. You know,
Yeah.
don't focus on the money.
Unless you want to. If you want to focus on your minions and your money, live your life. That's part of living your life, too. C9's living their life. They're focused on Gakkos' life and making sure that it's hell. They want him away from this turret. They want him away from those minions. You are allowed to have no EXP, no fun, no money, nothing.
Yeah. But I do really love this rotation up by C9. You know, swapping their bot lane, taking advantage of zoning Gakkos completely away from this turret, and being able to snatch up all 3 grubs as well. Again, just a
Continuing
really
to
nice
be
little quick play.
moderately
and also
homeless.
continuing to really make Gakkos' life
Vulcan hit 6
fun.
off that minion. Let's see if that matters.
I feel like he hasn't really had a lot
Cryogen's
of
a
fun
whole level down
game.
despite playing
He's living
bot.
a full life, okay? We don't, we don't know what, what he finds fun. Maybe,
There's a Mother Kobisa over here saying that suffering is the most important part of life.
Exactly.
Just like
do hard things, Flowers. Then you'll benefit in the long run.
Okay, all right.
Ooh.
Kobe's taking the monk approach here.
Well,
It
Griffin
looks
is
like
here.
Thanatos could be in some danger. Arrives back into lane, but immediately has the support of his teammate there, Vulcan, with the stand united.
Moderately
Does not
homeless
allow
equals
Thanatos
behind on
to
her rent.
immediately face a bad lane state with Griffin waiting for that teleport
Yeah, I like
arrival.
that.
Honestly, good looks from Vulcan there.
No,
as
she's behind on
Thanatos
her rent.
returns to
I like
normal
that.
form from Dominus at 95% HP.
It's been good looks from Vulcan all series so far as well. You know, all these flashes on the
Yeah,
bottom
next
lane,
week is going to be a
trying
bit
make some plays for
sleeper.
his team, getting
But it's like shit.
the,
It's like shit slinging
opportunities
sleeper, you know.
there
So I'm here for
Cloud9.
it.
Regardless, though, gold is at parity. It's just the extra dragon and grubs that Cloud9 will have to show for the early stages of the game.
Well. If it isn't the most handsome LCS co-streamer,
Another one there
oh
from
dude, you
Thanatos.
shouldn't
Quick,
have. That's
snappy
way too
trade,
generous.
And Gakkos is again on the back foot. Vulcan
I do
is
believe that is
looking
the
good.
truth,
When you
though.
look good, you feel good. When you feel good, you play good. And when you play good, you're going to look even better because everybody knows that you're the real deal.
The cycle of
Yeah.
looking good.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to
Bravo.
tie it in the potential assist record, but we've had a little bit less blood thus far in this early game, even with the kind of setups we were talking about
bloods.
from C9. But I really like, more importantly, I do think Vulcan's timing around the map has been quite good.
Yeah, now he's got
Jawada on all account.
some extra
No,
room
it's
time
YouTube.
here as well.
YouTube
so
chat.
make
You
a
guys
bit,
on Twitch can't see
visit
YouTube chat.
towards Mid lane. Thank you very much for the check-in. We need
18
18 more to tie, but
So
we're not
close.
really about tying around here.
No.
We're about winning. So
Just let me know the
and
PayPal
Afro
payment
Moon
goes
currently
through.
is not
Oh.
playing. Maybe he comes back, but
Well, I also don't
That's
think
one more.
that Cryogen's really playing a lot right now either, as he is caught in the enemy jungle, trying to do what Bard does, roam around a little bit, instead gets immediately punished. But now Blabber, the same
got flash.
fate. He stays alive for now, flashes back over the wall, tries to stay alive there with a point-blank keeper's verdict, but Griffin gets the kill before he dies to Loki in trade. You could see there the ultimate also used from Loki, that Purgatory gets dropped, so he is going to get the extra buff on that passively as he returns back to lane. So now we're getting a little bit more action. Now it's a little bit more high octane.
Yeah, as
Mario,
Vulcan
thanks so much
pushes
for
up
the 11
on
months.
this bot
You'll be
side.
happy to know I am no
Looks
longer
like
Emerald
both
4
teams
after
are gonna wait
87
for their
games. I'm now
junglers
Emerald
to come
3,
back.
2 LP.
Ooh, I love this vision toggle.
May God bless you, bro.
Yeah, this is Cryogen vision.
Yeah.
As he's going in for his play. Oh, I'm just a bard setting up some vision. Oh, shoot!
There's a Poppy here. Where's that come
Blabber's
from?
camping the blast.
Hope you had a good day today. Yeah, I had a really chill day. I didn't have a particularly over-the-top productive day, but I had a very chill day.
We can go immediately in onto the Blabber, right? But this also sets up for Loki's second kill, which puts him in a really good little early spot.
Apollo,
like Cryogen, did not realize Blabber was in the bush.
That was great. I do like to. So Locke also, Loki wants to go pick up the skull, so you get your extra cooldown back a little bit refunded for the ultimate too. So we can keep the pace of the action. 2-0 on the
picked
Locke.
up on,
4
Drake here.
stacks as he had the Dark Seal very early. So if we're building
Damn, almost didn't recognize Apollo. Bro, genuinely, he looks like a completely different person compared to when he was a player.
It's been a pretty good recipe so far for Cloud9. They even have the little passive bonus of the first Infernal Drake. The little Infernal Drake bonus for the extra bit of damage to get him low enough and reset.
You know what I like to see, Kobe, is a Hextech Rift. I just think because there's so many, there's so many fun setups that I think both of these teams can try to do.
Emily
to
just
get
wants more blood.
onto each other's carries. I always want more blood.
Well, I feel like, though, if you're Bard, you're actually kind of pissed off when it's Hextech Rift because they're kind of stealing your whole thing.
That was my thing.
Yeah, your whole thing is you run through walls and do all this cool repositioning out of nowhere, but now everybody can do it. As you can see, Cryogen taking his recall, but in a hidden spot just in case there's the opportunity to do anything bottom lane, but Loki's not going to give him that opportunity. 1-to-1 in Drakes here early on. C9 having all 3 grubs in this second game compared to FlyQuest having them in the previous one. As Blabber shows up here in the top side, Thanatos does have his Dominus ready to cast if they want to try to go for the dive. And it's a full C9 party. Balloons, streamers, they probably even got a DJ for this one. Gakgos trying to just clear out the wave. There's Grim Deliverance as he tries to escape, but nothing's going to deliver you away from 4 people. C9 with the top lane dog pile.
It rained today on my way to work, and this is how I learned I have holes in the bottom of both my shoes. Oh, wow, that's really rough.
That's what I wanted.
Thank you.
That's when you wish you could return to the store.
I still remember that, like, I just had a vivid flashback memory of when I was in school.
Though, I do like the response from
on my way to
down here, right?
school,
like
so there's a big hill that takes like 5 minutes to walk up and down. Maybe a bit more actually walking up. And it had rained that morning. It was no longer raining. I got to the bottom of the hill, and mind you, getting to the bottom of the hill was like halfway to school at that point.
Ooh, Cryogen goes for the Tempered Fate.
Good
he misses
feat.
that and the Cosmic Binding. Thanatos
Couldn't quite
staying
dodge
alive
that,
for now, but remember, there was no Dominus. So
And bro, there's a puddle at the bottom of the hill. I'm walking past the puddle, and this big fuck-off 18-wheeler just like drives into the puddle and just splashes me with it. And I'm just sat there, stood there, just soaking wet.
Nothing else is going to happen. So FlyQuest, like we're saying, they get first turret.
And it's like going back home is I'm late for school, and I have to walk up the hill soaking wet, or I can go to school and just dry off, and inshallah.
Gakgos has been enjoying his struggles.
So I walked to school like that the rest of the way there. Oh, just
playing
horrible.
around Quad and Griffin is their recipe for this game. Huge burst
Just
damage
horrible.
for both of those champions, and the bot lane play does result in some success for them to
It's like I
keep
got
their
hit by a
lead, keep the
tsunami, bro.
long lane nice and open on the bottom side of
And
the
the
map.
water was dirty.
Pick up the Herald. That's always good for a couple plates. So at least, well, I say that and
Just
then
grim.
on the enemy team. Maybe it's not that good for a couple plates. We'll see about Cryogen's positioning, if he can be there and be ready for a Rift Herald play.
I mean, isn't that so annoying? In game number 1, your Rift Herald gets stopped by a Azir wall. Now in game number 2, you're up against Bard. It is both the FU Rift Herald champions in back-to-back games in the same best of 3.
Yeah. Rift Herald is just like, man, I wanna have fun too.
Poor Rift Herald. There's even with all the parties happening, Rift Herald doesn't even get to have fun.
It's true.
You just have to be smart about when you use it. You see Cryogen on the bottom side of the
and then you drop it mid or something.
If you know where, you don't invite Cryogen to the party, basically.
Do you ever think you could
dirty, sorry, Cryogen.
Herald mid, but then steer it to top tier 2? I think that's a play.
So we're gonna have a secret party.
We got another party now in the Cloud9 jungle. Unleashed power delivered.
Well, low-key, this death kind of doesn't mean anything other than they give up control of the river, because that guy has ult to get back.
That's FlyQuest grabbing themselves their 4th kill of the game as C9 steps forward. FlyQuest, despite being down in kills, are up 1,000 gold as a team, and that gold lead is all in this mid-jungle
If your girl
duo.
says, yeah, I could eat, does that mean she wants food ASAP, or could it wait until the game ends?
Damage champions there. Good.
Well, there's no agency, and yeah, I could eat.
Just face check his own territory, retake
So
your own
that's
jungle here.
all right. Once this thing is done, we can go and get food.
Position for FlyQuest, and that sets them up for the Hextech Dragon here. They can use the gates to
Griffin's
reset,
2 items.
get back out, and try and make an incision. Honestly, you have to be very careful about the opening of this fight because
Griffin's
there
2
is
items.
so much emphasis on bursting down a target. Griffin,
But he's got
he
no
doesn't have his
HP.
ult, and nor does Quad, because they just used it to kill Vulcan though for the dragon fight. So maybe
they're
they
window
call it
shopping
off.
realistically.
Yeah, I think that's why you do see Griffin kind of hovering around. Just as I say that.
Yeah, Griffin was hovering around, but Vulcan was ready to try to answer. Now Tempered Fate defensively coming out from Cryogen. C9's
Good reaction from C9 here. This is a bit from FlyQuest. This is a bit deep. At least it felt like it.
Vulcan gets away now too, but Loki's got to be careful. Double kill lands with the Cryogen, but it is mopped up as Quad gets one back. Now Blabber's got to be careful. Masu chasing him down. Can't quite do enough damage. It's a 2-for-1 so far, favoring Cloud9 as they also claim the Drake.
Yeah, really
I'd need to see a
messy
replay of that fight to
there.
see how that happened, but I feel like C9 went a touch deep.
Loki
Not the
was
end of the
able to
world
start cleaning
deep,
up
but
those
just
kills,
enough
even
that
though
it
he
was
falls.
not as clean as
But
it could have been.
More crucially, they do come away.
I don't have
with
any issues
that
with it, though.
third Drake.
Oh.
So despite
Good E. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
Blabber
Oh my god.
tackles away
And
to
he.
the red buff
Oh.
to keep himself safe from Quad's
Yallah.
attack, and then Vulcan and Tactical show up. Quad gets a little bit too hyphy, goes into the enemy jungle solo, tries to get something on the Blabber there. He had unleashed power. Maybe he's hoping for the assassination, but
Right.
instead,
Let's see
immediately
what ends
shut
up
down.
happening here.
Yeah, as we take
Because
a
I was
look
focused
at
kind of on the
this
left side of the
Drake
fight. I want to see what happens on the
Griffin
right
kind of
side.
hanging around, Vulcan coming in with the taunt. This is a really nice Bard ult from Cryogen to kind of delay things, but then as they try to get back onto,
is Loki out of mana?
Griffin,
No.
Lock,
Oh, maybe he has another
Loki
Q
ends
there.
up
I think he is out of
opening
mana,
on
actually.
Lock. Quad getting a few kills on the back end is huge too. I mean, both of these mid laners are such crucial points for their teams.
And you can see
Neither coaching staff looks particularly happy about that one.
during the replay, I want to point out for the picture-in-picture for anybody who wasn't watching, the Herald was summoned up during the replay and it charged into the tier 1 turret without being Bard interrupted. So they did manage to get at least their 2 plates worth of value
Thank you, Captain
out of
Flowers.
the Rift Herald there on the C9 side. I still got to wonder, what was Quad thinking, though, at the end there? Because that just seems so risky.
Here's thinking, I'm Syndra. Every jungler hates me because I yoink away camps all the time. So I'm going to annoy another jungler, but he was way out of line, Flowers. Not this time. Justice for the junglers that have been annoyed by Syndras all this time.
I mean, I like it. I hate when Syndra does that.
Yeah.
Walk up and yoink the giant buff and throw it into Timbuktu. No, this time you are punished for your hubris as Quad ends up dying. That was his first death all game. 3-1-2 here on that pick. 100% kill participation so far. Obviously,
Loki will
still
in.
a very
chill.
good game overall for him. But across
Chill.
the aisle, it's Loki 4-1-0 on that lock. Highest individual kills in the game between either team, as he does have his Chovy Belt plus his Lich Bane both completed, so the burst damage is intense.
Yep, and we'll see C9 just kind of trying to push in this bot wave with the Renekton, try to reclaim mid control as Masu continues pushing with this Varus. Vulcan looks like he might be fishing for something. I feel like this C9 comp is always just really trying to force FlyQuest into a situation where they can layer their CC and take someone out. But FlyQuest are making a really nice move up here.
Yeah, this is a
Looking
4-man
defending.
push from FlyQuest, hungry for that turret crust. They're going to knock off half of the HP, but then immediately back away.
The personal Giga used to say, or am I tweaking?
They can do that because
Yeah, I don't
Masu
think it's
does
great.
have teleport on the Varus, so Masu is pushing mid
I think
and
this
Danto's
is
pushing
like
bottom. Dantos
another one of
actually
those
gets all the way to
situations
the
where
turret
you
place,
go
but
on
they're gonna
hit like
teleport on him
Bruiser,
to make a
tank,
trap
or whatever.
play.
All right,
Oh,
it's Masu.
well.
plus Gak goes.
He's out.
And Thanatos says, all right, teleport for sure. Just goes back up to the top lane, immediately regroups with his own mid laner.
All right, yeah, anytime you try and make a teleport play on the top laner, if they see it in time and they saw Gakko's channeling that teleport down bottom, he can just use his own as an exit out to the top side for Loki, but...
All right. FlyQuest wrapping around here, wanting to make the play towards Loki, who goes over the wall, gets himself away for now, throwing some ritual nails towards Griffin, but Scout of the Week finds a target, public execution, going after the mid laner, and Loki has already been assassinated. Tempered Fate to try to save Griffin as Thanatos disengages. There's not enough damage here from C9 to finish off Griffin.
Oh, he's going to die to death stance maybe.
Working out for Fly so far. Now the curtain call
has
opened up.
Mr. President.
FlyQuest, they got to make sure they protect the VIPs. They do just that. +1 Fly on the play.
Yeah, what a really nice public execution coming out of Griffin.
Can someone go into Chovy's chat when he starts streaming and propagandize him to start building Cosmic Drive? No, shut up. I'm abusing that item whenever I queue.
Because he is so comfortable
on
it.
I'm playing...
and also the
well, I haven't been able to play a game on it yet.
Just in time.
But I play Victor mid.
They're going to look you. They're going to look you for sure. You want me? I'm not coming. I'm not coming. I'm not coming. Wait, can you help me? No flash? No, look. Lock. Lock.
Okay, there.
Lock dead.
Renekton on me.
Renekton. I'm hitting Renekton, okay?
Look
to run. I'm pushing. I'm fine.
Oh.
Back to live
Hey!
We got a problem.
How's that guy dead?
Is down. Tactical claims the kill in that
Looks
one.
like a flash E play from Blabber.
Losing their AD carry out of the replay.
Ah.
I really like this 1-2 punch they have though.
Oh,
Between the
replays,
setup and
please.
Syndra follow-up. Any single target that gets caught by both of those abilities is nearly guaranteed to be dead. But a replay now as we look back at what happened to Masu over there in the mid lane that led to this Drake take for C9. It's just Blabber. He's got Deadmans. He's got the steadfast presence.
Genuinely don't let them know how OP that item is.
And then it's Vulcan who ends up pulling the trigger for the engage. That enables C9 to take this Drake uncontested. They are now on Soul Point on this Hex Tech Rift that you mentioned earlier, Emily, and that is a scary prospect for FlyQuest in 5 minutes.
Yeah, even with
but like I was saying,
these, again, we talked
Swifty
about these
boots upgraded, Cosmic Drive second, Celerity and movement speed shard.
Sides of the map.
I press Q and I have 550 movement speed
because of the
on Victor.
collab.
550.
Getting onto Masu, who was pushed pretty far up because he did have backup coming out of the FlyQuest jungle.
550.
However, that is going to put C9 on Soul Point, and also they were able to pick up that bot lane.
Now, what I will say is, the Andres makes you deal significantly more damage. Shadow Flame on low HP targets obviously is just like way more damage.
And once you get Deadmans,
Chains of Corruption and Tempered Fate both shot out. The chains miss. The Fate does not. Blabber going to be your target in the middle of 4. Keeper's Verdict tries to buy enough time, but Blabber is already down. Meanwhile, back over in mid, Quad could be in some danger. Vulcan locks him up, but there's no follow-up damage. FlyQuest going to walk away with a +1 so far on this one. They have a 5-man group here in the mid lane. The Tier 1 terminal died to a single auto attack. Masu grabs that one. Baron is live on the map, and FlyQuest path their way towards it.
Just as we're talking about, Blabber, good pickoff on the Varus in mid lane, then he gets picked. Just the edge of Cryogen's ultimate. The Bard caught him, and now they're on Baron, drawing Cloud9 in.
They can't face check.
C9,
oh my god,
Thanos
just got them all the information they need.
He's behind the Baron pit wall now. Gakko jumps over, chasing towards the crocodile.
Wait, he's going to run face first into...
distance, and he slices over the wall and finds Masu.
Oh my god, Thanos, I love you. Thanos, I actually love you, bro.
Beautiful moves.
Thanos, I actually love you.
To force a critical summoner spell out of 1 carry.
Thanos, will you marry me?
Thanatos with the 5-head Mega Mind crocodile play. He flanks all the way around, and he gets so much value that is insane.
And now they get Nash.
To try and chase him, but not only does he get summoner spells, he kills a key carry.
Come on!
Baron, Thanatos, the savior of Cloud9, until we're inevitably a Baron Steel Flowers.
No, Griffin, don't you dare. Don't you dare, young man. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. He missed the R. He's flashed in. Oh my god. No!
FlyQuest take the objective. They are going to lose their jungler for it, but they will happily take the trade.
You knew it. With the way this series has gone, Flowers, inevitably, it's got to be a Baron Steel after that.
It has to be.
On one hand we give, in the other hand we take.
It feels like that's been happening all series, right? As we take a look at this Thanatos play, everyone just goes after Thanatos. He pops Dominus, almost assassinates Masu, and then Vulcan is immediately there for the taunt onto Quad. And then let's take a look at how Griffin is able to get in here.
He just flashes in there. He tried to ult in first. and then he just flashes in to be able to get
He
it
smited it at
Steals it away.
1.8k.
That was crazy too on the chase. FlyQuest, when they're chasing Thanatos, they're 2 low mobility carries separate from everyone else to do the cutoff on the bottom side of the map. And Thanatos is like, great!
Cool!
The Syndra and the Varus have been isolated themselves on the other side of this red pit. Perfect. But then it turns around, they steal it on the side of FlyQuest, and we're right back into the action, Flowers.
So, the important thing that comes up next is in less than a minute and a half, the Hex Soul will spawn for C9. The gold is pretty much dead even. FlyQuest do command the Baron for 20 seconds beyond when that dragon spawns, which should help them a lot in being able to set up first around the objective.
Yeah, and you already see them doing it, right? Like they pushed in that bot wave. Cryogen is moving in to get some vision down. Look at all of that vision control. I might have thought, I was like, is Blabber going to go for it? Is he? He has Loki there, but they're just going to end up clearing out the ward. But this should, as Cryogen is resetting, give them a really nice setup for this potential Hextech Soul for C9.
They're going to make a play on top side here. Look at the Jhin positioning. It was pinging to try and pick off the Zehen. Now they pull it right back off. They have the defensive vision, so Jhin is rotating back towards... Well, they're actually deciding at the moment. He rotates now back towards the mid lane. They're looking at Masu.
Okay, tactical and
Someone needs to tag him with something.
Wrapping around here, Masu immediately pops the Ghost Blade to create a little bit of extra distance. He's got Griffin and Cryogen right beside him. Teleports arriving now for Thanatos. And Gak goes both. Everybody's ready for the Hex.
Blabber? Oh my god. Oh my god. He's got Shen with him. It's big. It's big. Yeah, it's still big. It's still big. Okay, I got worried for a second. It's still big. Holy.
Trying to charge determination, but he is not determined enough. 3 dead on the FlyQuest side.
Okay, it's fine. Blabber's actually locked in. He might have fucked up the smite, but honestly, he's had a really good game. He has had a really good game in his defense. In his defense, he's had a really good game.
For the follow-up damage. Griffin's just trying to get away, but no. Loki jumps in, stays alive just barely, but barely's gonna do it. C9 absolutely slammed the fight 4-0. They're gonna take the Dragon Soul right after.
Every time I think C9 have gone in too far, it feels like Vulcan is there with a follow-up taunt onto these targets that Blabber is isolating.
Look at this, Bird. Look at this engage.
Really,
just
risky,
nuts.
In my opinion, but they just have
no, because they know.
As soon as Blabber sees the angle, he's immediately on to Masu.
Look at this 3-man ult as well.
Vulcan is in there. Loki manages to survive. Griffin is not able to get onto him.
My god.
And then they immediately turn on to Gakkos in the top side of the fight.
Yeah, Masu positioned himself right against the wall. And you got to know, since you burned your flash over the red buff
yeah, he's honestly had a really, really good...
Oh, man.
he has had a really good series, Blabber.
When the dive combo works, man. When the
Dare I
dive
say
combo
this
hits,
might be one of his best series all year.
Dude, you saw it. It's a
I don't even think I'm like
Varus, okay,
recency
against the
biasing
wall.
that. Like he probably had some really insane
Huge.
series in
He's like,
winter
oh
that I'm
my
forgetting,
God,
but
the Varus is against the wall. Goes in, dead man play, goes for the flash stun. They get the lock ultimate to tag him for the execute, and look at that mountain of gold for Cloud9.
We talked about how
here we go.
dangerous the CC setup can be with this lock, being able to freely move in these fights. I have loved this series thus far. Like, it feels like whenever I think someone is going to win, the other team responds.
Well, C9
if it's true, it's a sad state of affairs. I
continue
don't know why. All right, look, hey, look, I'm as negative Nancy as the next guy, but like C9 have sucked like since basically the end of winter.
So much more power as Thanatos loses a good chunk of his HP, down to about half here on the Renekton, but Blabber
also, first off, it is a sad state of affairs. Oh my god.
But Thanatos doesn't want him. The Tempered Fate locks up multiple players here from both
oh
sides.
my god. Is Thanos alive?
That's the
he is.
FlyQuest player.
Wow.
C9 gets one. They get themselves right back out. FlyQuest still scrambling, trying to defend as Tactical puts a bullet in the back of Cryogen's head. That's a 2-0 play for C9.
You can see how much damage this Hextech Soul is doing in that fight too. Tactical now is going to be able to clean up this topside turret, and things are looking really good for C9, Kobe.
They certainly are. The snowball is in full effect. With the Hextech Soul, I mean, it is really difficult to stop this because there's such long-range setup from the Jhin, and everybody has dive here for Cloud9 with the setup, with the Dead Man's Plate on Poppy is just going to run at you. So FlyQuest, they don't have a lot of safety on the map. And checking anywhere out as far as Baron is
Varus is going to start doing damage any second now.
Expect Cloud9 to continue to snowball this game, grab their Baron, and then look to finish the job at the FlyQuest base. Maybe even before then, they've got eyes on Masu, who again has no flash here, just a Ghost Blade to run for his life.
Yup, but he does do a good job sidestepping away from the taunt. As Loki wanting to step up to grab the kill on Amasu, instead just immediately blasted by Quad. That's a pretty big shutdown for FlyQuest, for the player that already had most of the money. So FlyQuest will stem this tide for now. They're going to have to wait until Loki's back alive for C9 to do anything more.
And crucially, that stops this push, right? As we take a look at this earlier fight with Thanatos getting rooted up, taking a whole bunch of damage. And I was just counting how many Hextech procs were in this, but really nice engage from Thanatos, the response from the Bard. But again, C9 just have so much
Hextech Soul is so OP.
Going in.
It is so OP.
Kerblam.
Yeah, it's really hard to protect carries like Syndra and Varus.
Can't even stay excited for long, man.
You saw there. Syndra is already chunked within the duration of the stun.
Can't even stay excited for long as
He's able to chunk her down to
We will make worlds. Thumbs up. Think God, I love you, bro. But this was a crazy statement to say.
One of the Jhin shots miss, but then she just dies right as soon as
What team was it that lost the Hextech Soul? Honest to God, I don't remember which team it was.
And does go down. That quote there, Flowers, about FlyQuest, making worlds, looks less and less likely as they lose to the top teams of the LCS. Yes, their schedule has been very difficult. Team Liquid and LYON are top teams. Losing to them is really rough, but now here against Cloud9, they're on the precipice of losing here as well.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's looking at
there's a
Liquid and
DTP
LYON
from
as the top team
Gakos.
right now, but Gakos wrapping
This
around
can't be
from the
legal.
side, trying to find the angle here to enter into the fight, tackled back into the wall instead. Determination mostly filled, but not quite there. The bar's not red
his
yet.
passive is
There he goes
up.
with the Grim Deliverance. Gakos in the middle of everybody as Vulcan has to
Great
try to get
Poppy
away.
off.
Blabber and Thanatos still here on the front line. Tactical opens up the curtain call. Quad wants to escape, but he's trapped in purgatory, and he goes to hell.
Oh, God.
Blabber continues the charge forward as Loki gets a double kill and Masu falls.
Is he getting up into here?
Triple kill for the lock. Loki is popping off, but Thanatos denies the penta as he cuts Griffin down himself. Only one.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. Poppy.
It's Gakos alone.
Poppy game from Blabber here is one of his best, I think.
Past
Oh,
him.
yeah.
It didn't matter that he had the positioning that he needed. C9 found the fight
Really
they
good stuff
wanted.
from him.
Now
I'm very,
they have to
I'm
march straight into the
genuinely,
base.
I'm impressed.
They are gonna force down these Nexus turrets without much of a fight from Gakos.
Genuinely.
That the Zahin can do. C9 2-0 dominate the head-to-head against FlyQuest.
All right, not bad.
Cloud9 are heating up in summer. Adding tactical
Okay,
and
I
Loki
would like
the
to
team.
run
Looking
ads, so
quite
I'm gonna do
good
that.
in
Thank you for
this
watching
series. I really
C9
like the
versus
combo
FlyQuest with me.
around
If you
Lock
guys
as
aren't gonna stick around for LYON versus Sentinels, that's fine. I still really very much so appreciate your company tonight. So if this is the last I see from you, bye bye. I'm gonna quickly continue with Gen GT1 review.
Oh, we were counting for it. So Vulcan is now tied with Aftermove for most assists in LCS history, but player of the game, we have to discuss that.
Yeah, we do.
Because the end of this game was so crazy.
It's all over the place.
I thought Thanatos
All right, well, game state looks really hard. Good pick. Honestly, FMAB was so good. Like, I'm very tempted to rewatch it again. Like, already. Does Sentinels win? No, they probably get BTFO'd, but who knows. Okay, good Pantheon play. I don't know. Whenever I see people play Pantheon, I just don't see it. Obviously, this game they're behind, and that's kind of the problem now with Panthers. If you fall behind, you can't make the same level or the same consistency of aggressive plays on side. But I just feel like you have to send it perma. What's BTFO? Beat the fuck out. Or beat the fuck out of. And FMAB is a former Alchemist Brotherhood. Oh, well. Well, Owner did have... He did have Flash, but did he not have... Oh my god. There is vision of that, right? Oh. Yeah. Oh. Rather save the playlist and link it? Bro, it's not even a playlist, it's actually just autoplay. This is one of those Spotify like autoplays where you just stay on it for a couple of days. Wow. T1 actually kind of get away with murder here. Obviously Canyon's dead, so like it makes sense and they kill Chovy, but the circumstance of... And T1 get the second Baron of the game, but lose. How, bro? Also, I'm not gonna lie, if you're watching on YouTube right now, you are missing out on very good music. It's just me breathing into the mic, watching this VOD in 4x. Yeah, it is, Kira. Dragon timer? 30 seconds. Well, does no one end up with Elder? Someone has to end up with Elder. Is it T1? Do T1 end up with Elder and Baron? Epic Gamer, thanks so much for the Prime. Oh my god, Chrono Trigger, you know. Inject this into my veins. This is peak Japanese game. Oh, Chovy. Wow. And then Dominance. So they get Elder, surely. I'm sorry, did Dura just ult the wrong way? Did I? Ooh. How do T1... I mean, And how does Chovy end up caught? Like, genuinely, was that a Jin W? I mean, he was going to get Pantheon man dropped anyway, but... No. Oh, it's a condemn. Then Jin W. Fair play. Doran really... Yeah, Doran's been locked in this game, man. Genji have to give everything. Don't worry though. Erdi, it was you that asked for a playlist link, right? I'm gonna compile all of the best songs out of this autoplay into a playlist. Because this has been generational. Oh, they got mid inhib. Elder's obviously dropped off a little while ago. Baron just dropped off. Oh my god, Doran, bro. Just fair play. Just fair play. Sorry if this is giving you like motion sickness or something, by the way, guys. I know times 8 is not for everyone. Okay. But I'm trying to get through this because I'm going to need to talk about the game tomorrow morning on Power Spike. The music is much louder than your mic. I know. This is the non-verbal part of the stream, and sorry on YouTube because you probably just, well, you only hear me talk like this, so it has to be weird. Momik, are you in the Discord? If you're in the Discord, leave that as a suggestion. I don't think I have a music suggestion. No, I have a music channel. Leave a link to it in the music channel. Leave a link to it in the music channel. Because I don't want to come off this autoplay like for the next day. How are we doing on time? Break ends in 10 seconds. Well, Genji gifted T1 with Elder and Nash and they couldn't end, and then... Sorry. Genji gift T1 and then T1 gift Genji. Oh my god. Yo, Canyon finally did a young person kick. That was a Gen Alpha kick right there. Look at this. Gen Alpha kick, finally. Gen Alpha? That's the one that comes after Z, right? Pretty sure. Alright, well. Because we've been watching some highlights of this guy's Lee Sin, bro, and it's not been great. He remembered who he was. No, genuinely. Right. Well, I might as well quickly load up game 2 before they get into a game. Twisted Fate Faker. Game 2 was a stomp? Yeah, I can see. I just want to see why it ends up being that way. Invade. Map split? No map split, map split. Ooh. Okay, but what impact does this have? Okay, pays blew both sums for first blood. So he's up gold, but he's down a whole level. TF into Syndra feels rough. Not if you're good. Not if you're good. And let me tell you right now, Faker's laning has been pretty consistently poor for a little while. So let's take a look at the first 3 levels. Fuck it. What does he do? Because I think that this lane is really good as long as you've got... So he's missing something. He doesn't have the... He has the 3% movement speed shard, but he isn't running sorcery, so he doesn't have celerity. So he doesn't have the extra movement speed. He would normally have 343 movement speed, if memory serves me right. He lost bone playing in a bit of a silly way, and ate a Q. And ate the next Q. And ate the next Q. Well, unfortunately, if enemy mid laner is Chovia, I guess even if your name is Faker, sometimes this can just happen. He did get all the CS, though. I guess that's okay. But, like, genuinely, some of these Qs, like those last 2 Qs, for example, yo, I'm being so for real. Like, he dodges that one, but you see this next one? If he has 5 extra movement speed and he's clicking this way, he dodges this, by the way. Good chance he dodges this. Good chance he dodges this. And then the next Q, but he's slowed, but he almost techs it. No, he wouldn't dodge this one with the movement speed shot, but the W he would have dodged. And then maybe he wouldn't be slow to get hit by the Q, you know? Like, all of these things add up. I think you should always run double MS in your runes. I think you should always run double MS in your runes as Twisted Fate. Sorry. My bad. I forgot what part of the stream this was. Draft start yet? Nope. Okay, fake impact early. Lovely. First positive. First R is positive. Thank God. We're down 15 CS. Actually, that was a huge wave. We're only down 10. And Pays just solo killed Ruler. Or duo killed Ruler, sorry. 2v2 killed. Huh. Okay, we're in draft. But I can see what's about to start happening. I know. It's a very sad timing because that is a crazy good volume increase, but...
Boomed.
Oh.
From the practice, they
From
just
the
can't even
undefeated
play.
season that they're having.
I mean, Saint did have food poisoning last week. That might have been the cancel.
Yeah,
but I heard one this week, too.
Okay,
So you never know.
okay. I ran into our Mayo before the game started, and I was like, "Bro, I heard they fired Inspired. You're gonna be starting jungler for a Lion because you're just winning too much." He's like, "No, I refuse. I am retired. And
I'm going back to school."
Yeah, exactly. He's like, "They can't make me." So, and our Mayo's back for another week. We assume this is the last week. I've heard
Dude,
that
it was
is,
crazy.
we will find out.
I was talking about this on Mind the Gap, and I was looking at the global contract database, and at the time it was like the 10th, and it said his contract expired on the 9th. I'm like, yeah, he's done. And then right after I post the episode, I read a comment, be like, they just updated it for another week. I'm like, he's in! That's how I got my update that Inspired wasn't coming back.
There you go. That's how Inspired got his update too. Got let go at the same time. You forgot to see that in the global database. Armeo, the undefeated king.
We all got that
of the
Armeo
LCS,
speech and he's playing again, bro. It's so crazy, no?
In his time subbing in for LYON, you know, we're joking, but also it is very impressive.
He's been solid.
And, you know, it's easy to say in retrospect, oh yeah, well, LYON's laners are so good, they're just going to win anyway. But none of us really, except for Kobe, thought that they were actually going to finish first in the regular season.
Correct.
Because we made our predictions based on Inspired being away. A lot of us thought there would be that MSI hangover, UWC hangover, that they'd be burnt out and that they would struggle. But they have not lost a single game, let alone a series.
That's the crazier part to me, is the fact that they are actually undefeated. But if you look,
Yo, Teach, I need extenuating circumstances to dunk on Dardoch on Halbach.
There was some volatile moments.
Dude.
But I would say that Armeo.
Oh yeah, by the way, guys, join that Discord. Join the Discord. I haven't been chilling it enough this stream, but if you're enjoying the vibes, we're trying to push for League Partner Program. More active Discord makes life very, very easy.
So I think it's going to be a fun little finish to his LCS career, assuming this is his last series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it is, and he's able to finish off on an 8-0, that is just really cool, right? Like, that's a really cool story to be able to tell. Yeah, still got it. Came back one more time. All right. It was a little bit too easy, so decided to go back to school.
Not a challenge anymore.
Yeah, it wasn't really a challenge, so. Just going to be taking some casual classes, studying some astrophysics, you know, becoming a rocket scientist.
Armeo becomes the rocket scientist after being
looking for more of a challenge, you know?
The Olaf lock
I'll only be active on Discord if I can jump into call with him, and you have to tell me how dog shit my takes are. We are getting closer and closer to being due a call-in segment. It has been a little while.
Really good Cassio game in week 1, but Mage's bot lane being on
we could get one soon though.
Mildly nerfed.
Yeah, Olaf has just become so popular. MSI, obviously, it was coming out as kind of a niche counter pick. Then people are like, oh, it's actually pretty good in a lot of these matchups. And then it has gotten to the point that now it's just a blind pick. I'm expecting Jax and Vayne probably be the two bans that they would be looking for potentially here as kind of those protection bans for the Olaf, but
you're not buying into Impact and Nivea counterpick, because that's another thing, the top lane of Nivea into Olaf.
I mean, I feel like I can see the idea, right?
Yeah.
You can't immune the wall, you know?
Gotta run around it.
You gotta run around it. So I can see it, but I feel like a Nivea is gonna struggle, you know, to actually put a lot of pressure on. And then you do have to be able to play, you know, with an additional mage and with one less kind of bruiser or frontliner, which is sometimes I think the thing that teams struggle with more than it is like the piling of champions. It's how they have to play differently in team fights.
Interesting. So they banned the Rumble instead, meaning if Impact wants to play Vayne, one of the preferred counter picks, or the Kled, he's going to be able to.
And I guess maybe they're just saying it's Impact,
talking about the Kled
right?
matchup yesterday as well, which is, I think the more Olaf plays against it, the slightly better it becomes for the Olaf, assuming like a Kled one trick was what was piloting it. But Impact's not a known Kled player, so it could be pretty difficult.
And he's not a known Vayne player either, right? So it may be more of a nod towards the player. They're like, you do play Jax, you do play Rumble. I don't believe you're going to play Kled. I don't believe you're going to play Vayne. So we'll just leave those open. He did play Varus top, which was a disaster game that ended in a win, if you do remember, where he just
to be fair though, Varus top into Olaf should fry it.
Game. So there is always the possibility that he could go towards a range top laner, but
then like
Impact,
then you're playing Varus top
him to be playing
into Jarvan
like that into the Olaf.
Lion also takes the Shen for Isles most likely.
Pick a neutralizer, call it a day.
This
would actually be the game for Garen, by
Shen
the way.
tech that works into it, but that is another denial.
This would be the game that makes sense for Garen. You know, someone asked for it earlier.
Now we're going to find out, what does Impact take?
I bet he
oh my god, it's the Anivia.
Renekton or something.
It's the Anivia counter pick. He's doing the Anivia.
But it could be going mid, because it's Anivia is also good at Cassio.
Is a really good Anivia.
I'm just thinking it's the most boring possible pick, so it is Renekton.
And they'll still have the team Anivia wall tech.
I think he's just going to pick Gnar, even though it's like really
But it could be. It could be the Impact Anivia top. We have to wait and find out what this final pick is going to be, and that will probably give us the answer. But I feel like usually in these kind of matchups, Impact does just go the most standard thing and then just kind of plays towards the matchup, but it is going to be the Kled, so very exciting. Going to be seeing the Impact Kled. I am a little bit dubious on if Impact plays crazy enough to really make Kled work, because Kled is a champion that you have to fight your way out of every difficult situation.
Really?
It's not a champion that plays well from behind.
I would have thought that
utility. You have
Varus
to fight,
deals so much damage before the all-in starts, it's fine.
5 career games on the Kled for Impact on stage. So more than I would have actually expected. 60%.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
All right, I'm gonna run 2 minutes of ads.
You win 60% of your games every time.
3 and 2 on the Kled.
There you go.
Not bad.
True.
That would be true. If all you ever do is win very consistently 60% of your games, you always win Worlds.
If in every series.
Correct. You can never fall below it.
Because if you start in play-ins, you could win all your games and then just, lose really quickly in the group stage. You still have 60% win rate.
Yeah.
Well, this will probably be a stomp, guys.
If you win 60% of the games in every series,
then you win Worlds.
But we'll see.
There you go. So there you have it.
We found
officially a Kled worthy of winning Worlds. Exactly. Based on the stats, we have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Impact is a Worlds winning Kled.
But I think beyond,
unless he loses in that case.
Beyond his 60, then he's back to 50%. Yeah. And that's trash.
Yeah.
Beyond having to play super aggressive, you really just have to know.
I think Olaf has a lot of good setup
here. I like
here.
your skill point check.
Jarvan's below Psalms.
Skilling up the W.
Stand United to deliver Shen.
It is a really, really big deal in a lot of aggressive Kled matchups. If you didn't listen to me talk about it yesterday, Kled is one of the only champions you don't want to instantly skill your second skill point because the W is a passive, and what it does is it gives you additional damage on these auto attacks, and also gives you a ton of attack speed. So you get a ton of attack speed, like 150% or something like that. Yeah. And it allows you to remount really, really quickly. But if you just skill it instantly, it is very unlikely that you have it perfectly come up as you dismount. So what people do is they hold the skill point right when you dismount, you level up the W, you instantly get these fast auto attacks coming out, and you have the pocket pistols. You can get a really quick remount, which is incredibly powerful for these all-ins.
Yeah. So, I've just heard emergency bathroom break for Berserker and Armeo. But I think more so Berserker. So, Berserker's the one who paused the game, and then if someone goes, now the floodgates are open. Now everyone's just leaving. So,
oh my god,
I blame Berserker for this. Yeah, he's like, you know what? If they're gonna let us do this, why not?
I like the shrug to the camera. Joker's like, what? Where's everybody going? It's okay as long as we don't start the one at a time.
No. This is not okay, I think.
There's no one at a time.
I think this
Well,
is...
we have a pause, 30 seconds on Fly C9.
By Berserker.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard because
I
you
think,
can't say, like, no, you're not allowed to go to the bathroom. But I think
it was a mostly positive look from C9. I think they still look a little bit sloppy, but I think now every team looks sloppy, so it's a bit more acceptable compared to like the beginning of the year where they looked incredibly clean and no one else looked clean.
We've got Hall Monitor Jack on the case.
And if it's true, then we need to start talking about lactate.
Yeah, I just think individually,
because it's a
Blabber
dietary
stepped
restriction
up.
at that point.
Really, really impressed with Blabber. I think Tactical had a very acceptable series, very serviceable.
That can be a Jat stat.
I'm just rather suspicious.
Thanatos played fine as per usual.
2 weeks in a row with LYON games. I think
Vulcan had a really good series. Game 2, he was set up a lot though.
I wish there was a way that I could get through.
You don't care, right? Like game 1.
Yeah, Saint's asking where his teammates are.
Well, we'll see how long it takes them. Hopefully they'll be back here pretty quick.
Well, there's not that many bathrooms in the building.
They got to split up.
We lost 6 players?
We got to split up. We got to go to different bathrooms. Yeah. Can't be forming a queue in one bathroom. That's just poor pathing. Did any junglers go? Because otherwise the pathing might not be
Armeo was gone right away.
All right, so we have to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Sure, he's going to know where to go.
You know?
He's going to know where to go. He's a veteran.
Yeah.
He's been here before. He's like, I know there's the one in the back. I know there's 2 by the kitchen.
AD carries, though, I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
If someone isn't shot calling for the AD carry,
toilet pathing discussions. I mean,
I know, but this is what happens when an AD carry shot calls. You get a delay. Berserker's like bathroom break, shot call,
bad shot
and then people are like, I guess half the team is going to follow for the shot call.
Yeah, the build order was bad today for sure.
Terrible.
Should have had the bathroom break pre-tech check.
It's true.
To account for this, you know.
They do have a bathroom break. Like they walked into the room like 10 minutes ago. There's no way in the 10 minutes after walking into the room, he's like, actually now it's happening.
Also, this could not be good for the viewership of the league.
It's just.
Yeah, my viewership is currently tanking.
I will also say,
so if my viewership is tanking, I imagine the LCS's viewership is tanking. So
that's it. For sure, it's a nervous thing. It's a classic nervous thing. But that's why you're professionals. Everybody has it. You can't just start willy-nilly allowing these emergency pauses. Otherwise, we're in situations like this.
Just complete bedlam. It's chaos.
Chaos
at the LCS.
So somehow Armeo was the second person to leave and the last person to return. So this doesn't bode that well for his performance in the game.
For his jungle clear.
Yeah, he's not going to be on top of it.
It's going to be a slow jungle clear.
Slow clear.
Slow clear.
Yeah, I think Joker's saying the same thing.
Yeah.
It's rather slow.
All right. Old guys went bathroom. I don't know why. They can't control bladder. That's the team chatting game from Saint Dokla.
So production has done the VOD review. It wasn't last week, but it was week 2 that Berserker had called for the emergency bathroom break. I think this should be
Something I know, Shimada, the moment Kadriel stops streaming, even LCK goes to 12, 13k on mid-tier
so he's
double
emergency
tier.
bathroom breaks.
So League might be cooked. Oh, 100%.
I mean, shoot.
Yeah, no. A lot of people have just straight up grown an attachment. Well, obviously in this case directly to Kadriel. Like,
and the second one should be a fun
they will only watch League if for some reason it has like a camera and it's Kadriel's face on it.
I mean, okay, if that's the case, then he's going to go before final tech check.
Which really makes me wonder, like, along the way, where did all of this apathy come
first yellow card. He's never coming back.
To the League?
So he's going to hold this up for 10 minutes. He doesn't.
He can take as long as he wants.
He can.
The man with nothing to lose.
It's not like anyone's here to
I came back from pretending new food spawned in the fridge and misread the LCS tag as LGBT. Well, there was that time where people were saying that the background of my flag was like,
I'm retired.
It looked like the color of my backdrop looks like the bi flag, allegedly. So everyone was saying I've come out as bi.
He's like, I don't want to be here. What do you mean?
We needed him.
Today he decides to stream IG series and LCK was idling around 12k. Huh.
He's not even the one that paused, so...
Yeah, I mean,
Perhaps. Okay. If Armeo had the emergency, which it's looking more and more like that could have been the case, and Berserker was just pausing
he was
for
just
him,
innocent.
Then I think that's
that one Papa Smithy tweet from last year is aging like a fine wine.
Needing to make an amendment.
Yeah. You're going to have to take back.
Yeah.
Go to the VAR, take back the yellow card.
I think potentially. I don't really want to ask him after the game, but I'm just
going to need a full review of the play.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah. Get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, that's also everyone. Everything that FX just said
like a 7-minute bathroom break.
He can take as long as he needs. That's my take,
yeah.
you know?
Okay.
It's just true, isn't it?
Like
internationally, the Western teams just fell very far behind and it didn't even look like a competition anymore.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
It is curious,
then a lot of ERLs just died, so it's like...
That you can go years without needing an emergency bathroom break, and then suddenly...
Where do you even, you know? What Papa Smithy tweet? It was the tweet to do with, I think it was MSI talent last year.
We never had
a
lot of spilling on stage. And then, you know, Sven Skaren, I feel like he was the one who started it all.
He did.
Still Skaren himself. We got to the point where we're having so many spills. We needed sippy cups on stage for the pros.
But now they just have bottles of water.
They're back to bottles. Yeah. I wonder if Masu specifically has to use a sippy cup though, because he did break a PC.
It was Masu or was it Griffin recently?
I think it was Masu. I think he knocked a coffee directly into
the computer. I remember this now.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Armeo is back.
And he nuked it.
Armeo's back.
All right.
Stop the count. It's been just under 7 minutes. Chat can let us know if that's an acceptable.
He took that long. He wasn't just doing his full clear. He was doing some counter jump.
Yeah, that's like, if you at 7 minutes, you're already level 6. Like, that's a long.
He's ready to go.
He's ready for a couple full clears, plus second crab. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Maybe he already got second crab.
Thank goodness we were starting this game.
All right, we're getting into game here. LYON versus Sentinels. Believe it or not, it's game 1.
Crazy.
We're still here. And it is going to be Impact's Kled coming out here. He is playing Ignite, plus the Flash, and Dokla is playing Flash Ghost. So no one going in towards the exhaust, but you can see already supports roaming up towards that top side, knowing this is going to be Spicy, who he does get that lane ward.
Finally into game. Hold on, I'm still looking for the tweet.
So both supports have gone top and dropped down a ward.
Just additional safety, especially with the Jarvan in the game. There's always that cheese potential if Armeo wanted to completely sell out for the top lane, but...
And we didn't even really talk about it, but obviously Berserker did Casio bot, and then
it was this tweet.
You know, Saint here.
Riot has an embarrassment of riches in League of Legends English casting talent in 2025, but only independent variable of success is whether Kadriel turns on his co-stream or not. End result, great people sit at home. I don't know who he was specifically talking about. It must have been someone from the LCK side, I imagine.
Specifically, playing it last night. Interesting point, though, with Armeo. Now that he is really ready to play, junglers who have started the split 8-0.
Yeah, EU Masters matches legit used to get 40, 50k. Yeah, I know.
He would join this list of Inspired, Blabber, Reignover, and Saint Vicious. And I think the more important thing, though, if he really wants to be great for all time, is he wins these next 2, and then just goes off into sunset. He would be the only one to start 8-0 and then end the split undefeated.
There you go.
Everyone else went on to lose a later game. Armeo would not.
Except for Armeo. Went out on top. That's how he'll be remembered.
Yep.
The greatest jungler of all time.
Well, Jamada, you're a part of the problem.
The biggest what if, you know?
Yeah, no, it's true. I am.
What if Armeo stayed?
Yep.
They didn't have to play with that Inspired
Don't throw
guy.
stones.
Would they have won Worlds?
Inspired has never had 100% win rate in a split.
However the saying goes, hey?
Does right now.
Does so far. We'll see if he does in 30 minutes or so.
Well.
As Darkwing's trading pretty heavily here with Saint, but all jokes aside, of course, Inspired going to be back pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, we had a very, very long conversation about it yesterday, actually.
Because the break has gone on quite a long
Those
time.
of you who are here obviously heard the entire spiel, but
obviously Inspired is the better player.
there's just like
but there is the question.
There's
will
not
they
really a
perform better with
reason
Inspired
to
right when he comes
be
back?
a commentator
He's gonna be
right
returning
now, unless you're a play-by-play, maybe.
For LYON home grounds.
Because if you're
they're
an
gonna have some really hard
analyst,
matches, including playing against TL, and he will basically have missed.
if you want to be an analyst, then there's no point.
I was fully on board, and we don't know exactly why he's missing. Maybe it's
the way that you are valued now is whether or not you have an appeal to authority in being an ex-pro player or an ex-coach.
MSI into EWC, taking the first 2 weeks off of a split. Anything beyond that, and I start feeling like you can really start generating some rust. It's going to take a long time to de-rust, and it's going to
sorry, in the LEC. I'm not sure about the LCS.
Additional 5 weeks where his
it just seems like they don't want to expand the team all, which is their choice, their prerogative.
Forming new habits that then have to
be, obviously we're in a situation where, because of the degradation of the talent pipeline over the last couple of years, though it is a little bit unfair, and I know the circumstances of why it didn't happen.
I always kind of think about
the fact that Chronicler's position couldn't get filled, I think, is a symptom of that, right? It's a symptom of a very bad talent pipeline.
This is Saint, though. He has been performing incredibly well this split.
And some unfortunate circumstances. Like, I've been very open about the fact that I did get off of the LCK.
And they're going to be facing off in week 6, so not next week. They will have a bye to facilitate the extra games that they're going to be playing in Mexico at the LYON home ground. So that is really, I think, the match that everyone has circled
I know that,
to find out
and you know that, and anybody with half a brain knows that. Oh, the Comet got the egg. Wow.
Nice Comet egg there by Saint. Onto Darkwings, will be vulnerable for a return gank. Obviously, it's still totally fine with where Darkwings got egg, but getting the egg that early can be quite beneficial if they want to get.
Yeah, is it fair to say Jamada is killing esports?
Saint and Quid, the only 2 players currently to have player of the week. Quid has
I'd
won
like
2,
to believe
Saint has won
that
one, and
via
Saint
my
has taken all that
contribution
momentum
of
he
things
had
like
from MSI,
content
straight
and
here to the LCS stage.
General.
So Impact did not actually hold his W, so there's a flash in from Dokla looking for the solo, and I think he's gonna get it. Does not hold the skill point, doesn't have it for the remount. Wanted to use it for trading earlier on, and Dokla in the counter matchup makes it look easy. He had already forced his flash.
Wonder if you actually are supposed to just hold that until you dismount.
That was super simple there for Dokla, and Impact is in a disaster spot already. You took the counter pick, you were down 14 CS and got solo killed by 4 minutes.
It's crazy. So he burned the flash at level 1 to Dokla when Dokla burned Ghost, skills his violent tendencies while under the turret without Dokla even being there. So wanted it to just push out the wave, but flash ignite, completely solo kill. Dokla's dominance continues, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, that is a disaster for Impact. In a lot of games like this, if you have that bad of a start on Bled, you are just useless for the rest of the game.
There's no, what you call it?
1v1, then it becomes very, very difficult. You have basically no wave clear until you complete Titanic or something along those lines.
Yeah.
So even pushing out is hard. And it becomes tough, right? You're kind of relegated to just roaming around the map and looking for alts, looking for ways to
one more time. Yeah, there's
so
just like there's no reason. There's no reason to be a
like an Impact style champ. And
no reason to be an analyst anymore.
Turn it around because he's in a horrible start.
He is, but he's up against
LPL broadcast basically doesn't exist because you can't actually progress.
Has been doing this to everybody, Azale.
Realistically,
this is Dokla stats, the guy who we're criticizing for laning phase in spring.
And obviously, not that it's a
so far gold difference at 14, CS difference at
not
14,
that it's a what do you call it, something that they have to do.
Absolutely smashing. And has continued
but
to do
many
it.
of the popular co-streamers don't even watch when they co-stream the LPL.
Yeah.
They don't watch the.
It's absurd. He's playing so well right now.
I mean, he's always
they don't watch the LPL English broadcast, so it's like those guys don't even really get.
Well, that is just terrifying.
Like additional exposure.
I agree.
You know?
I hadn't seen all those stats, but I've been looking at Dokla as
yeah. They're basically doing like.
is
They're doing
gonna
charity work,
keep
bro.
taking the bad end of these trades. Dokla just going to be looking.
They're
to push
legit
him
doing
back,
charity
and
work.
The scary thing here for Impact is Dokla will just slowly whittle you down, get
Like,
you
do you know,
dismounted, and then
like,
he
so
will be
much
looking
of
for an all-in while
my
you're
own
dismounted
personal
and just try
recognizability
to take you
in
out
the
before you
space
can actually get that remount.
was
Sitting on
Cadril
3
co-streaming the
biscuits
LPL
and
in
refillable potion
2023.
as well for Dokla. Like, he's got sustain for days as
And like, I did my own things as well,
His
don't get me
ability
wrong.
to win the war of attrition in
And I
this
do
lane,
kind
has
of,
an experience advantage
I
on
do
him
kind of
as well. He's
stand
level
out in the
7
league
first, so
space.
he's in a good spot. It's all about
But,
whether or not the rest of LYON can
that and like
hold that advantage and
me,
then let him run over team fights late game.
Yeah, it is going to
you
be
know,
pretty
doing like
difficult,
bullshit,
for
like
them
in Cadril's
to
chat when I'm
deal with
live
this. Olaf,
on
any Olaf
the
from ahead
LPL
is
and all these
really
like
tough
different
to
things
deal
and
with.
like interacting with
Obviously,
Dom and
they're
this and
reliant
that
on
and the other.
CC
And
here, you know, with champions like Leona.
all of that came through the LPL and their interaction with the broadcast
Can
directly.
be quite good, especially if you do fight in corridors.
But now they don't.
You can just wall off.
Well, obviously
an
Dom is
Olaf, and then if he doesn't have flash, the ult doesn't do
call it?
anything. So there is that possibility to just try to kite it out and just try to delay and be able to win.
It's fair. As soon as their plan didn't include Nymera, their viewer base was going to be half of possible. No.
With both
No, that's a
Syndra
horrendous
and
take.
Cassio, you know, being pretty high DPS champs.
It absolutely is. I mean, just look
One,
at
horrendous
Sensei
take.
and always crap.
2,
He's already plus
Nymera wanted
18
to stay on his own
and 7,
channel.
If you can keep holding that, it's only going to get worse. But we'll say
So
Hambach
that is
did
just
manage to secure the first rate
like
of the game.
actually unironically we're
The
just
overall
lying.
game state, if you close your eyes and don't
Probably
look
not
properly,
intentionally, but we are just
totally
lying.
fine, with Rahel doing completely fine into the Cassiopeia.
And if memory serves me correct,
there's the dismount.
I'm
Miles is
pretty
up
sure
on this
they
side,
asked
but
if he
they aren't
wanted
gonna
to
look for any
be
sort
on
of
it,
dive.
and he said
Just
no.
going to take the push in and
So
reset here, and Impact will be a little bit
that guy
delayed
has
on
nothing to
his
do with it.
recall.
Yeah, and the
At all.
egg just came back up for Darkwing, so getting egged early on doesn't.
You went to
end up
China for
costing
LPL
him
broadcast? I was offered
whatsoever.
twice,
Still
but I didn't
just
want
a
to
little
go.
bit down in farm, but he's in an okay spot on Anivia, as we could be seeing a big grub fight here.
Yeah, Armeo going to take one grub and just flag and drag out over the wall. Likely to give up 2. Scatter going to connect.
But I don't know how that's
onto
possible endless
Ruby,
because
but
they
it's pretty
actually
tanky,
they
and
unironically have
Ruby
a
did full
very
fight their
very good
way in
SEO.
past Darkwings.
Like
You can see both
the
top
channels
players
are
moving
literally
down,
called
but Impact
LPL
is
English,
still
man.
dismounted. This could be a dangerous fight for him.
It
Armeo
doesn't.
looking.
Oh,
Scrub gonna be taken. There's the taunt
that
flash
guy has
on
flash.
Darkwing.
They
Splashes
couldn't
over the
follow
wall
up.
to get away from Armeo. Saint going to be looking
Thinking
with the
about it.
scatter here. Hombach trying to turn back around there with who he has on the side. The ult gets popped as it's Dokla looking for Impact.
He was gonna
chasing
take
him
away from
down.
their base.
Dismounts him once
Brr,
again as the Cataclysm is there onto Hombach. Saint going to get knocked back
Peace
over
and love
the wall
Nymera.
by the
Whenever I see
flash
his
cone. Saint
streams,
flashes
like
out with no HP.
he's only chilling with
Finally
like
burns
200,
down.
300
Armeo is fighting.
viewers.
Darkwings is out of mana. And it is
I don't think I've ever seen him
there
with more
for
than like
Dokla onto Impact.
500.
Fight on 2 fronts. Dokla gets the 1v1 up top with an extended turret dive, and Rahel's Ezreal ultimate almost turned that. Saint
Like
got put in a pretty
since
goofy
the broadcast got
position,
nuked, even when the
getting glass
broadcast
coned
first got
over
nuked,
by
and people
Hugi's
needed like a
Leona, but
place to
let's watch
watch,
it one
like
more
I don't
time.
think he had
The Anivia
crazy numbers
really
like that.
sectioning Saint down at the beginning of the fight, and then it's kind of about waiting for cooldowns, right? Saint used
Yeah,
his
like
QE
this is what I'm
early,
saying. Like
but
we just have
then
to be
once Hugi
intellectually
flies over
honest.
the wall,
Like you can
Armeo
love,
House
you can
decided
really
to
like a guy.
all
Like
in
I
on
have no
Hombach.
cons with Nymera.
Gonna
Like
focus on
I
the bottom fight here
have a lot of
because Saint
respect
gets
for the
thrown
amount
back
of
in.
grind and
Looks like he
time that
flashed
he's put into the
Ezreal
LPL, but
ultimate over the wall, which eventually led to him falling. Otherwise, that could have been an even bigger
Nymera
win
is
for
not
LYON.
pulling numbers
Yeah,
like that
pretty well
this
played
year,
by Hugi.
and I don't think he was
Hitting
pulling
that
numbers
blast
like
cone to knock
that
Saint back
last
into
year
the
either.
pit, Gets him low, and then he tries to flash out. Gets tagged by that ulti as you're talking about. And now Dokla
The only thing Nymera really
does
has
have
going
that
for him in that
experiment on
aspect
next
is
play.
just
Great scatter
like
there from Saint, and
the
Hugi
actual
is just gonna be gone.
the
Has
actual
no flash and
quantity,
has
the
no
fact
way
that
out.
he's
Berserker
very
picking up the
rarely
kill.
missed
Great roam there
games.
from Saint. And it is your MasterCard power
Like the
spike
consistency
of
is
the game. Dokla with those
the
2
impressive
early
thing that
kills. I
gives
think
him
both of them were solo as well. I'm not
like
sure if anyone
I
got
don't
an
know what the word is,
assist onto
synonymity.
Impact. And he
Gives him that
is
level of like
going to be so far
people when
ahead.
people think of the
Impact
LPL they think of
just
Nymera.
can't take any of these fights.
That's really insane. I mean, it is, I think, at this point, an overpowered pick, but also, if you're going to play what
But
is
yeah, like the
considered
main
a
thing
counter
is
to
that
it, I
like
think
Riot
this is
never
proving
ended up
that you
picking
need
up
to be
the
really
LPL English
experienced on the
broadcast
plat. And I think the
again
more
once
Olaf
China
you play,
side
since
dropped it.
there are some players, even in North America, that are
appropriately.
like,
You know, like
basically
2024,
clip one tricks.
they ran
I'm
it
sure
half.
Dokla's played
They
against
ran
him, so
4
he'll know
days out of the
exactly how
week,
the matchup is supposed to go. And as soon as Impact doesn't do that, Dokla's been punishing him immediately.
and
Yeah,
then
no, I completely agree. And
yeah,
This is always the
BLG
risk
didn't
of
win Worlds in
some of these kind of
2024,
picks,
so we lost
especially
the
a champion
LPL
like
broadcast.
Kled. It is insanely high risk, high reward champion. You can just play a tank into
My top laner has 58 CS at 11 minutes.
You're not going to have a fun time. You're not going to be able to take a lot of trades, but you can farm and you can be useful. We'll see if he can find a way. As Saint here going to get caught, and he's going to get solar flared. The follow-up stun is there, and on the other side, the petrifying gaze was onto the Xin Zhao, who falls as well. Saint stays alive. Darkwings is dead, and Lion
so when BLG
crushed
wins
the
Worlds in
fight
2026, we get it
and
back.
are just starting to run away
I'm gonna
with
hold
it.
your balls when I
Yeah,
tell you
maybe
this.
they're fine without Inspired. You know, the more I watch this game, it feels like every everyone is just smashing. Dokla still in the top lane. What a crisp fight that was. Dokla might end up falling.
Can he 2v1? He's got biscuits.
Still.
Yeah, going to be stunned up. There's the Ignite. He's going to flash over the wall, but a great joust to follow from Impact. Dokla tries to take the fight, cannot do it. Overextended, punished there by Hui.
Nice gank, and then getting the shutdown on Impact will
No, I mean, we all joked about it, but
his
like,
game. Really
genuinely just because of the way that Riot Global seem to operate, speculation on the way. We did jest that there was a chance.
We're killing in one shot. We're killing in one shot. Keep going.
We did jest that there was a chance that if BLG won Worlds in 2024, that the LPL broadcast would have received more care, basically.
Nice. Good one.
Good one. Good shot calling there by Armeo at the end. But I'd say Isles played that fight great.
But they didn't. And so we have no LPL broadcast anymore. And that's the real killer, right? You think about all of the awesome casters that came out of the LPL in like the last 5 years alone.
Isles tries to tunnel the wall, gets pulled back by the bear trap on a rope.
Hysterics, Nymera, Dagda.
2 times Isles up towards that top side, and this time he is going to be punished.
Obviously, there was Munchables and Sheen, and those guys would have been like career long.
Yeah, no wall, no flash, no egg, no nothing.
LPL guys for sure.
Be a pretty easy kill here.
But very easily could have been on the LEC, like more regularly, and obviously they guested on the LEC every now and again.
I think he smote him to death. I think that was
yeah,
a little
Orcs obviously.
There by Armeo.
I hate that guy though.
Smite steal. I
hate that guy. I can't mention. I can't talk about Orcs.
The little fadeaway smite, steal it away.
Nice gank. I mean, timing on his EQ is perfect.
And what I mean by that is every single time I've joined the broadcast, Orcs has either left frame 1 or he has left like at the soonest available opportunity to leave.
Even though they did kill Dokla, we didn't get to
so basically I just miss him.
But Dokla was playing between the 2 towers and wanted to obviously interrupt Impact. He was trying to ult back for the wave. So even though Impact got the shutdown, he lost the entire wave, including the cannon to his tower. So
I mean, one thing I'll always say, which was just like, it was complete insanity to me,
missed out on all those minions. So he does
was 2023 MSI was here in London. I was on the LPL. I was by craft casting the best league I'd ever cast. As a commentator, I was the best I ever was. I would say now, with my knowledge and like kind of craft study, I'm probably a little bit better, but not by much.
I don't think this will work.
Just the sheer amount of reps I was doing on the LPL was just making me such a like on the money commentator in my mind. And I didn't get selected for MSI. And then I had no problems with that because of my first full year on a tier 1 broadcast. So I think it would have been overzealous to expect. I think it would have been overzealous to expect a position at an international, even if it's in my home city. That said, I had a
10 CS per
minute. I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk about, but my contract, that I had the ability to do international broadcasts. I'll say it like that.
We'll just flag and drive away, but Sentinel's moving a lot of members up towards topside. Dokla going to TP in behind them, and they're going to look to try to force the fight. Eyes here on the Hambach.
He did not press R or flash or anything.
Knocked down in a hurry. Nothing he can really do about that. Great TP from Dokla. And now they're looking topside for Darkwing, who has no turret. Going to try to TP out. Looks like he just might do it. Stay safe. It looks like the Unleashed Power would have potentially killed him, but TP's out just in time.
Yeah, half the team, and mind you, this was in play-ins. Half the team in play-ins got sick. And I was going to MSI as a fan. Like, I was there as a fan. And I still wasn't asked to fill in. So at that point, it's just like, well... And the LPL teams were in playoffs. Sorry, in play-ins.
Yeah, they're going to take the Herald.
So I don't know, man. I just... it's just really bizarre,
you know? They get a little bit of gold there for Darkwings. The gold extends further up to almost 4,000. Now it crosses that 4,000 threshold.
Can't really do anything when you're in that position.
Or looking fully in
British food
control
diff?
of this.
No, everybody started getting COVID.
Find some good plays.
It actually wasn't a food poisoning issue. It was a COVID issue. Somebody caught COVID and then like half the team got it.
So now he has some good wave clear, but Dokla almost has the stride breaker and is pretty much that full item completion ahead very shortly.
And
so it was just like, yeah, what can you do?
Necessarily need to worry about the Kled. He can win in
the self-glaze is crazy. No, 100%. As in 2023, like the amount of
champions that are right next to him
is the LCS just a TL LYON waiting room? Yeah.
Armeo
in 2023,
just,
I definitely was probably the
and try and
best
move to 7-0. That's maybe what
like
we're tracking
I'd
at
ever
this
been
point
as a
with how
caster.
well they're opening up this game.
And now it's just hard to know because I don't actually have opportunities to cast anymore.
And Dokla getting CC'd up here.
Well,
We'll see
Dokla
when
has
Lance
ult.
actually popped the ult there. He does pop it. And trying to run out here with the Ghost, but on the other side, it's a fight as Berserker can't connect the Petrifying Gaze onto Rahel. In comes the reinforcements from Impact. But the charge will find not much.
Do I think
of
Dokla is the best top laner in the
Both
West?
fights do end up disengaged. And
I think
no one goes down.
week on week he continues to make the argument
Petrifying Gaze, because
less and
normally the
less
taunt into Petrifying Gaze is the combo,
of a discussion.
Quite time it up correctly.
Like his consistency is very good.
The nerfs are quite small, to be completely honest, for the mages bot lane. So this is our first
That
LCS
and
team
Hysterics were insane in LPL, but now they're in LEC. They get LPL semis while in LPL, not even a cool.
Berserker Street's got buff, the fleet.
We'll let that sink in, bro.
Been a number of different little changes to try to push it. It was
It's fair to be fan. It's fair to be a fan of top esports. It's domestic.
And he was diving Masu and chasing after him and had a really good
At
game.
international, it's a crime.
It's been
yeah.
a really pleasant surprise to see.
So you go from BTXL, EUM to that. You can see the development. Yeah, 100%. Like
he is the traditional AD carries AD carry, right? Like this is the guy that is hyper carries. He, across all his careers, his games, which was like 3 or 4 prior to playing at MSI, he had 1 total kill, and all of them were losses. And then he played great on Ziggs. And then he came back here, and he's played great on Casio. And he feels like he really has kind of turned over a new
Berserker's putting in reps on these
these different champions. As Darkwing's going to get put low here. The unleashed power
misread the
from
movement.
Saint doesn't quite finish him off, but there's the taunt over
And now
on
Saint doesn't-
Hui,
oh,
and he is going to be in a lot of
doesn't
trouble.
matter.
Berserker goes in with Petrifying Gaze, trying to fight against Hambach, and Hambach going to be locked into the Cataclysm there by Armeo. Flashes out, trying to make a run for it, won't be able to get away. Impact and Darkwings limping out to safety, but 2 more easy kills.
I've come around to
while
Hysterics
Dokla
casting.
just
He's pretty
farms
cool.
plates topside.
Yeah,
that
brother just has
numbers
ADHD,
advantage
man.
right there. Impact was in base with no
Sometimes he
charge.
gets a little bit
Saint
excited.
chunks the Anivia out,
But on
and then
a
he's
craft
entering
level,
the
he's
fight.
incredible,
So
bro. Like
anyone who's
people don't give
actually
Hysterics
fighting
enough
in
credit
River
at all.
is just going to get obliterated because there's
I think
too
because he's
many
got like
people there. I mean,
the wacky
even
goofy
while that was
debuff.
happening, Rahel's, like, picking up
People don't
blue
like.
buff.
People
Dokla
don't treat him
is gonna take
serious.
this 1v2. We'll see how he does. Pushes Impact back. They have to run. They're trying to wait out the ulti, and now the charge comes back up as that ultimate expires. 3
people
members
don't
show
treat
up.
him serious.
Rahel gets the kill. Dokla bites off more than he can chew.
Couple of times this game,
But I'll tell you what, I think
Doka's
he's
pushing
as
his advantage a
best.
little bit too
He's as good
hard,
as the
but
best.
Fortunately for him, Saint is 3,000
Honestly,
gold
I
ahead,
do believe that.
well
I do
over
think he's
10
as good as the
CS
best.
per minute. I believe also got a good chunk of the turret gold bot lane as well. We're going to watch this play one more time as Saint over on the side to start it is chunking him out. And Hui was actually looking for this play, which is not a good play once the cavalry arrives. Armeo, Berserker, and
Yeah, like his
Isles
actual
all easily
calls are
able to
great.
join
Like
up.
his actual calls in team fights are fantastic.
And then Hambach is just completely dead to rights here. Impact can't join this.
Obviously, I think the
unless
issue that
two wants
people
to
seem
die.
to have with him is like
And
the tangents and the rants.
Yeah, it does really make me
Oh
wonder
well,
if they
runs
agreed
is wrong.
that
I don't think he
Berserker was
runs, but
gonna
like
be
the
mid-lane
tangents, I think
bashing
people
Rahel. They didn't
like have
seem
issue
to
with.
have, you know, a good understanding of where the Lion
But,
members
like,
would be. Otherwise, there's no way.
You know, I spent a whole year casting with the guy. I never really felt like it was an issue, even when we did like shit tier games.
It is an objective bounty, but
Yeah, I
on the
think
other
he
side,
feeds
Saint
off the
almost
games
knocking down
quite
this tier
appropriately, to
2,
be honest.
And he is just such a problem in this game. There's not really a lot of tanky members over on the Sentinel side, and this Syndra being this fed is going to be an issue.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yep. Once
Casters' lives
into,
matters.
I can one-shot anyone on the team territory. So
Is Saint?
They are going to try to force
And that's
this.
why you buy
Nice
Rocket Belt.
Rocket Belt avoids the Whimsy Comes Lightning, but Saint is getting flanked right now by Darkwings. Might have to use the flash in the back of the pit. We'll see if he does.
Herald.
Solar Flare going to force the flash. Armeo will flag and drag back out. Nice little attempt there from Sentinels, but now Lion might want to force a fight themselves. Dokla, though,
They have a Nivea wall to stop this.
They will be happy to just disengage, spend the flash, and buy more time for Dokla.
I like the angle right there, but Saint appropriately patient with his flash. A nice Anivia wall, much like an Azir wall, just to put it up early, interrupt Shelly, so it ends up doing nothing. Wasn't a Battle Herald, was not a turret plate.
Yeah, no, I think K-Draw is a fair shout for an all-timer, genuinely. He was
there
very
on
much
the
like
Hambach.
lightning in a
Armeo
bottle.
gonna have to flag and drag out who he could look for him.
He's a
The
pro
flash
player.
early there
Like,
from Armeo as the
so
charge is coming
what I
in
think
now
a lot of
from
people
Impact,
don't seem to
but
understand.
Will not be in range.
Oh my God,
Hambach
is he
is
out?
though another flag in the drag. Nice buffer
Q
out.
flash.
The flash, the bear
He's gonna
trap
have
on a
another
rope
EQ.
pulls him back. The lock and
Doesn't
throw
enough
from
damage.
Isles will keep Armeo safe. And still, Dokla is untouched.
Also, watch a
pushing
year of
bot
baseball
lane.
games and tell me
Sentinels
hysterics
try to
tangents are
force,
bad after
get
that.
nothing, and they're going to lose
Crazy.
the full tower plus the minions. Bot, and they lose the tower mid.
2 turrets.
But yeah, like
Armeo's
exactly. No, the DRX T1 commentary was some of the
that's
best
gonna hurt their overall
League of
state
Legends
the game.
like
Objective Bounties actually have
round
fallen off,
commentary
but I
I've
feel like Lion
heard in
continue
League.
to advance their map
But what people don't
well
understand
right
about
now. They're
Cadrel,
trade back
one,
at the top,
he's
but
incredibly
just a
intelligent
nice
out of the game
escape there
anyway.
overall by Armeo, and nice
Two, he's
patience by
ex-pro,
Isles,
so
who
he's got
just
obviously
know
that.
they didn't really have
And
the kill damage.
those are
Let's just
the
pop
two
the
things that
locket
people comprehend.
rather than
But
using
one
standing
thing that people
guided,
don't seem to
still have standing
understand,
guided for the team fight.
including
Does, and this
maybe
Dragon not
some
gonna be
decision
contested
makers,
whatsoever. You can see
you're
Humboldt
never going to be able to
was
spawn
up
another
top
Cadrel
lane there with impact,
because
knock down the
almost
turret, but it means
none
soul point
of the
here
pro
for
players
Lion.
are
Will be
English
hashtag
first language
soul on
speakers.
the table.
Cadrel
Just
is an
under
English
5
first language
minutes now
speaker.
for Lion.
So his understanding of diction, his understanding of cadence, his understanding of presentation
I am as
is
well. I mean,
pretty much going to be better than
Just in case.
any
You know,
other
they-
ex-pro player
If they
that
lose the
ever
first game
comes
with
and
Inspired, maybe just
becomes a
pop 'em back
caster.
in there,
Exactly.
keep the undefeated streak
And if
alive.
they win,
Like
East English
there
makes
won't be
Absolutely.
anyone
What's to lose?
You know where else
that
you
is
can
an
get East
ex-pro
English
that
food?
will be as
Is
good as
Atlanta,
Cadrel.
Georgia at the Gas South Arena
Not gonna
on
happen.
October 3rd and 4th.
Not gonna
Tickets
happen.
are on sale now.
IMO.
You know what? I'm just gonna say
IMO,
Lion's gonna
not
be
gonna
there.
happen.
You're gonna see him.
Okay.
Might get close.
Yeah,
Some
making the
people, but I
call.
doubt.
I'm making the call. It's not very bold, but it is a take.
It's top 3 is required.
It's a room temperature take.
Room temperature take.
Yeah.
I'll allow
Might
it.
even be a cold take, but it is a take, and they're going to be there.
And then, yeah, as for, oh my god, Isles kind of gets one shot.
True shot barrage going to be answered by the locket there, as Isles will stay safe. They use the miasma to just disengage, and again, Dokla just playing the side lane, while Impact is the one grouping and trying to find angles.
Yeah, Dokla still.
So what he's saying is we should import some LCS pros as casters.
Has his role quest completed,
I mean,
so has 3 full summoner spells
yeah.
ready if he ever wants to join. If
Seems as the
Darkwing
likelihood
tries to
is,
force
I
Baron,
don't
both
think
teams have decent
right
mash
now
damage,
of the
one
people who
because
are air
of the
quotes
Anivia, the other
native
because of
analysts.
Cassiopeia. So for the most part, I think
Would you
Lions
ever
is
be
gonna
able to get
continue splitting the map like this
more
since they have the
insight
Shen as well as
out
the
of
Trump
them
side lane and then kind of wait for the soul.
compared to a pro
Syndra
player
now,
that you can
level
maybe
15,
meld in
just
a year?
completed the death cap and has 8 stacks on the Darksteel. So Saint is ridiculously strong.
I think the
right
pipeline
now.
is so shagged.
Going to be working in towards his 3rd item as Armeo just goes straight
That
in
of
on
the
the
available
Ombak, gonna get
pool,
hit by
the
the
likelihood
once
you
again,
get-
taunt there to
oh.
follow it up from Isles, but a great wall actually keeps Berserker out of the fight and means that Isles goes down. Berserker though fighting
is
against Impact
problem.
on the side. Dokla here joining up with him. He's going to have to use the charge to retreat, but he gets dismounted, knocked off his horse, and now a great
God.
wall. Good sidestep from all of Sentinels. Avoid the petrifying gaze.
Oh
True
God,
shot barrage
Lion
comes in,
are,
tags one.
getting a little
Sentinels
bit-
don't look like they can find more. Hui's trying to go in. Did he go too far? Has to flash back out from the Flag and Dragon. Saint is going to take him out with the Unleashed Power. Dokla in some trouble, forced to flash out. Great scatter on a Darkwings. He is egged up.
Oh my god, that
Rahel,
miasma is
Ombak,
crazy.
Impact trying to
That
help him,
miasma
but
is
they
insanely
can do
good, my
nothing.
god.
Impact without his lizard,
It's a
not
complete
that
fist fight.
threatening.
I'm down
really
for that
cool
though.
fight right there. It did look
Probably
like
Nash.
Sentinels was pulling off something cool
So
with
Dardot
Darkwings
casting
and
confirmed
maybe
then?
having a couple really well-placed walls, but then Saint Cinder showed up.
Maybe.
And he's a little bit too fed to deal with, getting the easy
I think
kill
what,
on Hui, and then
what pro players
helping
sometimes
egg
don't
Darkwings so
always
that they could
get
the kill on him.
is
Yeah, it's just tough. I mean, in these
or don't
situations,
immediately
Sentinels know
do
they're
straight
super
away, and I
wise.
think it
They
does
wanna
hurt them a
get
little bit.
more.
They don't really
The
like
initial
do
play
a
was great, though.
broadcast
You know, just that
the.
wall keeping Berserker away.
They don't do
Especially
like
because of where Saint
broadcast
started this fight.
delivery.
You can see on the minimap, he's just crossing Baron right now, so Isles
Yeah,
gets
if
ganged up
Saint
on
is
at
here
the very
early, then it's
start of the
fine.
fight. But
Dokla's
then the
also on the
extension
back
here,
line
like,
are doing nothing.
really nice movement.
Bro,
from
I
Darkwings
actually,
to run
bro,
over,
I'm gonna
make
be
sure they
honest.
can't
When I
secure
heard
this
Isles
kill,
cast, I
and even
immediately
put the
thought this guy
pressure
could be
right onto
really
Berserker,
good
gets his
analyst test
flash
talent.
as well when he needs to escape over the wall. But then they're like, oh, wait a second. This
I
is
think
a
Isles
level
could be
15
very, very,
Syndra.
very good analyst test
Hui,
talent.
I think
I
with the mistake
don't
on
think
that
he would be a
E right
good
there, gonna wish he had
commentator.
down Prince's
I am
as
happy to be
well
wrong
as
about
that.
that, obviously.
Yeah, and going back in, you
But my
understand
knee
it.
jerk was
They know
that
they're
he
behind, they're
could
looking
do
for
he
more,
could do AD
wanted
and he could do
to
it
try to
really
get
well.
more than just that one kill. You know, they're saying, hey, maybe we killed the support off early. We got Dokla's
Yeah,
all down early.
Dokla as well.
We just
Yep,
got the
100%
flash and
agree.
the cleanse
Dokla
off
could for sure
Berserker.
be a
Maybe we can just
caster.
ace him. Maybe we can go for more.
A
But at the end of
not a commentator, but like he could do AD. Probably do casting. I don't know. I think he's a little bit too
both Cassio as well as the Syndra, who are
too laid back, too vibesy.
They're going to be the ones hitting him.
And yeah, pro players can't.
In that regard.
I think one thing, this is another thing that, like, you know, I think there's a disconnect between people that make decisions and, like, people that are in it.
Too bad there's
a lot of the people, and this is, like, the difference, right?
stack a lot of magic resist. Just
a lot of people that are
because
native
Impact
like want to
and
be
Hambach do have to
commentators
fight the Olaf
or
Jarvan
like
over and over
analysts
again.
or
So
like
that's
play-by-plays.
why the balance of
These
these
guys
double
want to be
APs with mid-bot
storytellers.
doesn't get punished with MR stacking
These
as
guys
much, as long
are
as you're getting enough
storytellers,
physical damage from your
right?
top, which I feel like LYON
They
has
want
here to make
to
builds difficult.
And I think it's
present
one of
a
the struggles
story
just
to you.
of itemization in general. Like people like Death Dance way more than they
And
like
that is
Maw.
actually
Maw's just not that strong
what
in
the
general.
people
So,
want.
You know, even the Xin is probably still going to go towards GA.
Fnatic will be
Yeah,
going
Maw's
to
hard fit
Worlds.
in, even against double AP
I approve
comps.
this. Are
Sentinels,
you
though,
back
working
from
away on the
whatever
Baron very
hole you
slowly,
crawled into,
as Rahel
Tony?
tries to get some poke down as the Lion members do.
But yeah,
enter.
like that.
Slowly but
That's
surely,
what I.
Barrett is getting
That's
lower, but
what I
this
think.
feels like a very
Which
risky
active pro
proposition
players
as
do you
now
think would
Lion
be
taking some
good
space
color
in the area.
casters, not
Impact is on a
analysts?
flank angle.
Yeah, the impact flank might be the look here if they're trying to go.
Berserker with there on the petrifying gaze, but still chasing after Impact. Rocket Belts forward, and there's the taunt
was
flash, and
someone on the
Darkwings is
LCS
just
not too long
gone.
ago.
Impact now getting chased down. Another Q does connect. It's going to be a double
was
kill
someone
there
on the
for
LCS a
Armeo
couple of
as
days
Hootie
ago, and I
falls
can't remember
as
who it
well.
was.
Impact going back to base,
Like
has
2
the
weeks
LT to
ago.
rejoin, but Armeo
Nah, I got a few
looking
more
for
days.
on the side here. Hambach
Okay,
and
can you
Rahel
make it, like, maybe
trying
a
to
few
push them
weeks?
back. The scatter does whiff. Hambach goes back
The piece,
in, pops
the
pressing
piece is
guard,
quite
knocks
peaceful.
Armeo back towards the tower.
Oh my god, the
Hey,
Cataclysm is
shut
like the
down
exact
by
same range
Rahel.
as the
Beautiful
Zinna.
plays
Aye,
there
aye,
from
aye.
Hambach as he knocks the enemy jungler right into the turret and is enough damage.
Bro,
to get
Loki,
the
you
kill.
stopped.
Yeah, wait
You
a
stopped
second,
streaming,
now
and
there's no
Fnatic
smite.
won
Maybe
both their
the
games.
miracle is probably not, but you never know. Maybe they'll stop the soul. They can't stop the soul.
It's going to
No
be
one's
tough.
trying. No one's trying.
Maybe you go for a miracle Ezreal ult or something like that, but Ezreal.
I'm not.
Let's see.
I'm not
Is it
saying.
on
Oh hell no.
time? Gets low,
Yeah, I'm not
but
saying that it's a
low
coincidence or
enough.
anything, but
They will claim the soul. It's going to be a Baron rush on the other side, but Lion are aware of it. Saint TPing in. Level 16 now with the Hextech soul. This guy is going to be a terror. Who he looking on the side to see if he can find an angle for an engage.
Probably get the
Isles
Baron.
Does get
Okay,
some
that's just
vision here
secure.
for the team. They will secure the Baron.
But
The question is, can
Lion
you get out?
have
Dokla's coming behind
the
you on one
OP
side.
oh
Saint
my
is
god,
on
look
the
at
other,
Dokla, and he has
Lion are
Ghost.
about to get the bad news. There's the Stand United.
Oh, wait,
Dokla in the
where's-
middle of the entire team. They're trying to burst him down. They can't
Okay,
finish him
he's
off
dead.
till just now. But Rahel has got a
But
lot
he
of
did
work
so
to
much
do.
to- oh my
Flash
god,
over the wall
Saint,
there from
you
Saint, gets
psychopath,
stunned up.
what the
He may
fuck?
just get burst down. It's a 1K
What the
shutdown.
fuck?
Saint tries
Hey!
to become the hero.
Hey!
He ends up the 0 as it's a 1K shutdown given over to Rahel.
Aye, 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 aye.
Flash in for the scatter was instantly stunned by Hootie.
Bro, there's actually a.
and
Do you know what's
could not
fucked up?
get
There's
the
actually a
kill.
world where
No
Fnatic go to
reference,
Worlds.
but Hoogie didn't hear no bell in this game. They gave away the Hex Soul, and they just
By the
keep
way, like, going back to
making
that topic for a
plays
second.
to see if they can
If-
make the comeback. They get
And I
huge
hate that it's possible
bounties
because the
out of
third slot is
Saint and
unironically just
Dokla
up for
kills,
grabs.
and it
Like,
just felt like because of the choke points they
it
were
genuinely
fighting
is.
in,
Like, the
they
third
were
slot is
really able to
unironically just.
abuse the Anivia here.
It's
So
it's
first
time.
off,
Like, oh
smart to just go
oh guys, it's
Baron.
time to
They
qualify
have
for
high
Worlds. Let's all
Baron
collectively
damage
lock
with
in.
the Ezreal
Like,
and the Anivia,
let's
and
look
there's
like
no
shit the
smite
entire
on the
year.
other
Oh, but
side.
World
Then it's all
Championship is on the
about
line.
just getting
Yes,
to
let's
a
qualify
spot
so we can go
where
15th,
the
16th
Anivia
again.
can fight well. So even if you're going to get flanked, make sure you can isolate these fights. Berserker can't get in to the fight right now. So Dokla does kind of just go too early, and nobody else can join him for a very long time. The stopwatch on top of the Anivia ult was great for
It's the
Darkwings,
T1
and then
gambit,
yet
except,
another
like,
wall.
they don't
Berserker
have,
can't follow through, so
you
when
know,
Saint flashes, he
God
gets
tier
an
solo
egg
laners or whatever.
and gives away his own bounty. And finally, Armeo arrives to see
Or
the
God
corpses
tier
of his
clutch
teammates.
genes
Yeah,
rather.
I wonder if he thought he was
Yeah,
going to be able
aura.
to kill
They
Rahel
just don't
there,
have-
but
they don't have that
very
same level
risky
of aura.
flash in. And as you said, you know, Dokla goes in. It was kind of go then or lose the moment to go. Maybe the better choice was just give up that Baron, but clearly they had made the call that they could punish, that they could look for that fight. But Anivia so successful in these moments, you know, zoning people out. Berserker was really far, as you say, and Lion do lose out on this fight, but still in a very good position in this game. Up 2,000 gold, do have the soul.
I will
But
shave
Rahel
my
is
beard
nearly
if Fnatic go to
3,000
Worlds.
gold up
Oh
on
my
his
god.
counterpart in Berserker now, so Rahel
Oh my
is
god, I
really
forgot
getting
about that.
Yeah, that
Oh
was
fuck. Did
a
I
lot
say
of
that?
gold from that last fight. So he was
Wait, did I lock that in though?
1,400 gold up before those bounties.
Hey, did
Now,
I lock that in?
3,000 gold up. So they are against Hex Soul. It's still going to be very difficult.
Nah,
but
surely they won't,
A
though.
full item Ezreal can do a lot of damage, no matter what.
Surely they won't.
Yeah, it is a strong Olaf,
did?
it is a strong Syndra, but as we have seen, if you can actually manipulate the terrain, keep them out, they can't connect at the same time, you can
Does,
fight back and just burst
does
down
anyone have a
this
clip.
Darkwings did lose both his egg.
No, you're all gaslighting me. No, you're all gaslighting me.
And he doesn't have Zhonya's gold yet, so we'll see if he can farm towards that Zhonya's
You're actually all
gold. It's gonna
gaslighting
be
me.
very important.
Actually, guys, how about this? What if Fnatic go to Worlds, we shave Tony's head? Actually, I think that's better. Thoughts?
But it's
Thoughts? How about we shave Tony's
head
head
big throw by LYON
instead of my beard?
to go in after that Baron.
Considering she's actually a par Fnatic.
Not that big a deal. just the
It's a celebratory
Baron objective bounty
head shave.
had fallen. I'm not 100% sure.
We shall
but there
find
are
it.
Definitely champion bounties available for
Nah,
Sentinels.
but
and the game is
please,
much
bro.
closer than before.
Please.
Not Soul, really.
Yeah, you can see Impact there. Still very scared about his position in the game as Berserker procs the Rylai's with his rocket belt, and that is enough for Impact.
As long as someone's getting shaved, I'm fine.
Leaving. I apologize.
Well, if they make it to Worlds,
I wasn't going to bring this up because it was going to make me look really bad at the start.
If
of the
they make
series
it to
when I said
Worlds,
maybe Sentinels wins.
I will say,
Because
if
of
this
time
is
without
locked in,
Inspired,
and if this is
say,
verified,
does
and I said
Inspired
this,
Lion make that play? Probably not.
I mean, they've now
if this is
spent
verified
31
and I
more
said
minutes
this,
of gameplay without Inspired, you know? So
That's true. The start of the game.
I
and then
can't
they
shave my
forgot
beard
what Inspired
until
would have done in that situation.
every
December.
minute that passes,
He would have
they're
told them to
further
play
from
slow.
Inspired.
guys, I
Exactly.
need my beard before then.
Take
Okay,
it slow.
I need it.
Exactly. Nah, they don't have Inspired to rein him in. All the craziness on the team. That
You
they
also said
like
you'd
to
give me
go for.
$30. Did
Lion,
I?
of course, doing amazing without him.
Oh.
And, you know, a number of these players, you know, were
$30
shot on their teams without him. So, having talked to Lion, Saint and Berserker were shot calling for their teams in the past. So they're
Doesn't matter when we're getting our due. Elaborate. I really wish I could
It'll
elaborate,
be
but
interesting to see,
I can't.
You know, what lessons they have learned playing without him, and if they want to, you know, maintain some of those things and change some of the shot calling responsibilities a little bit as a result.
With this game being close, I need to, you know, maybe this is Armeo's last series with Lion. I need to remind people what is at stake. We talked about it at the start of the game, but there's only been a few junglers that have started.
At least the
8-0
mustache
in
gotta go.
games. So
Well,
remember,
no,
Armeo was
the
6-0
shaving the
in
mustache
games
with a
when
beard
he
like
2-0
mine
to
would just be
join
weird.
Inspired, Blabber, Rainover, and TFT player Saint Vicious as 8-0 junglers. However, none of these junglers have gone 8-0 and then ended the split
Are you
with
going on
100% win
tour
rate.
with ZZ
So
Top? Who are
you
ZZ?
can't lose a
Who are
single time
ZZ
to
Top?
keep that 100% win rate. Armeo has to rein the team in, tell them that history is on the line right here.
Exactly. That's what he's here for. He's here for the records. He's here
He
for the
needs the
glory.
records.
And then he's here to leave and go back to school.
Yes,
As he has
complete my
made
degree.
Very clearly. Respect, stay in school, just like Armeo. And you too could go 8-0 in the LCS. As Lion now setting up here, 25 seconds until the Elder does spawn. And that, as we know, is the great equalizer. It is still a gold lead for Lion. It is the soul in their favor. We'll
Maybe.
see if they can close this game out. Sentinels have made it
All
so
American
much closer.
band.
Rahel now
No.
has the fully
I'm
completed
not going
Maw.
on tour with an
It's gonna be
all-American
much more
band.
difficult to take down. But it
Well, the
is a
Uber buffs are going to be
very
up, but one team has
dark
Hextech
river.
Soul and the other team
Really have
doesn't.
not been able to get much vision.
Oh my god, how funny would it be if Lion
little interested
somehow
he went
managed to lose with
Maw
Hextech
instead
Soul?
of Endless Hunger.
Actually,
I
would that be
understand, like,
funny?
you get in range of Cinder, he presses one button on you, so you need the Maw, but okay, he still has a lot of damage. I think it's fine.
Yeah,
I think
he
the
does
Maw's
do a lot of
good choice.
damage. And when it procs, you get that lifeline, so you have a little bit of a spell
Well,
vamp
Armeo
there.
just lost half his
Hombok, though,
health.
taking so
Hombok
much
just lost
damage,
half his
getting
health.
slowed down from both sides. And that Hex Soul proc was putting him low. Armeo has been chunked out. Doka losing about half his
in
HP as well.
trouble.
Rahel
Doka's
gonna
dead.
send him packing. He's got a flash, he's got a ghost, he's got
he's
a
dying
ult,
to
and
Death
he's gotta get
Stars.
the Stand United, and it is still not enough as he burns
Oh
down
my
to the
God.
Ignite. And just like that, Sentinels may have earned themselves the Elder. Impact gonna get chunked though. Flash in there on the Berserker. Berserker in
Oh my
trouble.
God,
Does
Berserker just lost
cleanse out.
cleanse.
Kiting back here. And on the other side, Armeo
Oh
has
my
the flash
god.
of the wall.
Oh my god,
flashes
Berserker
in,
just
he's looking
trolled.
for Rahel.
Oh my god, Rahel's gliding.
He's gonna get shifted away from Rahel. Pops the barrier.
That's it.
Into the GA goes. Berserker is on a blinking health bar.
Armeo one for Hui, but now there's no.
Berserker
Oh my god!
incredibly low, but is
Satan has
still
TP,
surviving.
but Impact's
As the teleport from Impact
back!
has the ulti.
A rocket
Flash
belt from
over
the Q, he's
Beardrop,
dead.
Rope gonna miss, but the
Oh
ulti does
my
not miss.
god.
Impact gets his revenge for the early game. Berserker kiting, Berserker fighting. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, because in comes Darkwings.
Oh
it is the
my
ace for
god.
Sentinels. It is the
Oh
Elder
my
going
god.
the way
Everyone
of
hold.
Sentinels.
Hold on a
This game
second.
has just flipped on its
Hold
head.
And Rahel has completely
Yo,
turned
yo, yo,
on.
yo, yo,
The
yo, yo.
damage he got down.
Hex
onto
Soul.
Dokla, Ignite and Death's Dance.
They're waiting
just burned him
for
to
Leona
death.
to be up.
Now they'll have the Elder with Baron up. Watching this one more time, though,
Yeah,
it's
just
just
too much
to pick
disrespect.
onto Dokla. The Hextech Soul does
It's
not make
so
you any
much damage.
tankier. So even through the Shen ult, all the stored up Death Stance damage plus Ignite gets him, and then the rest of the fight is a 4v5. It's just very difficult for Lion to approach. And honestly, the Maw is pretty clutch right here at the end when Rahel does get the gameplay button pressed on him later by Saint, lives through it. He dodges the damage so well from Armeo early. Rahel just maximizing his damage. I gotta say, at the back end of that fight, if they were just a little cleaner. Maybe they could have ended through top lane. There was a big minion wave, but they had to chase the kills. They had to get the Elder. Now they get the Baron, and it's anyone's game at this point.
Absolutely is. And Sentinels, we talked about the history for Armeo, but Armeo has not lost an LCS game in 736 days, so Sentinels on a path to history themselves, chasing the glory of taking down the unkillable Demon King himself, Armeo.
Bro, Inspired is going to spawn in like Cell respawned in at the end of the fucking Cell saga, bro.
I'm actually undefeated in the LCS.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Genuine, just like resurrection.
Okay, so the power of the soul almost mitigated by the gold lead and just the fact that Rahel is nearing 7 items. He's gone Seekers as well, so a little bit defensive on the Ezreal just so he doesn't get one shot. Still has his Mop Rock, still has the ability to go into stasis. As one more Q.
I mean, they're not guaranteed a loss, but the Elder has a lot left on it.
LYON just trying to hold on now, trying to
I actually think they can hold. Like,
Rahel,
it's actually on it's on Sentinels to send it. Sentinels need to send it. Sentinels need to send it. They actually, okay, they can actually break this tower. That's good.
Rahel pushing forward. They do not want to allow LYON the luxury of just delaying this out. It is going to be still another wave or two on this Elder buff, and then that will be expiring. Sentinels backing off and looking like
the mid wave got pushed. Are they actually going to base? Are they going to just accept this?
Accepting that they've dealt some damage, they put themselves into a pretty good spot.
Are they actually going to accept this? They should for sure rotate to mid, by the way.
I mean, absorbing the Elder
That's
Baron
crazy.
And only losing 1 inhibitor would be
that is nuts.
Which is kind of where it's going. Maybe they'll get bottom tier 2 with their next push. Let's do a check-in though, because remember previously when Saint was at 30,000 damage and Rahel was at 21,000 damage? Let's see what he did in that last fight. Because
oh wow,
that's about 17,000 damage since our last check-in for Rahel. Rather impressive that Saint's at 41k, to be honest as well. He's been smurfing in this game, but the real story here is in the gold. Rahel,
well, we're going to second Elder, I guess.
20,000 gold this game. A lot of it is bounty gold. You have to be so careful with your leads in 2026 because of the bounty system, and it's successfully
Rahel's gonna get caught though. The stasis was hit by a scatter over the wall. Saint gonna get pushed back by the
Armeo's dead.
And now Armeo
my god, they have a minute left on Baron, everybody.
In comes impact on the ulti, and Sentinel's gonna keep pushing here. They still have 50 seconds on the Baron. And that is a 5v4. Another scatter does land from Saint.
Oh my god.
Trying to stabilize here.
Oh my god.
Big pick and a big survival there from Rahel.
That's why you invest in the Seeker's Arm Guard, just in case. Because he got hit by the scatter, and there's no Mikhails on his team, there's no cleanse, needed to be able to live through that. Still, the Hextech Soul is never going away, so it's very dangerous anytime they try and approach. They got to be afraid of flanks as well, but staying grouped, moving into the jungle so they can play around these Anivia walls as best as possible.
Absolutely, and it is about a 6,000 gold lead for Sentinels, but that is, pretty much evened out by the Soul. It is going to be pretty even. We can see a lot of MRs now being purchased up, right? So Hombach did go for the Death Stance as kind of expected, but now he gets a Maw after that. We can see Darkwings is going towards a Banshee's Veil. We can see Impact is working towards a Maw of his own. We already touched on the Maw from Rahel. There's the Kaenic Rookern. There's all of these tools. And yes, there is double Void Staff, but still, that is a lot of MR. It is going to be very efficient. And Dokla, who had a pretty massive lead and it felt like the game was going to be about him, has not been about him. And at this point in the game, there's more than enough damage. Just focus him down. Berserker, though, finds a Petrifying Gaze on to Hombach. Is going to try to chase him with the Rylai's on the other side. Huhi getting low. Hombach tries to re-engage.
Isles taunt was a bit short. Dokla's in. Darkwings is in Zhonya's. On the other side, Hombach's dead. Huhi's insta-killed. It's all about Rahel and Darkwings on the backline here. Armeo's built a lot of space. Sentinels.
Stopped. Armeo popping back up with a GA.
Oh, okay. I mean, Darkwings held on to his passive. He lost his flash, but Rahel didn't have to blow his flash.
It looked like it might have been a Lion.
Hey, bro.
Use the stasis, use the summoner, survive, and keep it even.
And it's just the poor support jungles that die at the end of the day. Rahel untouched.
That's summoners before Elder.
Engage. I think that's really going to be what will decide this game, is whether or not they can get their
GA
fingers on
before
Rahel
Elder.
somehow. If it's actually
on
Rahel
Armeo as well.
By maybe an Isles taunt, now with no flash, which is going to make it nearly impossible, because that was a really good look for LYON and ended up being a tie.
Yeah, ended up being a tie there. It did look like a really good engagement. And they got some important summoners, of course. They got the flash off Hombach, of Impact, off Darkwings, off Huhi. But they spent some big summoners themselves. 3 of their own flashes are down. Saint and Berserker do hold on. That
would have been like 1.2k.
It's worth pointing out, Rahel did not go for the upgraded Zhonya's, instead swaps to a GA. So he is going to be on the GA now. And we can see Darkwings going in for the Mandate. So kind of interesting. Getting a little bit of tech there as that just a late game support item. Obviously does have the percentage damage amp when you do
Guys, I'm
LCS,
scared.
which can be very valuable in these late game scenarios where Rahel is just doing so much damage.
Yeah, it's the way you can support Rahel to just do even more damage, give him that little bit of extra damage amp. Nice wall there by Darkwings. There's no summoner spells on Dokla. They want to be careful not to overcommit, though.
Yeah, and the Elder's going to spawn, and Dokla has no TP, so he's going to have to go back to base now. Darkwing's being so annoying.
Wow.
The axe does connect, but it just pops.
Yeah, this guy can't play the game on that HP, by the way.
Like he can't go back to base. He's got to stay around, but he is going to be starting this
Oh,
fight at
and
about
he's
30%
walking to
HP.
enemy
And again, Darkwings finds him, just whittling him down. He's got to pop the ulti and go, but I don't think he wins this 1v1.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
The egg
What?
And he's still
What?
alive. Rahel is kiting. Rahel is fighting. He's trying to knock down.
I mean, Rahel's ISO by himself. Can he play? Ult's gonna snipe Dokla. He should die to Death Dance bleed. I'm not sure though. The minions are ending the game.
I cannot believe
the minions are ending the game. Yo!
Is in shambles. The supers are working on the Nexus. And at the end of the day, it's again another 2-for-2. Dokla, against all odds, stays standing. But LYON have got to go back and defend their base, and Sentinels get another Elder.
That was insane. For all the attention that was spent on Dokla, who he headshot Saint with the solar flare, and then Kled was able to run him down. That was the real carry for LYON, which is probably why Sentinels was still able to win the extended fight. When Saint wasn't there to do the damage, and Dokla
Yo, take it easy, Odie. Have a good night.
Damage, but kind of running around, barely trying to stay alive. Didn't even proc his Guardian Angel. The second Elder of the game goes over to Sentinels, and now yet another Baron.
I just can't believe what I'm seeing.
Sentinels. What a wild game.
I mean, this is crazy. That was incredibly close. I thought that fight was going to start and Dokla was just going to die through the Stand United and it was going to look horrible, but the fact that he survives, he keeps getting the resets with the Death Dance, you know, cleansing all of that delayed damage.
Yep.
He's able to egg Darkwings, take him out. That made it so much closer, and had they not gotten that kill on the Saint, I think that LYON would have taken that fight, so pretty critical pick there.
Okay.
Yeah, beautiful ultimate now. Still deathless on the Ezreal is Rahel, with Baron and Elder, and an inhibitor on both the top and bottom lanes, but no supers, crucially, yet. Let's see if they can do something on this push with all the buffs in the world.
The game has to end here.
Lost 30% of his HP to one Ezreal.
Oh, Dokla's in trouble.
And they're going in on a Dokla. Dokla's just going to try to turn and fight. Pops the Ragnarok, but he doesn't have the damage at this point. It feels like he gets walled off, and the Elder execute is going to be coming. Does get knocked down into the
game's over.
GA, and Hombok goes in for Isles.
Game's over.
Pops the heal. Armeo trying to re-engage.
Fun while it lasted. Game's over.
Berserker and Say can do nothing. A great scatter over on a Hui. He is low. Hombok is low, but he does not fall. They retreat into the fountain. Impact
not going to quite die. I mean, they're just hitting structures now.
Falls. The Stand United keeps him alive,
Oh,
but the
stun.
Nexus is being targeted, and I think it's going to go down. Rahel and Darkwing
That's
take
what
down
nearly
the
stopped Rahel from
Nexus,
hitting.
break the undefeated streak
Oh
from
my god.
LYON, and
Guys,
win
LYON
game
lost with a Hextech
Armeo's
Soul.
100% LCS win rate.
LYON lost with Hextech Soul.
More importantly, Sentinels take the win. Lounge, are you not entertained?
My god.
That was an entertaining
What a banger.
I'm always entertained, but
That was a great
you guys didn't even give LYON, like, you didn't give Sentinels a win.
I believe
All right,
in the
I'm banging 3 minutes of ads here.
that game. Did you believe in it? The vast majority of that game?
No.
Tell us
I'm going back behind the PC. I'm going back
I told you
behind the
I told you that's what the game would look like.
Yeah, fair enough. Raz's going to break down some moments from
Well, I was
that
hoping
game,
this would be a
Sentinels
quick night
hold it
because
together.
I have Power
This
Spike
is
in the
where
morning.
the Kuhi quote comes in clutch, right? Kuhi saying, you're just one team fight away from
Inspired
winning
is
the
going to
game.
be back for the
That's a
road
Kuhi
show
quote.
in 2 weeks.
That's
Is
exactly
the
I
current
thought Jay was in the room.
And so, like, we just played this out. This is Sentinels recognizing how large this goal
Yo, thank you.
and the fact that
not that
the most
big.
important thing, it's a Hex Soul. The most important soul to be able to go up against. Like, if you lose a Hex Soul, you're probably going to lose the game. So let's take a look at this positioning. They just cleared out mid, so LYON is waiting for the next wave, and they're just waiting and biding their time. Sentinels are like, we need to push for something right now. So they start the Baron. And funny enough, this works poorly for them. For Sentinels, this is where they actually kind of,
yeah, it's like
they die here. So if we rush it through here, Berserker runs down Impact, and then Isles finds a pick on towards Darkwings, and they do the exact same for Kuhi. So you're wondering, why are you playing this play, Raz? Well, the most important thing is what LYON does with this time. Because Jarvan died, so they can't go immediately towards Baron. So they try and get the soul immediately. So Sentinels recognizes, wait, we actually have a good timing buff. So let's go towards Baron, they push the play here.
This first
So
Baron
Lion,
really
who's
did
really
set the
delayed on
game
their
up to
tempo,
not be
know they need to actually fight for this play. So
insta
then
over.
they lose Baron. They want to hunt. Dokla's like, I have an angle. We have soul. We should win this. Problem is, you're one man in front of 5 people. You are dead. And so
it was
even with
actually,
the
do you know what
ulti
it was
from
there?
Isles, this
It's
just
the
turns into
Anivia
another
stun
pick,
onto
and Sentinel's
Saint.
a team that is
Stops
very
him from
scrappy
following
when
up when they're all on
in
the
a
right-hand
position like
side
this,
choke.
They will fight it through. So then this is huge. They come out with Baron with 3 kills. And now, if we zoom
If he
in
can follow
towards
up
the
Saint,
major
if Saint can
fight,
follow up, sorry,
how
on
all those
Dokla
bounties got
on that
lost,
timer.
you're fighting around here. And yes, the name that we have been all singing is Rahel. And the fact that Rahel has just been chipping
Different
at
story,
again and
maybe.
again. How did Armeo even get that low? Question, Rahel, 1 Q, 2 Qs. Armeo realizes he can't take up this space, he backs away. Berserker even tries to back away, recognizing this. Dokla's been trying to find an angle the entire time. And 2 Qs, 3 Qs, he's dead, burning with Ignite. And so suddenly it turns into an Elder Fight win for Sentinel.
Yeah, he did
And this
basically
is
take the
just
whole
them
regular season off.
finding their timing around tempo that puts them in a winning position. In the fight, the game still gets really, really hectic from here on out. But if we're just talking about how did they get back into the game, that was clearly how they get back into the game. It's their, I think, their creativity and recognizing the small windows that they have.
Yeah.
I need to decompress a little bit, sorry. Oh, I nearly got the stream demonetized. Oh, okay, that's all I have to do. Chat, I kind of want, I don't want to stay up till 2 AM, basically. I was kind of hoping that LYON would just do the thing and win both their games. Nice. Because I have to wake up at 9 AM for Power Spike. And I'm probably not going to sleep until... like, it's going to take me a while to go to sleep, basically. Also, side note, as per usual, I'm going to do some chilling. Please, 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 join the Discord. Please join the Discord. The link is there in the chat. League Partnership Program applications open in 2 weeks' time. A strong, active Discord will, or, you know, a bigger than it is now Discord will make an application easier. And if you're in there, then that's where I'll be giving away stuff that the League Partner Program gives me. So please join the Discord, please. Please. What's up, Universal? And you know, even if you're not active, it's fine. Just being in there is enough. Holy. I remember that. Is my camera... Oh, Universal, thanks so much for the 4 months, bro. Glop. Property. Configure video. Ah. My camera was on auto exposure, and so the FPS was a little bit low. I could see it when I started spinning this in the camera. Who do you think they do for Hall of Legends next year? Do you think they go and do... Do you think they do Bjergsen, or do you think they do Double Lift, or do you think they ignore NA completely and do someone somewhere else? Ignoring an A would be so funny. It would. It's got to be Bjergsen, right? Double the skin will have most sales internationally. Yeah. On a potential thing, you're right. It'll be Double Lift because he's still active. Who knows, bro? Yeah, what the hell is this on the screen? Oh, it's TFT. Sorry guys, I'm doing power spike stuff. Is this nothing? Is this a rendition of... Wow, this sounds so similar to a Bleach anthem. Yeah, LYON lost, would you believe it? Dun 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 dun. Yo, Acrylic, we're doing good, man. Sorry, I was just helping plan Power Spike, and then Degon will probably come in and do whatever the fuck when he wakes up and sees the things I just put in. I have a question. If they do an NA Hall of Legends next, if it's region-based for the first 4, who would you like to see honored? We just spoke about it. The most likely answer is just Bjergsen. Bjergsen is the first real player you put in there. That boy had motion. Bro, we were having discussions about Bjerg versus Faker. Like, please. There's levels to this. Wait, LYON just picked Yunara Lulu? Would Prime Bjerg be on a European super team? Absolutely. What? Yo, by the way, LYON... Okay, they're gonna go Victor. I think they should go Nautilus, personally. This actually goes one of 2 ways, by the way. Either LYON get their absolute teeth kicked in. Either they get their absolute teeth kicked in, because I haven't seen Yunara Lulu win in weeks. Or Berserker drops like a 15 bomb. Minimum. It's actually one or the other, bro. It's literally one or the other. Bjerg Zilean skin would go crazy in sales. No, it wouldn't. That champion is not popular, bro. They would have to buff the shit out of Zilean to make that happen. Zilean rework into Bjerg skin. I see it. Oh, bro, you know what? What if they end up, Bro, what if they gave Zilean's W? Oh, but then they would have to change the kit. Do you guys know, is it his W or his E? I think his E is really unhealthy. They should probably change it. But do you guys know what his E is on, It's either his W or his E on Wild Rift. Have you guys seen it?
The Karma does
Have you guys seen it?
They are going to be playing heavily.
It's fucking mental, by the way.
I did really think it was going to be hard engage, Rel, Nautilus.
Yeah, I just
they were going to play that
did the wrong
style. They are severely lacking on lockdown and engage, but they do have a much stronger 2v2, so they have to make the most of that.
This is the most throwback draft. Like, we need to scale. After not being able to close the giant gold lead ever, they are doing the Ornn into the Rumble.
This is like the TSM, when TSM got the playoffs draft, you know? It's like, all right, guys, that Casio bot, that Olaf top, that's a privilege, and you can lose it by losing a game.
It's also 2018 TL draft with double lift, right? It just if Impact was Doko,
it's legit,
that's
the
what
TSM.
would be happening.
Basically every roster with double lift. When as soon as they lost the game in playoffs, all right, guys, I think we should play carry bot and tank top.
Yeah, you're in draft. It's like, what should I pick top lane? I could go Jace, or I think Ornn looks good.
Yeah.
I think Maokai looks good.
Maokai jungle's looking nice here, too.
Yeah, and a Trundle. Holy moly. The Trundle would have been a great pick for Hanbok, so it's a good takeaway. But this is so slow for LYON. This team comp is so ridiculously slow. If he just locks Kiana here, I feel like that's so good into the Trundle and would combo with the Rumble. He had an insane Kiana performance.
Kiana's not bad.
Yeah, it would be pretty exciting. That is kind of that old school combo.
Hey!
Kha'Zix instead. Just some assassin jump.
Oh! Okay!
That is insane.
All right, I'm running 2 minutes of ads. Everybody lock in. Everybody lock in. Everybody lock in. Kha'Zix.
And you're going to lock Kha'Zix? You are getting polymorph, brother.
I thought he was going to go Kiata, but you know he's feeling the Kha'Zix. He's looking at the Trundle and Ornn and saying, I can go Kha'Zix here. Maybe
I'm ready for this. I'm ready for this. I'm ready for this.
Less at the Lulu.
I mean, you can probably win the duel against the Trundle if you get the jump for sure. But that is going to be difficult to actually deal with polymorph, I think.
Remember when we were talking about Impact's Kled win rate? He's now 4-6 on Kled, and I made the statement that he's the best player in the world when he's down 30 CS or more 15. Not quite. Leo found the stats so fast. So Impact has the 3rd best win percentage. 63%, by the way, when down 30 CS or more at 15 minutes. That's insane. But minimum 10 games played. There are some people in Twitch chat that called this correctly.
I love the people that are ahead of them.
Dyrus and Danny have an 80% win rate when down 30 CS at 15.
That is a crazy stat.
That's crazy.
That was the TSM meme for so many years. It's
yeah,
just like,
it's just
Dyrus,
weak side Dyrus. Yep.
Dyrus, then they'd win.
Yep, weak side Dyrus, camp Dyrus.
Was
yep.
Like the chosen
oh my
one
god.
He was. This guy actually was just Neo in team fights. It didn't matter what the early game happened at all. He'd just show up to a 5v5 and they could be down 5k and you're watching
That is an
Danny,
insane
like,
stat
I think
pool.
they win here.
I think Leo's, if he increased the minimum number of games to like 30, Impact is #1 again. But I like the I bet you that was 10 games that Dyrus was down 30 CS or more.
Impact does
it's
have more games
way
than
more.
Danny.
Way
That's
more
for
to
sure.
Impact.
We need to fudge the numbers even more. Quick.
I'm happy with that. You can close this book.
This is quite the scaling comp for LYON. I would say they outscale all 5 roles.
W Mecha Kha'Zix. Mecha Kha'Zix with the white chroma.
I like their scaling literally all 5 roles. They do have an incredibly strong.
That's OG right there. Hornbach's been playing that for a while.
Kha'Zix is a banger. And I will say, I like when teams take risks. When you are up against a favorite team, when you are the underdogs, it's time to go for some stuff. And congratulations to Hui. We were just talking about Double Lift. Double Lift, it's time to unretire, buddy, because Hui just passed you. 329 career LCS game wins. Passing Double Lift for 5th all time.
Apparently a bunch of people have been talking to Double Lift lately about if he's going to come back, which is really funny. He did the retirement home tournament. He played in the League Classic show match. Not to mention...
That's how you get prepared for LCS.
I did and Hui never gives up. They brought this back as well. This was an old graphic for when they were super far behind against Cloud9. And in comms, he's like, guys, it's a one-fight game. Boom! Back to victory. That just happened. He didn't hear no bell.
This was, yeah, exactly from last split. They were... This team that had been able to make some crazy comebacks happen, and again, they do last game.
How
they were down
fast is Kha'Zix
5,
through the season? Is it
and
quick?
We lost Soul, and that is a wild game to win against an undefeated team in LYON. And Darkwings is clapping Sane up right now in that 1v1. The CS pretty even, but those trades
guys,
are going
Trundle is crossing.
Darkwings' favor.
And it's probably really nice for Sentinels to have this
Ooh, and
comeback win,
Hornbach
because
just
I'd
hopped
say
over the
last
wall. Oh, he's
week
going for a
against
mid-gank instead.
Shopify, They kind of had the opposite, where they were ahead and couldn't close that game. Zarmeo's going in. And this was the game that they had last week against Shopify, game 3.
Okay.
They're ahead. Contracts just walked up and took Baron, and then they lost the series off of that. If that happens, they're 2-1, feeling a lot different about their season right now, and they need to be able to turn it around here against LYON. Yeah, this was crazy Baron steal. Under Nocturnal just
what you're telling me
smites.
is that Sentinels are the impact of teams. They need to be behind to be
and they have
somewhat
impact.
Powerful, you know? The critical error in that game was not the steal. It was being ahead in the first place.
It's true. I got an update that Liam cherry-picked my stat request to make my statement wrong because he did minimum 10 games. Hui and Dyrus and Danny had only been down 30 CS in 10 games. If you make minimum games 11, #1 is Impact again.
But I like that he included Danny and Dyrus.
Wait, Hornbach's here.
It's a really fun
on time, and Armeo's level 3.
Ooh,
Hop on that, bro.
Already a level 4 here.
Money.
Just hop over the pillow, and Armeo has got to leave. That is not your scuttle, brother. And he is going to have to
Now he knows Crab's
back
up.
towards the Krugs. But
Oh, he saw
Kha'Zix
the
is
last
just gonna keep
heavy.
chasing him.
Okay.
And, this is
yeah, he turned
one
around.
of the difficulties when you do pick 3 losing lanes and all this scaling.
Yeah.
Well, the jungler's going to be in your face.
These drafts
Rare,
usually are
good
completely
Kha'Zix
illegal.
game.
It's 3 losing lanes and a Trundle. It's just so much pain in the early game.
These
but if you
lanes,
win
these
one
kind of
team
drafts
fight
never never
on,
win.
third
Sorry.
Drake, you just
Like,
auto win
versus
the
a
game. So
good
it's one of
team-
those like, do you have the discipline to not take risks while not ceding way too much that it becomes unwinnable. And then on the side of Sentinels, like, the pressure is absolutely on them to take the correct risks.
This is a very rare good Kha'Zix game. Now, doing double crowd like this because of all of the shenanigans, he's actually ended up being behind on his cycle of camps, which is not ideal.
Right? That is the way you put pressure on a scaling
Not
comp.
by a lot.
If you allow Lion to get one random early dragon, then all of a sudden that third Drake comes too late, right? And the threat of soul comes too late. They're often on their items and they can win. And I will say, while it is very difficult to pull off that style, Lion, I think, is the team that, you know, over the last
we'll just see
with Inspire,
what Humbug goes
build-wise. At playing that style.
He's skipping
They
Grom.
were famous in
Why?
Split 2, you know, and in Split 1 even, for being a
Humbug
team that
just full
traded,
clear
you know, you take Dragon, well, we take top tower, we take a plate,
just
and we
flashed.
extend that gold lead, then we show up to the fight and we nail it. And again,
Did
Impact
Arsenal
here
Smoking City make you
is,
smile? Oh,
struggling
absolutely.
In the 1v1 early against Dokla, does lose his flash.
He got greeted a little bit, realized that that was a kill angle if he gets hit by that charge, and had to flash away. Still hasn't based.
Massive smile
sitting
on my
a
face,
CP.
bro.
Also, Humbug pathing down, probably for this early Drake. Interesting, he didn't do the Gromp. Instead, I mean, he would have to wait 40 seconds if he wanted to get the extra treat to get his empowered smite. So I think he's just going to clear these grubbies really quick and then not.
I don't know why he skipped Gromp.
Yeah, I'm not going to go for that yet, for sure. But
is he just worried about getting invaded on his chickens? No, I don't think he would have.
Going forward, he's just looking for Rahel. Rahel has already used his barrier. The barrier used by Berserker flashes forward.
Too slow.
Can't finish him off, but now Hombach is here and he has his flash. Flash in first blood for the Kha'Zix, and that is an out of mana Lulu. Gonna have to flash to safety. Barely avoids the Kha'Zix W, but does not avoid the deadly flourish from Rahel. It's 2 kills for Sentinels. They're up 2,000 gold in 5 minutes.
Just like that, CS advantage. Top, jungle, mid, bot, support, and 2-0 on the scoreboard. It's the start they need for a comp like this, but I will say, like, he did that investment. It's going to delay the Drakes a little bit. This was close. Berserker saw it in his eyes. Nice match flash there by Rahel. Nice match flash by Huhi. Then no barrier, no flash, no heal. Makes it an incredibly easy gank for Hombach, who arrives in the nick of time. And then right here, line it up. He's against the wall. And I think he was waiting for the cooldown. Blind shot. Wow. Nicely done.
Tags him and does get that double. And Golden Blue is pumped up. That is huge for them. And Sentinels, you know, they are in a position where they need every win to be able to secure themselves a spot in playoffs. They're by no means guaranteed. Lost a critical match against Shopify, and as a result, they put themselves in a bit more of
I mean, high key you invade here, no? You just push bot with Rahel, get level 6 solo XP, and then you just,
It's going to be some really important games.
Good chunk from Darkwings, but he needs to hit the wave.
FlyQuest, DSG, and C9. So not the easiest opponents remaining either. You know, DSG maybe an expected win, but Fly and C9 are going to be tough. And if you win here,
it's a horror.
That puts you in a much
horror
better
show.
spot.
Horror
3
show.
wins should get you to playoffs. So if they win this, they really just have to beat DSG, and they're very likely in playoffs.
Yeah.
You know, maybe not mathematically locked or anything like that, but good chance. But if they lose this, then you've got to at least beat probably, you know,
I mean, guys, I'm going to be honest.
FlyQuest DSG are both next week because they're not going to be going to Mexico
This
City, so they're playing
is
their
the
extra
problem
game
of whoever suggested to go Trundle.
would be huge. While we were talking about the strength of schedule,
Whoever suggested Trundle is the problem here.
Smite on the Scuttle Crab, he didn't have Smite. Hombach could just do the invade, steal a couple additional camps away. But it is potentially questionable.
You pick Trundle with 3 losing lanes, this is what happens to you.
It's still up. We're talking about putting the soul pressure onto Lion. 7.5 minutes, still not the first Drake. Some small things going well for Lion in that case.
Yeah, not going to be able to get that early dragon.
That hit?
Ooh, just barely out of range, but Isle does get tagged by that 4th shot of the ultimate, and it's super low. As is Berserker.
I think the increase of inspired stocks when he comes back and drives the Lion Bust to winning the split.
It looks like they had a window where they might have been able to potentially get a kill. Armeo also spotted out here, and Hombach is going to be there for the counter gank. Ulti going to get popped by Dokla. He's going to redirect it onto the Kha'Zix just to try to get out, but Berserker is going to root it up. Tries to turn around. He's going to polymorph over onto Rahel. They're looking to burst him down. The shield comes back up,
on the right-hand side of the screen. Holy shit, I just wasn't paying attention.
Berserker gets us another shield and a double from such a disadvantageous position. Lions bot lane makes magic happen.
They had barrier heal back up.
Armeo smited the little one.
Just ran out of damage.
He's homeless.
Didn't even have
one more Q for the road.
6 Lulu ultimate, but it was still enough through
the
Lulu E, the heal, and the barrier to just out-damage them. That is so big for
guys,
them
Sentinels
to
aren't
scale in the
stacking
late
Drakes.
game, especially with no Drake taken yet.
And it's so impressive to be able to see that angle. They were actually way down on HP, and they just recognized, hey, you went too far. You're going to get polymorphed. I have way more
whoa. Mid TP.
You chase him
This guy's
down,
dead as fuck.
And they punish that play, and now Saint in trouble. 3 members here. Catches the wild growth. Has to flash out anyway. Armeo in the area. Sentinels with a good punish there on a pretty dangerously placed TP from Saint.
Yeah.
Which I always feel like those TPs are kind of silly because really it saves you like a second. You could just TP to the tower and then that never happens.
I completely agree. There's also that one time, though, they TP to the tower, they lose 1 minion, they don't hit level 6 first, they die, they're like, I gotta get the experience. But in this case...
The risk versus war just never seems good to me.
It's not.
Sentinels 2-0s.
Which means Darkwings does have to TP back as well.
They are in playoffs. 87.4% of scenarios.
And if you say, okay...
They should still get Drake, but they still haven't got Drake. And Harmbach is now sat on an absorbent amount of gold. He actually kind of needs the base pretty soon.
I think, you know, after that early couple kills, you're like, that's okay. They're up a couple thousand gold, so here it is one more time.
I mean, so Rahel has 4th shot, but then he takes a
heal
long time
barrier.
Reroll is polymorphed. Look how long it takes for him to get any ammo back. So it's just a poor calculation by Rahel to take that all in, and really smart by Berserker and Isles to say, like, if we
come out of this replay, I don't know why, I just feel like when we come out of this replay, our Mayo is going to be on Dragon for some reason.
Bad and lucky, the classic.
It actually shouldn't even be a thing, but I just have a feeling.
LCS pros, whenever,
oh my god, look at the minimap.
Goes well for them,
oh my god, look at the minimap. Our Mayo's right-clicking it. It's complete vision control for Sentinels in the river, by the way.
I don't even feel like
and he's still allowed to right-click to the Drake here. Obviously, I know now it's like Berserker. Well, Berserker has one item. Like,
I guess.
Oh
Berserker
my
was at 20%
god.
HP before the heal came in, and he's like, nope, you're dead. And just, you use the 4-shot, there's the reload, there's the polymorph, there's the heal, the barrier, the consistent DPS, and they calculated it out just right. And for me, that is perfect champion mastery. Like, that is such an understanding of a matchup like this that almost everyone gets chunked low there and just bases.
And they're getting the first Drake.
Now it's a little tough.
It's feeling like Inspired Spirit is in this game, even if Inspired is not.
And Harmbach is
scaling and taking it slow.
That big gold lead, and that still exists. That's still nice, but again, you are going to have to deal with the polymorph potentially later on.
What's up, Brave? What is this
Of course, you do have the ult, you have the invisibility to try to make the life difficult for Isles. But the problem is Isles is an incredible Lulu, and what's going to happen is anytime you jump forward, you're going to get wild growth while you're in the air, and then you're going to get polymorphed out of it, and you can't really react to that. So unless you stealth in like this, can be tough. Dokla going to get taken down, though. Harmbach, 2,000 gold ahead of his counterpart now, has used this matchup really well. He's up almost 2 entire levels, and will be up 2 full levels after he takes this camp.
Really fed.
Armeo is close to 8, but Harmbach's almost 10.
It's interesting.
Like, bro, Harmbach actually almost has the most XP in the game.
If a Kha'Zix is in your solo queue game and he's starting 31 CS up and 2 kills, I feel like you think he's going to carry the game. But in organized play with Lion tier team fighting, I think it's going to be a lot harder. Harmbach has not prioritized objective control, instead prioritized the objective of getting himself gold. And we'll see if he's able to carry this game, because that's the position he's put himself in.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I completely
this
agree,
has to
be
vision denial and
probably one-shotting your Yunara and then you're FFing, right?
Because at some point he finds him in a side lane, he's dead.
And Saint might be getting one shot
Saint
right
has no
here.
flash.
There's the jump in. Nice shockwave to peel for himself, but Saint has no flash from that earlier look towards mid. Darkwings grabs the kill, but it's set up very well by Harmbach and Huhi. But again,
well, Harmbach is now officially about to have the most XP in the game. But this is
CC
where I kind of hate jungle, because now when you're ahead like this, taking camps, you actually just get less XP.
All of these tools, you might just die before you do
It's
anything.
really annoying, actually. You stop the rubber banding is really horrendous. Like, he's on Krugs, right? Krugs give the most XP out of any jungle camp. I can't remember the last time when he took these ones, to be fair. But look at his XP bar. He's half. Oh, okay. Well, we're going at the comms. That's awesome.
I can gank. Yeah. He's no flash. Nice.
Yeah, nice gank there, but as we were talking about how Lion is scaling, like, it really just, the gold lead ballooned, and it's because it all started with the top play. So Harmbach had essentially full cleared his jungle, ran top, killed Dokla, but then as that happened is when Armeo was arriving to his top side. So Armeo had to cede all of his top side camps to the Kha'Zix, then mid lane dies. So it wasn't just Harmbach running around and getting kills, it was the entire top side of line also not getting gold during that time period. And it's really blown this game open. This would be unplayable if not for the 2 kills on Berserker.
Yeah, I agree, actually. That's a good point. The LPL, the Korean imports do speak very good English, the more recent ones.
Back towards top side again.
Very, very good.
Sentinel's doing a good job pushing this game forward, and Armeo has been completely stifled. He is just hitting level 9 as he soaks some lane experience.
Okay, Hombok just evolved
Hombok's already level 11. And
the
getting
spike
close to that second item, 2.5k ahead. He's going for lethality items, so he is going to be a real problem. But they're going to try to rush down this tower, get first tower gold, which would be a boon for LYON. Trundle, one of the best champions of the game at actually killing towers with the W attack speed plus the Chomp working on it. And they do beat out Impact.
Yep, oh yeah, sorry. Krugs did give less than a quarter of the XP value. I remember I actually looked after we came out on replay.
Even more minions, so
it was maybe about a quarter, to be fair. I don't think it was less than a quarter. Oh, is this guy just dead again?
No.
Could be tough. Here comes Hombok again. Does that flash, but I don't know if it matters. There's the flash, but the flash response is available from Hombok.
I guess his E was on cooldown.
Again in the mid lane, and he is dead. It's nearly a 3,000 gold lead for the Kazakhs.
And he's just going to continue to run around the map here.
The Deadly Flourish does connect there. Isles trying to dodge these shots. Hombok is coming, and he is spotted. Armeo there trying to buy some time. Does pillar out Hombok.
Oh my god.
But they're going to have
Bro,
to
when was the last time Armeo farmed the camp?
to give up jungle camps. This is just completely out of control.
Yo, when was the last time he ate a jungle camp, bro? This is horrendous.
Armeo is still sitting on his hatchling. He hasn't hatched his smite yet. We're 15 minutes into the game.
He's 3 full levels down. That is crazy.
Objective bounties are available soon.
This is insane. This is what happens, by the way.
Bounties,
if you give jungle R5, and it's genuinely an abusable matchup, and you have lane prio,
they are smashing this right now.
Which you should never really be able to get all of it, but this is obviously just the draft that LYON have put themselves in.
That was off screen. Berserker might have had him, but the flash response was there.
This is the kind of game that can happen.
Let him get away. And Hombok just had a monster buy as well. He had the pieces of Cyclosword, buys Cyclosword, plus another serrated dirt.
Who he just flash beast.
Could be in a little trouble. Does have the flash and is not
for some reason I thought LYON were going to go and look for him a bit more.
So that's going to make it tough for him to follow up.
I mean, bro, his items, he will disintegrate Saint, Berserker, and Isles. Like, if he touches them, they will die.
With his 2.5 full lethality items. It's still going to be that waiting game. At this point, you're kind of just hunting bounties. As Darkwings does have one and no flash.
Yep, no flash, and I don't think you're getting out of this one. The pillar is still
Season
there
16 begins. Bounty hunt.
Gets 600 gold for his troubles. Visits that top side, and they are going to have still a lot of time to chill.
Yeah, he needs to go Edge of Night third.
Sentinels took no early
pray
dragon.
to
That was
God.
their first dragon of the game here at 16 minutes. So as long as LYON don't keep chain dying, they do still have some real chances here, but Armeo going to get stealthed on, and Hombok jumps in, flash away, but there is the leap in from Hombok, asserting his dominance as Dokla.
Bro, Dokla TP'd out. He didn't even want any of that.
The Kazakhs is behind me. I want none of this smoke. Just get me out immediately. Hombok has lived in the jungle of Armeo. This is a very difficult game for him to survive in.
You don't need Edge of Night IMO.
He has a 2-item Yunara.
I think if Edge of Night stops him from getting polymorphed even one time, it's worth the purchase.
They might need a little bit more gas, so they should go to the Gas South Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, from October 3rd to 4th. Tickets are on sale. I said LYON was going to be there. Wasn't a very hot take before. Still don't think it is, but it's maybe slightly hotter.
I think the thing is, Kazakhs is one of the few assassins that's actually pretty decent at helping with Siege.
All gas, no breaks for Hombok this game for sure.
Sometimes the problem with that is when you don't have breaks, there's a wall in front of you. Sometimes you run right into it and you die, which could happen in one team fight here for LYON.
And they do have Victor, and they do have Jin and Karma, and they do have Rumble. These are all excellent sieging champions.
Farm on their carries, 10 CS per minute.
And actually, all of these champions want you to come into them.
So they have their
like this is kind of draft Exodia, to be honest with you.
I need to check on this.
Other than the fact that Ornn could maybe be a problem later.
Right, you're not noticing it because Rahel's got a lot of gold as well, but 8.4 total K. 10k gold on Kazakhs, still very impressive. And then early on in the game, Darkwings and Impact, mostly just lane damage. We haven't really seen the team fight.
They have enough Baron. Yeah, they have enough wave clear through Baron, I think, until maybe 30-something minutes.
The Ornn upgrades don't show up on the objective bounties either.
Exactly, he just got that first Ornn upgrade, and so every level coming in now, he's going to be having those upgraded items for his team, which is an additional 1k or so in stats, so is pretty powerful in and of itself, and that is where things can get difficult as the game just slows down.
But now this is the part where, like, okay, you start to lose.
They can even give up the next dragon if they feel like it's that difficult of a situation.
Armeo can pillar this. Somebody needs to get in this Herald, by the way.
Pillar will be there to answer it, so a bit of a bold
Actually, I guess it
drop
kind of.
as Armeo should be able to block this out. Impact coming on the side though, and potentially looking to set up a dive, but doesn't really feel like there's an angle.
Yeah, Herald has been stuffed with Hambach at 60% health.
Oh my
It's
god.
an ambitious one.
Yeah, the curtains are going to get called. The equalizer is dropped. They
Yep.
are getting this.
This is what I'm talking about, though. This is how you play it. It's very Korean.
Darkwings gets shockwave there by Saint, put low. Hambach is low as well. Armeo
I mean,
trying to set up his team. 4-shot used there as who he
like,
gets
there's actually
out.
nothing.
And now Doku
Oh,
arrives,
Impact.
and Impact is on the wrong side of the map.
I mean, Orn has R.
Armeo? The Orn horn down.
he's just
Does get
thinking
the
Kha'Zix
knockup,
there.
but Hambach is there. The rest of the team isn't really with him to follow up, so it's kind of much
I mean,
ado
if
about
Sentinels
nothing,
play this like
as it
humans,
is
and
that
they are right
traded
now,
out, but
Lion don't get to play the game until they're like
kill.
three,
They do
like
defend their
genuinely
mid lane
until
tower,
they're
though,
like
and
all
keep
3
that gold
items.
about where it was.
Nearly.
I think that was just a nice defense overall.
Maybe they can play when Berserker hits IE.
Work through kind of a full
Well, no,
cycle
that's when they will be
ultimates
able to play.
from
When
Sentinels,
Berserker hits
Curtain
IE, that's when they
Equalizer both
play.
being used, not even lose their turret, also absorb the Rift Herald, and then they still move to catch their waves. They didn't lose a huge number of
Hambach has
minions on
Edge
either
of
top
Night
or
now.
bot lane. All they need to do to buy that time.
Yep, just keep on scaling. Third item, though, comes through here for Hambach. Edge Knight now completed. Impact working in towards that Zonia, so he's going to have that up and available over Hell. Did go for the Ghost Blade, now has that Collector, and you can see Berserker probably going in for his next item here. We'll see where he wants to go for it, but does have a BF in inventory and does have that Ardent Sensor Lulu to buff him up. So he's, of course, even stronger than he's showing, and you're expecting the Doku will give him his first upgrade here that he's going to have ready in another wave or two as he hits 14.
For sure. And I'm seeing some of these comments. A bit of a jungle gap, jungle diff. In defense of Armeo, you got 3 losing lanes, you got blind picked Trundle, and then the other jungler went full solo queue, ignored objectives, and played Kha'Zix to play for your camps. So it's kind of what happens. I think it's very difficult to actually play Trundle in this game. It's just about, he's only died once. Can he still keep his head, not die additional times, and be there to help peel his Yunari?
Well, like his TFT.
Yeah, completely agree. It's a very difficult position to be in. Even if you have a
Crying,
decent
bro.
jungle matchup, if you have 3 losing lanes, it is very hard to play the game, and at pro level, even more so. And then he has a horrible 1v1 matchup against this Kha'Zix, and Hambach has played it really, really well. I think he's excellent at this sort of style. Hambach does just go in, playing with fire a little bit, shoots at the void spikes, and then just leaps back to safety.
Yeah, but you gotta move. Keep moving. You always have to
available,
move
has
to
the
charge up
ultimate
Cyclo Sword so it's ready for the next
available,
W.
so it's not really an angle there for Lion to go in, and I think this Dragon will just be seated as they continue to play the side lanes. Grab as much farm as possible, grab as much experience as possible, as the Equalizer are going to get dropped, and I'll force the flash. Curtin's going to get called, tries the sidestep, sidesteps their first.
I'm going to be honest, this is so good. I am so impressed. Obviously, they have a massive gold lead, right? But it requires so much discipline, which this is, surely it's not cost
teleport is now coming in from Saint.
It requires so much discipline to play a comp like this.
Again, it is just about buying time.
Once Kha'Zix is slotted in.
Extends ever so slightly above 6K.
And one Drake closer to Soul Point is Hambach.
Once the Kha'Zix is slotted in, like
Armeo's flash literally
Jamada R 67 seconds CD.
That Sentinels was
No,
probably
thank you, bro.
calling no flash Trundle, thinking that that was going to be a kill before he was able to flash to safety. And then Saint, weirdly enough, probably just wants that teleport back because I don't think that play was going to continue.
Your Caster Curse is quite strong. In fairness, my Caster Curse is actually quite strong.
Maybe thought that they were going to be overcommitting, looking for a dive, and you're kind of picturing yourself TPing
Hunk's not powerful enough yet.
And turning it, but either way, they do get that.
No, I do.
Off of
I do
Saint
think
here.
this game is
They
done,
do have
and I'm not
just one
intentionally
TP
trying to
apiece
ult here. Like
available.
I do
Both
actually
those
think this
top
game
laners
is done.
do have theirs up and available, and though even though Impact
Question:
uses stasis, it was the
if
broken
Kha'Zix
Seekers,
gets locked,
now
are
he
you back in your
upgrades towards that
brethren?
Zonia, so his Zonias will be good to go once again.
Yeah,
Hey, we just swapped observers, and the observer on this PC has a different minimap scale size than the other observer that we just had.
Doka probably looking for that upgraded Infinity.
All right,
Edge.
well,
Berserker did complete that. Doka just got 14, so I'm assuming he is going to put all the eggs in the Berserker basket where they belong, but it's going to get interrupted.
Okay,
and
another.
the Equalizer.
This is
Doka
all right.
has the steering charge away.
But this is what you have to do. This is what you have to do.
And he will have to try once
Just keep on doing that off CD. As long as you don't actually fight in the choke, you're doing the correct thing.
There you go.
And they got it. They did it successfully. Mechanic executed. 103 attack damage from the Super Infinity Edge.
That's a lot of extra stats here, extra AD.
Oh, no.
The Kha'Zix going to get found on the side.
He's
Hambak
fine.
has got to jump to safety, shielded up there by Huhi. Rahel with the 4th shot ready, but no angle to really
I was worried
use
for
it.
all of half a second.
As Impact pushed out bot lane, the lanes are pushing in the favor of Sentinels, and you can see they're reflected in the gold again. It was 5K for a long time, broke 6K. We're now almost at 7,000 here as Impact's lead is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Dokla is just kind of chain grouping, can't really play through sides very much, and that is...
There's a Vietnamese commentator I watched. That guy's genuinely a sorcerer, bro.
They're right alongside that jungle lead.
I'm listening.
That's pretty much the whole lead.
Is this guy allowing us a slope? Is he min-maxing minions dying
pretty
up there?
hard
Darkwing,
at
you
24 minutes
freak.
into the game to look at the jungler who's 4-0, 80 CS up, and 4,000 gold ahead and say, you know, maybe could have played better. But if you're focusing Drake's Soul point, like
I actually can't believe it. This is
whereas now we're 7 minutes.
this
away,
is
and
such
by
good
31
League of
minutes,
Legends. Do you know how
Berserker's
impressed? This is like a
items,
coach's
I
wet
think
dream.
their ornaments. It feels like it's still going to be difficult for that. But I'd also say like.
Someone please turn off nameplates before Hambak forgets who he is. You mean remembers, bro.
Very well, but if Sentinels lose this game,
You mean remembers who he is.
and say, okay, how could we have pressured Soul faster?
I think that's one of the most difficult things in League is when every play you do works, but you lose the game. Being able to evaluate, you know, was this the correct run of play? Because his invades were incredibly successful, right?
He's been so good.
And have worked really, really well. But it's true. If if they lose
Right,
and Soul's
he's
too late, and bought too much
Evo,
time,
he's
well,
got R
maybe
Evo.
that was the wrong choice.
Doesn't
It's
have
really hard
deep
to know,
Evo.
though, because
Yeah.
we'd be in a world where Armeo is probably has
Oh
way
god,
more
oh
gold, way
god,
more
oh,
relevant.
Isles
He
nearly
wasn't
just
put so
died.
far down, so it's always interesting.
Do we need to
Hambak
reveal
again
ourselves here?
on the side
Yeah,
with
Serpent's
the,
4.
Great
equalizer. Yep,
harassing
money.
them. Equalizer comes down. Curtain call
Victor,
as well. Dokla there to block
yeah,
the
just
shot.
poke.
Saint
Yep,
takes
don't commit.
one to the
Incredible.
back of the head, but Dokla
I'm so impressed!
And this is just
I'm
fine
so
time
impressed.
for Darkwing
I'm
pushing
so
on that
impressed.
topside, collecting
And even
playoffs
this
there.
timer
Now
is fucking perfect because the
7.6K
dragon
ahead.
is 70
Ornaments or
seconds
not,
away.
this gold lead is getting
So the
worse and
equalizer will
worse
be
and
back up.
worse
The
here
curtain call will
for
maybe have
Lion.
like
They're just
20,
group
30
five
seconds
trying to
left on it.
force. And now there is no equalizer. There is
This
no
guy's
curtain
probably
call, and
fine.
Hui is in
Oh,
some
he did have
trouble.
flash in the
Hui's
end.
gonna get
Oh,
jumped
okay,
on
they're
the
full sending it.
or Rahel is gonna get
They
knocked
finally
down as well.
broke
That's
it.
2 quick kills.
They finally
Going their
broke
way.
it.
And now they're trying to
Berserker
dive onto Darkwing.
isn't going to
Darkwing's
die to that.
pretty
Oh
low.
god, they've thrown it
Does
away.
fall. Dokla and Saint
Oh
survive. It
god.
is 4 for 0.
Oh
Down
god.
8K gold for Lion.
Oh
Bounties
god.
for everyone, but
They
mainly
just had to.
Berserker playing that
Oh,
perfectly. An
God.
absolute psychopath.
Oh,
flies
Shivar.
through the turret.
What happened
to
on the
kill
back
Rahel
line?
and Huhi, and then even after Darkwing's teleports
What happened on
in,
the back line?
Berserker still lives.
Impactor.
They collect all the bounties
Impactor.
and are probably
I've
getting
seen
this
Impact
Drake.
1v9
Has
these.
equalizer. He just came back up. He's going to drop it. He is level 16,
not the
but I
best.
don't think there's a real angle in.
No.
Trying to be as annoying as possible, but you are 1v5. That is
Jamada
fair.
alive.
That is 5,000 nearly.
No,
taken off the gold
Like, to
lead.
be fair, Lion just
And
snapped, bro. That was a great
is
engage
this
underneath
game
tower.
Maybe slipping out of Sentinel's grasp.
Unbelievable.
But I'm going to be honest,
fight
that
there
was the
by
best,
Lion.
like,
Sentinels,
can I
with
say
their
something,
big lead,
guys?
was trying to
Obviously,
split
like,
push,
they
so
had
Darkwing's
everything just,
is
like,
top, and then
fell
Lion
in
says,
Sentinel's lap in
okay,
terms of,
once
like,
we see
draft
Kha'Zix clear
and
that
what
ward,
have you.
You don't have enough damage at the turret.
This
so we're
was
just
the
gonna run in
best
and
25
kill you
minutes,
before
I
Hambak
think,
can
of
actually
North
make his
American League of
approach.
Legends I've
Rahel
watched
and Huhi
all year.
dead. Then the teleport arrives, and that's when Hambak
I'm
dives
so
in,
serious, bro.
right
I am
onto a
so
shockwave.
for real.
Saint gets him, gets the full shutdown
Oh,
for his
Hambak
own
remembered who he
Orianna,
was.
and
Fuck.
they're first on this Drake. So
Besides, like,
Soul
Lion
will
in
be delayed
playoffs
until
in
at
winter,
least
that was, like, the only,
37
like, bro.
minutes after Lion has that. That is all the time in the world for Berserker to keep getting
From a
items.
pure,
They
like,
have 3 ornaments that have come
textbook
through, and I
chess
feel like
league,
they've already
like,
been
that
outscaled at this
was
point off that one
fucking
lost fight.
incredible.
I mean, it was really well played by Lion. They were hard forcing, and Sentinels didn't respect it. You know, not only is it the Kha'Zix on the side that you pointed out, which is a really big deal.
And
but
do you
it's
know
also
what's
the fact
sad?
you
That
spent
that
equalizer
should
and
really
curtain call and
be
everything
the
on previous wave,
flaw.
and
Yeah.
Lion spent nothing.
That should
They just
really be the
walked
flaw.
away from it, and then say, okay, great. You
But
use your
here we are
2
now.
most powerful teamfight ults.
Lion's comp
And you still
is
are 4v5.
scaled.
We're just going to dive you.
Yeah, we're
you
not
have a
that
true
weak.
tank with Orin. Orin can just tank up the tower. Trundle can tank up the tower. They don't care at all. And so that was really well played. I mean, Dokla just marks the Kha'Zix on the side, CCs him, Saint catches him with the shockwave, and now it is a 4,000 gold lead for Kha'Zix, who looks like he might be heading towards a defeat screen. We'll see if he can turn things around. Who he's going to get caught out, but will be peeled for by the rest of the squad as Saint knocks down that top lane tier 1. Gold lead down to nearly only 3K. It is 2 dragons apiece. And with those ornaments that are through, it feels like Lion are equal, if not ahead in power, but there is always that chance. You know, if Kha'Zix can one-shot the Yunara, hey, you can win the game, but that is going to be really hard to pull off.
off.
Yeah, and you can see it's not like LYON has won a bunch of team fights. They've really picked their moments, but it's been really for LYON, like pure defense and then 2 moments of aggression. It was in the bot lane when Berserker and Isles got the 2v2 kill when Rahel and Huhi stepped up with Fort Shot, but they had heal barrier back and decided to all in. And it was that moment when they stepped up to the turret with Equalizer being down and went to all in. I think the bigger thing that we haven't talked about is Darkwings was pretty far ahead of Saint, but Saint got the Kha'Zix shutdown as well as that mid turret, and now it's not just the Yunara. The Orianna has also scaled, which really puts LYON in a good spot.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And this Ornn, behind gold or not, is not that easy to kill, right? You know, you do have the LDR done for Rahel, but he went Ghostblade Collector into LDR, so it's not like you are a tank killing build. This is not Hex Optics, LDR, IE 3 items. This is a 3 items that just doesn't really hurt this tanky front line, and you can see they're just kind of shrugging off a lot of the damage here. Great shockwave, pulls him out of the air. Beautiful by Saint. No! Flashes, but there is the follow.
Oh!
Comes in the side, goes on a rampage as Huhi is gonna fall as well. LYON roar to life. White Sentinels off the map, and we'll see if they just want to push to end the game.
That's no Baron, but I mean, they have 5 versus 2 and a cannon wave. It's hard to imagine.
I'm so sad.
Impact Rahel holding up another wave
I'm
on the
so
way
sad.
as well.
Bro, they had them in a headlock for 25 minutes just to get shagged by one fight. I mean, that's the nature of Kha'Zix in Pro, though.
For 95% of this game, but the polymorph is there. Another kill goes to Berserker. Dokla is just laughing in Rahel's face, flashes in on him, forces
Genuinely
the flash
unreal.
out. Berserker flashing in, looking for another kill. Can't quite get it, but does get the Nexus.
All right, well, we
It's a big comeback from LYON as
go to
they
3.
Showcase their talent in the team fight and send us to game 3.
Cheeky smile by Armeo. I gotta say, they got the delay of game penalty in game 1. They delayed game 2 as well. They were practicing Lounge. What do you think of that?
I think.
All right, I'm gonna run ads. I need to run to the bathroom if that's okay with
That
everybody.
extra ban.
Yeah, no.
They didn't need a gold lead.
I shower tub.
did love the Rhett Vern to like hyper carries for Berserker.
Yep.
This is what he's been doing his entire career. Caps already pointed out, and I'm glad that they did. But Isles Lulu is actually like
Yeah.
People always make fun of me. I know you won't because we've had this discussion. People always make fun of me being like, this player is really good at Lulu, unironically.
Hey, supports matter.
And he is.
Yeah.
But Raz, I know you have some. It was the comeback team fights were like so sparse.
Those were ridiculous.
Just very well chosen with a scaling comp.
We're so used to the Sentinels comeback that I forgot that LYON is capable of it too.
Specifically Berserker on the hyper carry.
We have to talk about how it was so insane for Sentinels to be finding themselves in a positive position where like a lot of the early plays are working out well for them. Now this is the all-in from Berserker and Isles that didn't work. This is the one that didn't work. Why did it not work? Well, Hambach is here. And Emily's gonna starting her campaign about Hambach and Huhi. I love how just before you died, you know what? Yeah, I'm a little petty. I'm gonna bring it back for this one.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
The thumbs up right after it.
Yep.
Because he thought the lane was
I
good.
did see that.
He actually thought the lane was good after this. He's like, all right, guys, even after this, we both lost flash, it's fine. But in this lane state, if we're discounting the jungler, not bad. Waves coming in us. Maybe we can freeze it. Maybe we can freeze it. Oh, that's a bug. And he squashed both of us. So.
Yeah, usually you're squashing the bug, not the other way around.
Exactly.
This was a sick deadly flourish tap on the back half of it.
And like to continue to talk positives about specifically Impact putting down Dokla, getting him really low, but Hambach had an amazing early game. Like catching the kill on towards Dokla. Oh man, I didn't see him coming!
Yeah. Ooh.
And you got to see the snowball from there. Now let's talk about the clapback, specifically Berserker. Berserker had an incredible game, and I want to bring it back a little bit because even after losing the early 2v2, they're like, let's roll that one back.
This one was so close. I cannot believe they turned this one around.
A red card from the previous play, you brought in your jungler, now we have full vision that we're topside. That is all topside, that we're alone for the 2v2. And so even with how chunked, with last bullet coming through, 4th bullet on towards Berserker, Berserker's like, wait a minute, not only are you polymorph, you don't have bullets.
You're out of ammo.
You're out of ammo. Oh my God. And then he pops ulti and runs him down. And Emily, you are right. Like Isles and Berserker, their best 2v2 in my opinion is definitely Lulu and Yunara.
Yeah.
It's so well practiced for them. For them to be down in the lane and then finding that angle was great. And then we have to talk about the moment.
When everyone else was like losing with it in the LCS, they were the only duo that was like, these two get the Lulu license.
Yep. Yeah. Now look
there
at this play.
There it is. Disaster.
Now, it's sad because we didn't see this coming. Like, Darkwings is top lane and he's TPing, but that takes time. And Hambach's on a flank, but that just means you have 3 people who are on this. And Armeo and Berserker, they all just dive straight on towards Huhi and Rahel, and they chunk them at this point. And it's such a massive goal lead up until this point that it's a surprise that LYON see this angle. And they see this angle, and Azale calls it out in-game, because on the last wave, they used everything. Sentinels used Gen Ulti and all these resources to push LYON back prior. But then, that play comes through, you're like, well, you don't have your mid laner. I don't see the bug again. And that's 3 people under turret. We can just go straight for the dive.
Yeah.
I also think a huge part of that is how, to the Yunara Lulu license point, Berserker can play so far up, right? He's taking turret shots, he's taking damage. It does not matter because he knows and can trust that he has Isles in his back pocket, right? And Berserker, in my opinion, is at his best when he can play this aggressively, right? And I'm not saying it's just on hyper carries, because obviously we do know that he's good at the Yunara, he's good at the Zeri, he's good at the Aphelios, but it's the fact that whenever he is being buffed, it can play so aggressively with something like a Lulu in his back pocket, you know he's going to be taking advantage of it.
Oh, what you doing, Raz? What's happening over here? Is it gold graph?
I'm going to take a question mark off this one.
Oh, wait, what? I didn't even know that came off.
Yeah,
that was
question mark
a
right here.
mid-tier 1 turret dive.
That's what happened. That's what happened. Player of the game, Berserker, everyone did.
Unanimous.
Yeah, it's got to be unanimous. I mean, that was a crazy carry performance right there, and it's back to the hyper carries for Berserker. After playing the Cassiopeia, like you had been kind of mentioning for game number 1, still bringing out the mages, but now we see what he can do on the carries.
And I feel bad because I do want to bring up the point that I actually, a Berserker getting 84% of the vote.
Fans agree, base chat.
Good job.
Berserker barrage.
Is that, I don't think Cassiopeia, I think his Cassiopeia game was also
It was
great.
also great.
And I think it is to his credit that on a patch where it's just us, LEC, and CUL that have played in Tier 1, right? Mages have been played 4 times. They're now 1 in 3. However, I'm not blaming the fourth game, the 3rd loss, the Cassio, right?
Sounds like
because I do think I'm not. I'm saying that I really appreciate Berserker for having that also in his arsenal.
I had to get some decaf coffee because I want a hot drink.
Going to happen more often
but I want something bitter.
Mages aren't going to be as heavily prioritized.
I need a hot drink to keep me up, but I can't have caffeine.
If you are someone like Berserker, if you're someone like Viper, for example, and you do have that in your toolbox, it just gives you so much more draft flexibility. And talking about this specific draft with the hyper carry, they only needed 1 fight, and then they just outscale.
Yeah, just that one big moment. Douglas on the tank, tanking up all the turret. Berserker goes in, and this is the draft right there. This is a pretty standard draft before like the mages crept their way into the bot lane with this just hyper carry with an enchanter and then a big beefy front line. And again, to Isles on the Lulu, I mean, he shields Berserker, but Wild Growths his jungler Armeo to tank up more turret shots afterwards. Like a really good target selection from Isles.
Yeah, and I do want to call out, I think Hambach had a phenomenal Kha'Zix game.
Yes.
I know he was 100% win rate. He's only played it once thus far in his career,
well,
but you can see, now he's 50%. But you can see why they did give him that pick. I didn't believe in it still.
Man, you're a disgrace to the crown. Where's your tea? I've had tea today already.
But I understand looking at him and being like, we know he can play this.
Why no caffeine? Because it is 1 a.m. and I need to sleep once this series is finished.
Or the Kha'Zix for the loss either.
Either way, it's going to be a 1-to-1 score on the scorecard here.
Or at least I need to try. I would
2.
like to go and visit my grandmother tomorrow off the power spike. We'll see though. Oopsies. Well, hopefully the YouTube VOD doesn't get nuked. Fuck, I forgot about that. We'll see. If you want to know what we're listening to, that is oh god, how do you say that word? Reminiscence? Epilogue. Well, it's fine. Like the I would just have to go into the VOD and what's the word? I actually have to remove this part of the VOD. Oh my god. What is this melody? Where is this musical masterpiece from? It's from Neon Evangelion. I've been enjoying the YouTube mods. Really? Well, I'm glad someone is. I'm glad people are. I do, like... It's why I use YouTube as, like, a method of just storing the VODs, you know? And even if it's just helping even one extra person, like, watch the stream if they wanted to watch it with me, then I'm happy. Oh my god. Shyvana first pick. This boy wants to go out on a bang.
Had no blinks.
Here we go.
It was only, do you know where you win and where you lose? And if you did, you could do very well in the game.
Yeah, Yomu's Rush Kha'Zix is a bit nuts.
But it's like Nunu and even Singe, you know, some of these champions that have no mechanics basically have these crazy mastery curves, which is basically the more games you play, the better you perform on the champion.
I'm not watching LCS if it's not your co-stream unless it's like a TO or LYON game.
No,
I appreciate that, bro. Genuinely.
Pressing the buttons in a competent way.
Like, as I always say, shout out all the YouTube viewers. Like, I know, like, for how many people are in here. There are currently 39 people in here. It's been peaking around 60 during a fair few of these games.
We're talking about mastering old Udyr, and
I know a lot of you guys like to just watch the game in silence and peace, and I respect that. But for the YouTube chatters especially, much love.
An 86% season 1 win rate on old Udyr.
Like, if I'm reaching a slightly bigger audience via the YouTube streams,
Caitlyn and
then it just feels good to have the YouTube streams up.
Here. Let's catch up on the draft a little bit, paired with that Nocturne. When you see Nocturne, you do expect to see a lot of dive paired alongside it. For now,
like actually, just as a bit of a,
but of course, Shyvana,
I'm just curious. How many of you guys on YouTube would even be watching my stream if it wasn't on YouTube? I just want to know.
Very tanky as well, and can play through those side lanes.
Or would you be watching a different co-streamer? Would you still be watching me, but on Twitch?
Before that fear tether comes through from Nocturne as well.
I mean,
I'd really like to know.
I'd expect
if you would be so kind as to offer me your answer.
The standard
and your
Nocturne build,
feedback.
Hexblade into Stridebreaker into GA, but I would say in solo queue, one of the highest win rate junglers is Halo Blade's Lethality Propane Hydra Nocturne. With the way he played last game, you could see a window for it, but you'd have to really commit to that style. And currently, there's not like a bunch of champs that he'd be able to ult onto, but just want to call it out because Hanbok has gotten really far ahead in some of these games in case it happens.
Yeah, absolutely has, and he's willing to play some of these risky champs. We saw Kha'Zix, we've seen you know, Jury and Kiana and a number of different assassins come out, and he is very good at that style. The Vayne ban coming through here may just be setting up for a Gnar or a
What else goes with
something along
isn't
those
any?
lines. And there's going to be an Annie ban, which I do quite like. I think it's a reasonable matchup into the Rise and a great pairing.
Probably
with
low
Nocturne.
because you are the best option, but I fucking hate the platform Twitch. Bro, you know what? Twitch has been breaking on my PC lately.
Also really
And I have like
and even some PGA Dusk and Dawn Azir is getting.
I have a NASA computer, bro.
As well, so
I've got like a workstation grade CPU in my PC. I've got a 4080
Catalyst
Super.
for all that was just the Azir buffs, right? 15 damage at rank 1 on his Q, and it keeps that damage buff throughout
World's
all
time,
ranks
baby.
of ability.
Gotta get that Azir buff in.
I think because I watch your VODs, I
missed
tend to
him,
watch your
man,
Twitch
so
to keep
much.
consistently
I
when I
really
watch
love
live.
seeing
Except C9, I watch him out. That's fair.
I'm glad he's back.
All right, well, where does Okla go?
Corki's Azir is less offensive than Corki.
Exactly.
Because he at least has the swoop in.
The swoop is the package.
It's the package.
Yeah, imagine Azir with no swoop.
He'd be Corki.
He'd be Corki.
He would,
Very
yes, he
similar
would.
to Corki. They used to play against each other. Maybe we could put them both mid lane.
I was, for those of you who missed this, you're basically saying most boring champion in pro play.
Yeah,
I think Sivir's also extremely boring.
It is.
Yeah,
But
that was a good
still
counter by me.
looks cooler because I
Starting
think
to wonder a
spell
little bit
moments
there.
can be cool, and also just like
I blocked your spell.
yeah, if you block like a
That's just as
a
cool as like
Malphite ult or
dashing an
something.
ability with W or
Okay.
something on
Nah, it
Corki.
looks cool.
Decent away game.
Okay.
3 melees.
I know you're just going
is
to
good sound
counter.
effect.
You have a
MF is
practice
pretty
this
easy
in
to
your head.
hit,
You're like,
honestly,
every single
with your
champion, I have a
spells.
way of discounting them.
Sante.
Honestly, it just came out. It wasn't really a practice thing.
Sante da.
Because my rage for Corki built up, and then it came out. We're going to have Hwei as the answer.
I'm going to be honest, I think
this
this is a fucking incredible Gwen game.
We got MF Nautilus, a throwback
Just
combo
as a side
here,
note.
very combo based. Berserker not going to be able to carry in the same way. Not that he can't carry.
I
on the
don't
MF.
think
This is
Doku will
champion
play
that
it.
needs setup.
Mundo,
And
Swain.
we will see where
Also fine
Doku wants
options.
to go. We have seen a Swain a couple times.
Swain's
and
pretty good.
It is very good.
And
against
Bessa,
dive,
also
but
fine.
There really isn't that much dive on this comp. Honestly,
Yeah.
I'm pretty surprised by what they ended up with. When we first picked Nocturne, I thought we were seeing a very different comp, right? We have Caitlyn Hwei. This is like a siege comp.
It's a poke comp.
It's like a siege comp with a Nocturne randomly in there because it is really good at controlling space when you do a trap line, and then you can also drop. I can't even remember.
Are you going to the Worlds Games in an 8? Yep, I'm going to be... so I actually booked my travel.
So it's really good at controlling
because
space.
my better half...
Nocturne
I need to... Actually, I don't need to run ads. Fuck it. You know what? I won't siphon you for money even though I need income.
That's what's going in with him. He's going in with Severing Bolt.
My significant other lives approximately half an hour away from where all of Worlds is happening, with the exception of obviously finals, which happens in New York City. So I will be
response to lane matchups.
Traveling
So they just ended up
to visit my significant other, like I always do in this period of the year. And it just so happens that Worlds is up the road, so I will probably be going to Worlds a lot of days where I'm not spending it with my partner.
Yunara Lulu game to MF, which I've definitely seen him carry with before because they can be so dominant in lane phase and can control space in team fights, but it just doesn't have the same outplay potential as he would have had in the last game. So we're in for an interesting game 3 here.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I'm going to be curious to see how effective, Hombot can
Now,
be.
I don't actually know if I'm
I
going to consistently be able to secure tickets, to be honest.
Play AD jungler, so if Nocturne
But
doesn't
hopefully
fit
I've
the
got
bill,
motion
Nocturne
like
is a
that.
strong jungler, has a great invade, has fast clear.
If C9 make Worlds, we need an in-person podcast with you, Dom, and Yamato.
And I just
We'll
feel like
see,
you
man.
plug in almost any other AD
I'm sure,
jungler and have
something like that will be fun.
better chance of success, right? There's just so many of them in the game right now.
Yeah.
If they can't give you ticks, that's crazy.
But
You'd be surprised.
They have Nocturne Rise.
You would be surprised, bro.
There's different elements to that.
As I'm a
well. I got the
freelancer,
name of your
air quotes now.
AI.
That, like, I'm just
It
a person.
It is the EW.
Yep. I know all the combos. I just don't know their names.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. With, like, there's, the QE, that's Rumble Ult. I don't know what it's actually called.
Yep,
right?
Molten Fissure.
Yeah, exactly. So
I'm
there's
cheating,
that.
I
I know
But yeah,
the
Dom and
QQ is
Yamato are
the
gonna be
little,
busy.
Kind of like you shoot it out, there's a bolt.
Devastating fire.
There's
I have
Severing
no
Bolt is
intention of
TW.
bothering
Like, I
them
know
with,
all the
like,
abilities.
content
There's just too
requests.
many names, and they're not even cool, so I didn't have to learn them.
Yeah, I had a
If we can make something work, though,
period
we
of
can make
time where
something
I
work.
thought I should
But
just become a Hwei guy because he's
that's
actually
if they make it
quite
to Worlds.
easy mechanically and it's just a knowledge gap. Like once you can get in your brain like, oh, I just want this ability available to me, I feel like the skill shots are not super hard. He can wave clear really well. He can still, like his ult is just like one of the simplest ults in the game still. You just throw it out at someone and it blows up.
Is Shyvana
but
jungle real? Yeah.
The interesting thing that I've noticed about
Champ's
like
decent.
good Hweis
are the ones that play really short range, and if you try and engage on them, they can fear you. That's the biggest mechanic test of Way, which I could never pass, so I dropped it.
That's what I was going to say. The fear, how you use that is so game-changing. You fear people out of dashes, you fear people out of engages.
Yeah, I've been in the scene since 20...
It is a cool champion, you know, definitely. It's
technically 2019,
so your positioning
but
is really important. It's kind of testing different skills.
That wasn't like in the tier 1 scene. I've been in tier 1 scene since 2022.
Doing really well overall throughout this year. You know, 4 Sentinels.
2022 was my first year.
Dokla in some trouble here.
Well, actually, 2021 was my first guest appearance on the LEC, but that was remote.
Impact is low on mana, so Impact just going to take the reset here and go back to base. But Impact.
And honestly, my cost was fucking terrible. I remember it. I had a really shitty cost, actually.
Famous for his tank play throughout his career.
See if he can have a little bit better of a laning phase. So
I did that cast and I thought to myself, holy fuck, I'm not coming back. I wasn't ready. And I wasn't. I was only a caster for about 6 months when I got my first LEC opportunity.
Where everyone constantly gasses up Thanatos for good reason, but Dokla's laning stats have just been better. Goal difference 14, CSD at 14, XP difference, as well as getting not that much help from his own jungle. So been doing an exceptional job.
Yeah, Thanatos obviously is known as the best laning top laner in the league and has been for quite some time. But I will say he has been much less dominant in his 1v1s. I think
low-key you have to fool to rise higher.
Really good. But I have felt like
is that what's going on right now? Am I fooling?
An intentional style choice to try to be a little bit more safe, or what it is. He's been playing, I think, less that lane dominant style. And Hambach potentially going to get in here behind them as they're just kind of baiting this. Isles could be in some trouble. In comes Hambach. They're going to pop the early heal.
Oh,
flash
great
forward
flash.
there by who he
Can they kill him though?
But it is going to be okay for Isles.
5 years of falling?
Even trade on those summoners.
Yeah, blocks the hook, but it was into the aftershock of Isles, so they couldn't do any damage before he get back into turret range. And now he could be really delayed if Berserker interrupts this. So you can see already Armeo back for his second full clear, already on Gromp, and Saint roams down too.
Happened to spell shield the W.
There. They will spot him, but I don't think they have any more
Oh
interrupts.
god, this game is going to be up.
So Armeo actually skips his Gromp. Once Saint got the second interrupt, they're now going to try and counter jungle the Krugs.
This is nicely done. The recall just finishing now.
He will get this.
Hambach is going to be out on the map, but will find himself down the Krugs. We'll see if it's anything more than that. As Dokla,
I think if LCS can survive, there isn't a better time to invest into the region as a content creator.
Looks like
I mean, I wouldn't even say I'm investing in the league per se. I'm like, at the start of the year, I wanted to do more co-streaming because I would have the time. Like I knew I wouldn't be on a broadcast, so it just made sense.
He's got some free time. Gonna try for a Raptor invade. So knowing his Krugs were stolen, he knows
and
if
C9 were generous enough
down,
to allow me to have this opportunity.
Raptors, and that's really where you're going to counter it. And everyone's on top of this game. That's why Isles is here to check. But unless he's got a Shyvana there with him, he can't defend.
Yeah, Isles being a little bit annoying, trying to reset, buy some time, so he kind of pulls the camp to the side and then forces to reset.
I did ask for LCK question race, but I never got it.
It is too little, it is too late. Armeo was just kind of clearing top to bot, so
no, they won't. They will never discontinue the LCS unless the esport itself dies.
Very, very slightly in the favor of LYON.
So one of the reasons that was more important is because of the Smite upgrade when your treat reaches 20 charges. If they don't steal those Raptors, Armeo could have continued to clear down and he'd have an upgraded Smite for that top Scuttle Crab or that Drake. But now, since it was denied, he's likely going to wait until 5:30 to get the extra treat, smite the Krugs, and have his upgraded Smite. That's why he reset after the Raptor.
Impact going all out. Dokla going to have to try to kite this one out. We'll see if he wants to go for a Q3 flash instead. Just uses the footwork, dashing forward, and Dokla has a dash of his own to answer.
Who drafted that better this game?
LYON is ready, so he's just going to be going right back to base. Off the back of that is out on
I think if Hambach wasn't playing Nocturne, I would actually prefer Sentinels, but
Sentinels win.
It's not what's happening.
Knock LYON down to 99.5% chance to make playoffs, so they're going to be pretty worried about that, but of course it is a pretty big jump for Sentinels. If they lose, they're about 70% as far as the
exactly. I think Hui's really good
so very good odds to make playoffs.
3 melees, Rise matchup, very chill.
For their chances here if they're able to win this, as Saint going to get hit by the Frying
they
Spear.
can kill, but it's a lot of damage.
For the binding. Of course, does not have anything to bind him onto, so Saint just holds onto the flash and is able to run out. Now flashes the wall.
Great timed flash. Wow.
In comes Hui. Darkwing flashes forward, hits him with the crushing maw, grabs
can't do more
the
there,
first
Saint.
blood.
Really
Saint
can't.
just gets everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him and eventually falls.
And the big thing there is with flashing the Nocturne, he was able to avoid the damage of the Nocturne Q, but
They just followed him over the wall, still got the kill. Armeo still got the Drake. That's kind of the trade there.
I mean, what's funny about the LTA is I actually think conceptually the LTA isn't a horrible idea.
Quite nice.
Contextually it was. And then the execution of it was just terrible. Like, the promise was supposed to be NA versus, you know, South American teams.
Might be enough to finish him off. One more auto would do it, but Isles can't get it.
And then we got one cross-regional tournament at the beginning of the year.
Barely surviving thanks to the heal as well as those keeper shrines.
They didn't play each other.
A lot of power from Berserker right now. Seeing that BF sword and longsword compared to the full pickaxe of Rahel. But with Dragon already being down,
and then like they played at the end to qualify for Worlds. Like what?
Yeah, that BF first base buy always feels.
And then it's like the NA teams.
Really your only
well, obviously, you know, the beginning of this year was something, but like
to get that makes it pretty easy to grab everything else piecemeal, and you can see LYON sending their bot lane up towards top here, initiating that swap. As it will be Dokla heading back out on the map and going to be answering the Caitlyn down on that bottom side.
Yep, pretty much.
But as you were talking about the playoff percentages for Sentinels.
2024 was looking upswing, and the LTA just nuked it 100%, bro.
FlyQuest and DSG. You really got to circle that DSG
100%.
as the biggest
and they just didn't put a lot into the branding.
That's likely the team that they would be
like the LTA branding, like LTA North. I mean, it's just it just feels like such a corporate.
And head-to-head tiebreakers.
It feels like such a corporate name.
So that's going to be the most important game for them. But I mean, if they win this one,
they did not do enough.
Very high chance they make playoffs.
Yeah,
to market it.
And Sentinels here going to be
like, why can I type in like LTA and I'm getting the tennis association, bro?
Has that ulti ready to go. Berserker moving over, but has no bullet time.
Come on, man.
Just be the one grub take there for Hambach. Pretty standard stuff. It's going to be 2 for LYON, 1 there for
yeah, bro. I was a fan of the LCS. Like, I was on the LEC technically in 2024 and guesting on the LPL.
Likely to move the MF pre-roll quest completion.
So I felt like it was the other way around.
A little bit extra fast, and then Dokla can put some pressure onto Rahel. It's going to delay the roll quest, but does allow them to continue to secure.
I loved staying up and watching the LCS.
Strong at playing through mid lane. So once you get the BT, just Parker mid, move the Rise and the Ambessa out towards those side lanes, and you can play that 1-3-1 style pretty effectively as a result. Rahel down here on this bottom side, down about 400 gold. Of course, he's going to make some of that back once he does cash in on the cull. Has stayed safe, but you know, was getting a little bit behind in that 2v2 to Isles and Berserker.
Pretty nice move there by Rahel, though, was able to interrupt Dokla's recall when they do the swap and the swap back. A lot of loss of tempo. That's a full wave that's going to be interrupted. So a very valuable play there by Rahel. Going to keep impacting an extremely
good both years, Jack.
Against Ambessa.
Yep, and
it was both years because 2023 was the NRG year, 2024 was the Fly Genji year.
And will be pretty tanky as a result. I'm never that big of a fan.
And then
honestly,
last year, Fly imploded.
Rush, though, I feel like. I mean, it gives you a faster item completion if you feel like you need to stop for Bramble, but
which was a very big shame, to be honest.
Dueling power is a lot
Fly was
lower
very,
compared to
very
some of
fun.
these other first item rushes.
Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, it's easy for the years to merge together. Very, very easy.
Iceborne works so well in Xante.
We'll see. Impact. I don't question his tank play. I'm going to question his. I'm going to question his Kled play. But I mean, he does have a 66 pro winner on Kled now.
There you go.
Full Metal Rush. This is very typical on Renekton lanes, but I don't know about Ambessa.
62% win rate when he goes down 30 CS at 15. Unlikely to happen this game.
He'd have to stop farming very quickly if he wants to pump up that win rate. We'll see if he does it. And in goes the Pathmaker. Impact and Dokla is trading pretty heavily here. Dokla does not have the Eclipse completed, though. Is going to hit him with the Public Execution. In comes the Realm Warp. Impact should just be able to walk this one out, but we will see. Flash is forced, so they do get the Summoner for the roam here from
He just
Saint,
flashed away from a tier Merc Treads Rise. I don't think he had to do that.
And Dokla definitely needs to get back to base to buy his first item before he looks for more fights. Saint, though, going to be in some trouble. Dodges out.
How
on
OP
the
is
Crushing
Ghost?
Maw. Is going to be hit by the Tempered Fate there, but that kind of immune the fear. So Hui not getting a lot done, and a great ulti comes in from Armeo. 3-man fear, but just gets turned around on there by Darkwings and Hambach and forced to flash out.
Much ado about nothing at the end of it, though. Flash ult from Armeo, Ghost from Saint. I think Saint was probably fine with or without that Bard ult attack coming in from Hui, and it's the counter engage by Armeo ends up being maybe the mistake. Very close game still, but that Nocturne ult being burned will give Saint a little bit more freedom.
Yeah, I just think in the Renekton lane, because Renekton autos so much, it actually,
I mean, it's really interesting, right? Because in a
like the
situation
damage
like that,
return is as impactful
land and then you ult the tower
as the
and
shooting
keep
procs.
Chasing, right?
Yeah,
you know,
normally.
A play like that, I think, has a higher percentage chance.
And obviously
of getting the kill. Whether or not
the
it would've,
sticking
to your
power.
point, who knows? Might not have made the difference, but I think that probably would.
But I think you go if you're like fully yielding and the enemy jungler is
There's a
AD
couple
or
ults
attacking.
used here for Humbug,
Otherwise, you
and
just go
hasn't really
IBG.
been able to get too
And then if you
much
want full
done,
off, they'll
but
go
is
it. But
farming
as
just
a rush,
fine. But I think Armeo
it
is
died out a
pretty
little while
happy with
ago.
how things have gone. Just comfortably farming up
Oh,
here.
they have a window
on
to
the Shyvana.
hit Saint
Gonna
here.
have his
No flash.
Triforce pretty
Sorry, no
soon,
ghost.
and it's going to be pretty difficult, I think,
They're just
to
gonna
deal with.
swap assignments.
I think so. Armeo is going to have better late game scaling. Hombok's main job in this game, since we mentioned the Nocturne just feels pretty out of place with the rest of their team comp, I think is just going to be controlling Ryze in the side lanes as much as possible. Because if it comes to a team fight, like Nocturne flying in, he's probably just going to die. So it's just about being close enough to his solo laners if Ryze ever goes to make a play to at least turn off the lights and make LYON a little bit discombobulated.
No, I mean, I don't think the full male Iom is that good, but I'm just saying, like, it was tech into Renekton. And I think it was good. Oh, hello?
Definitely not the easiest Nocturne
Minia.
game here, as they aren't the most squishy carries. Ryze especially just becomes very, very difficult. And then MF, if you don't kill her quick with the BT, of course, is going to be able to heal right back up. There's the Eclipse now completed for Dokla, as expected. And we just kind of continue farming. It is a lead for Berserker in the bot lane, matched by that advantage for Darkwings in the mid lane. And that basically is the only thing happening right now. A couple hundred gold between supports, but just isn't really relevant.
Kind of interesting that in a series where objective and champion bounties have swung both games, they've just decided they don't want to be ahead.
Did you
No
see
bounties for me. We're going to play it slow until the deciding team fights. No slingshotting.
But that's what you
here.
should do.
We're not pulling back the slingshot. We're just keeping the rock right in the middle.
That's not a punishable offense, by the way. You are just allowed to do that.
Trying to make sure they, at all costs, do not get ahead.
Just
keep it
standard
even.
gameplay.
Exactly. Keep it even. Keep it all
They got
safe.
the first trick. We better get that second one.
Yeah, exactly. Got to keep it even. But we'll see if anyone can get a significant advantage in one of these next Dragon fights. It will be Ocean Soul on the table.
Oh yeah, Endless. Basically, it's to do with my version of Windows and my version of OBS and how the application audio capture.
Saint did get behind off of that early game.
Basically, how the hook
he's just been
works.
Chilling, farming it up in those
It's like it's a
well above 10 CS
issue.
per minute, so Saint is going to get his items in a reasonable time.
But I fixed it just by capturing my whole desktop audio instead.
Absolutely. Nocturne does make it a little bit more difficult on him to play aggressive in the side lanes. This isn't the Quid Ryze style currently, but it's because they haven't had massive pressure in lanes. Saint did die early, as you've already mentioned. And we're probably in just a bit of a holding pattern until this next Drake, although that's a lot of LYON people grouping up together.
Yeah, there's a lot of them in that area here. Looking to see, is there an angle to fight for something? And it looks like for now there is not. Dokla going to have to stay safe as his team was all moving through that bot side, going to be playing towards the scuttle. So Dokla just kind of hanging out in the river, trying to get vision of anyone moving up there, and was able to spot Huhi before getting back to the tower to just collect this wave that is being pushed in. Armeo grabs the scuttle for himself and is very close as a result to cresting that level 11 and does have that Triforce completed. Really big power spike there for Armeo, especially when he gets that rank 2 of the ulti. Can be such a game changer, especially if you are over chasing. And as someone, the counter engage there from the Dragon's Ascent with fear is huge.
You can see role quests still coming in for LYON as well. Part of that is because they've swapped so early. It's still going to happen. It's not really that big a deal. The Scuttle Crab even is the mini objective. That's worth sacrificing your role quests a little bit for if it means that Armeo does hit that level 11.
Yeah, AD carry is always the one, AD carry and top to me are always the ones that are kind of interesting, like about, because you just can't get that gold back, kind of, you can't get the bonus experience back, right? But support, it's kind of like, you're going to get the gold eventually, who cares? And mid lane, as long as you get those boots upgraded, it's going to happen, right? So it's not that big of a deal. Of course, there is a cost to delaying any of them, but as long as they have them ready by the time there is a major fight.
I feel like a lot of people always speculate about an NA team being an Eastern team.
Good to go.
World and Best of 5, but nobody actually talks about their ramifications.
Well, LYON are setting up on that bot side.
I mean, a team losing to, like,
hard to kill.
I think if Gen G lost to FlyQuest that year, they would have.
First, Armeo, though, did pull aggro. TP's coming in. Impact trying to run here. The Bard ult comes in, buys a little bit of time, but the tower is gone. Dragon's Ascent going to get popped there. Armeo does not connect on anyone with the fear, but there's the public execution. In onto Impact. He goes all out, trying to run for the hills. Huhi, though, gets room prison and knocked down.
Yeah, like, I think that
is able to help them corral that and get a kill on the.
I think that Gen G team would have imploded on the spot.
So clutch that they were able to finish Huhi at the end of that. But now mid lane, we see Hambach.
Yeah, Berserker in some trouble. Flashes away.
Oh my god.
Doesn't actually create enough space, but in comes the Realm Warp. In comes LYON as the cavalry arrives to get a little bit of
to the
revenge.
region if LYON, let's say, eliminates T1 at Worlds? Does that even do anything for the region?
Too much for Berserker to survive, even with both sums.
Really insane map play coming out
yeah,
as this Drake is spawning. It all starts with the dive that kills Huhi, then Nocturne, Ryzalt are exchanged. So what ends up happening is Darkwings gets full waves.
Is it wrong for me to think that Fly versus Gen G series can be considered an NA peak?
Should be able to smite that.
Well, it wasn't a whole region peak per se, it was just one team, but like, yeah, I don't think it's wrong.
Doka had impact low, but can't actually get the kill.
It's wrong. Like, I think a more accurate peak would be around, like, you know, the early days of League, like pre-season 6.
You know, every large monster, minion, etc., you are scaling. It is not specifically tied to Dragon.
And then obviously there was that one C19 that made it to semis.
And
but they got like blasted in semis, right? So
yeah, 47 stacks at the scale one right now.
Doesn't matter. Like, I feel like back in the day, 2014, 2015, 2016, there are actually like multiple NA teams that like could compete.
While the darkness is there, they know the play is mid, so they start the Realm Warp while they are blind. And then when the darkness runs off, they can very easily kill Hambach in the 3v1. Berserker did end up burning Flash Barrier, but I think still an overall good sequence for LYON since they got the objective. They traded up 2 kills for 1. Not to
I mean, I'm just very curious about how teams like
really big because it means
this LYON and Team Liquid in their current form will look.
We will very likely be seeing LYON, and maybe TL doesn't look like the top 2 teams, but who knows who's going to be there. So you better be there at the Gas South Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. It is October 3rd and 4th. That is our summer finals. That is where we are going to decide who is going to go fight for us at Worlds. And Worlds is NA, so I feel like it's that much more important for the LCS teams. This one, talking to the pros, they want really bad.
I would want them to be there as well. I would also want, and I'm being greedy here, Inspired to win Game 4 against HLE, because then we would have sent half our league. It would completely change the dynamic of summer split.
Oh, I thought you were just going to list all the Game 5s they lost. Gen G and BLG. I would have liked them to win those ones too.
Yeah, about 2 months on the dot away.
But it was really cool that we got close.
It was. It was really cool. We're the 3rd best region in the world.
It's coming. It's coming at Worlds.
I mean, I'll be honest, man. I hold true to this belief. I think LYON were the better team throughout more of that series in like actual total gameplay time. LYON were the better team over H. Oh my god.
Hambach did not see us coming. Huhi with a great bit of time being purchased there as Hambach flashed over the wall, then ults back to safety. And on the top side, Impact is fighting against Saint here in a 1v1. That was some tricky stuff there. Saint trying to sidestep, is able to do it.
Bro, that's actually the best part about like international starting.
Run of play. The Bardock comes into buy time.
Is the LoL World Championship.
Over the wall, then Paranoia is back over the wall the other way.
That stream
is
so
able
awesome.
To survive and get out.
You know that guy's I hate saying this sounds really corny when I say this, but you know he's a fan.
Who he had trolled though, because
he's a follower. He follows me.
Thrown out his
he comes in here every like once in a blue moon. I don't know where he's from though, so I don't know what like time zone is native to him, but he's been in here before.
Getting the kill here. So everyone's just thinking about it. Who he lands the stun, they think, you know, why not? Just fight. Hambach was 100% dead if Huhi doesn't throw that out. Flash back over to kill our Mayo. Just awesome stuff there by Hambach at Sentinels.
We're going to boil our Mayo.
You can
who are you referring to? Oh, Blitz. I don't know if you, because a lot of YouTube guys just straight up don't use Twitch, but there's the LoL World Championship Twitch channel that just rebroadcasts all of the old internationals leading up to said international.
Nice.
And Rahel now on that Infinity
and the guy that runs that channel happens to follow me and comes in here every once in a blue moon and either lurks or types.
Essentially an LDR, whatever his 3rd item is, that's where Caitlyn usually starts to go pretty crazy at this point.
I think Sentinels is in a pretty good spot in this game as long as Hambach doesn't lose his mind, because if Rahel Darkwings continue scaling, they just have so much range. And I do think it's really hard for Saint to take over this game because Cassante is really hard to kill on the side lanes, because Nocturne can kind of protect Darkwings a little bit from side lane Realm Warps. And I mean, look at this mid prior they have. They still have 3 plates on their own mid turret, and they've almost taken down tier 2 mid.
Experimental hex plate, not a bit crazy.
And I agree, you know, it is definitely.
What's some matchups you want to see at Worlds right now? What, like team matchups, player matchups, champion matchups?
Traps as well as the Huai. But at the same time, there's some explosive engage on the other time. I mean, you know, you look at Isles, he throws out an ult, you follow it up with public execution and everything
Team
else,
matchups.
and now flash
Ooh,
forward there.
stun
Sane
still
gonna get hit by
connects.
the binding, tempered fate to buy some time. As in
This
comes
is how
Darkwings,
Bob-
roots him up, ace in the hole.
Bob stun
Impact
works.
is
It's
here.
really
The
annoying.
Avengers assemble, flash forward, as well as the Pathmaker. Berserker getting the bullet time down onto Huhi, but Impact goes
Oh my
all
God.
out onto Isles.
Guys,
Isles is
Sentinels
gonna fall.
might win.
Hombach pushes back the MF.
And they just
in goes
all bob-
Armeo, and Dokla has
Oh
arrived.
my
Impact
God.
is on the side, and he may be the sacrificial tank. But he
Hops
jumps
out.
back with the
Oh my God, Hombach.
Hombach is
Oh,
going to
the-
do a spell shield
tunnel.
to public execution, but it still does not matter. Dokla gets in, kills him off. But meanwhile, mid lane, the Caitlyn was pushing the whole time and knocked down another tower.
What a sequence there by Sentinels. Could have
I
been
want
so
to
much better
see
if
team
the magical
matchups.
journey didn't expire for Hombach to take. They're going to try and rush this Drake down as well before Armeo
I think
can get
T-Law
here.
versus a
Jungler down,
Korean
so they gotta
team.
do all the damage. Should be safe. Doesn't look like Armeo's going to
I
steal
think
it.
T-Law versus a Korean team would
match
be
the Drakes
really
2-2, but
interesting.
hold this goal advantage in the game.
3K up, and it
Is it hard for
not
Riot
a
to allow IEM to
significant
come back
scaling
since
edge
franchising
on
has become a
either
thing?
side. It's not like last game we were talking about
Well,
tournament.
they let EWC
Gets the
exist.
connection post-flash because the
Obviously,
first part of
the
arc, you
implications of
connected and then hit
EWC
the wall.
existing are significantly
Put
more
down the eye to
complex than
guarantee the route on
a
Saint, but
one-off
then it looked a little
IEM
dicey,
coming
but
back.
almost the extension of this play kept baiting Lion to
I mean, if
bring more,
EWC can be a
'cause
thing,
Impact getting under the
I think
turret
IEM can be a thing
doesn't
again.
matter. That's
I'm
when
not sure
the
when it
Way
would be.
Ultimate can come
That's
in
the
to
only
take out
thing.
Lion. Hombach goes a little crazy under the turret, and then like right here, it was the great
yeah, I mean,
escape for
honestly, I would
Impact.
also
If
love to see
Hombach had just
TL
left,
and
he's the jump target. Does actually spell shield the Ambessa ult, just doesn't click the portal. Everybody could have been safe. Hombach ends
Yeah,
up falling, but still a
TL
great play
TL
for Sentinels.
versus EU as well. I think JDG versus
It was
if they
almost
make it,
as
obviously
cool as,
JDG.
like a Sivir spell shield. Is that where you're going?
I think JDG versus Lion rematch would actually be really interesting.
That could have been Sivir.
I think JDG versus Lion rematch would be super duper interesting actually,
Special
because
not
I
that
think
cool
their
looking.
original
Still died.
series
All right, fair.
Yeah.
at first
It's like a
stand
Banshee's
was
Veil. Whoa,
not an accurate
Lion.
representation of what I think that series
But he
looks
had
like
to
most of the
press
time.
Damage
And Lion have just continually gotten better,
That's how I
and in
feel.
fairness,
Realm Walk gonna be coming in.
actually,
They are looking here for Hui.
JDG have kind of
We're
gotten
guessing that he
worse.
was
So
recalling in the brush, but he was not.
I think
He
it
is,
kind of
very
makes it a
safe
more fun
and,
series to watch as a neutral.
Back behind his tower, so it is Sentinels pushing everywhere else on the map right now. Darkwings built that early lead thanks to the gank that came out and has been able to keep that advantage now 1.2k up. Completes another item here. The Crypt Bloom is dumb. And Rahel working in towards that LDR, so he is going to be having that completed, and on 3 items, his consistent damage is going to be incredibly high.
Sentinels,
I like the
this game state,
Quay build
I think
here
this
with
game state is just
the
very fragile. That's my
recently
issue.
buffed Spell Slinger shoes, so just going more and more Magic Pen. That's why he
I
goes
do
Storm Surge,
not
that's why he
think that-
rushes the Crypt Bloom as well. But also a reminder here, the LCS Week 6
I do not think
schedule,
Sentinels are
Lion
actually a real
trying to remain
3,000 gold
undefeated
up.
in matches here against Sentinels, and we're assuming that
It
Inspire
feels
will
very,
return.
very fake.
So a lot to look forward to.
Also, going to be an absolute banger next week, as we do have some
Dokes.
other matchups, and we have the LCS Pros taking over the broadcast on Sunday. They're going to be running the show. They have no restrictions, except those imposed on them by the producers.
Yeah, we will see. No restrictions that we know of.
Producers, whoa! I'm not restricting anything. I'm just putting it out there, Big G.
Azael has imposed no restrictions.
No restrictions
on
imposed by
Joker
Azael on the pro players. We'll see, though. It's going to be a lot of fun having them take over.
Okay.
Nice sidestep there from Saint. Great movement. And it does keep himself safe. He had no summoner, so if he got caught by that, he could have been dead.
Yeah, I don't know what the teams were expecting to happen in the mid lane here. If Nocturne turns off the lights and flies in, he probably dies. At Dokla,
Yeah, I'm curious about
in,
what they're doing there because,
he
like,
probably dies. So it's a bit of an eye contact fight. Unless someone's trying to control space, we're not going to see much happening. I do think
it does seem a little bit out of the
long-term,
blue that they're doing
the
this
way
whole, like,
Caitlyn will win these extended duels.
Look at
pros
Hombach,
doing
though.
the
He gets vision
broadcast.
on the side. The Realm Warp coming out. They're going to try to survive, and the Realm
Don't
Warp is
make no
early
sense.
enough that they break the Fear Tether. That is a great trade for Lion here in this moment, but Dokla taking quite a bit of damage
Dokla's
from
very
the
chopped.
Severing Bolt. And that Vision plant, you know, bought the Vision needed to go in, but couldn't actually find the kill, unfortunately, there for Sentinels. And Saint now level 16, working towards
Saint
that
needs
actualizer.
that actualizer.
Will be a very big spike when he can get it.
Nice, also able to secure pretty much every single last bit of gold from those Kruggies. It is a game though where Sentinels has control, and this is another test for Lion without Inspire, because I would say in Spring Split these are the types of games that Lion would like find ways to win. They would just find a way to get an entrance to a dragon.
Yep, they
would. They
would
would find a way to get an amazing flank in a team fight. And it seemed like again and again they would be able to get away with it. But here, there's so much setup for Sentinels, so much poke from this way. It's really difficult to get in, but LYON still is the best team fighting team we've seen in the LCS. We'll see if they're able to come back from it.
Yeah, and when we saw that in game 2, right? Even in this series, they were massively down in gold. They were able to come back, thanks to some great team fighting. But also, it is going to be tough in this game. If you are not first to the objective, it is very difficult. Huhi will be sent backwards through that magical
What's
journey.
my Pikachu if you're looking at a player as a carry?
Over the wall from
I don't know,
the
bro.
Storm Surge proc and everything going through was half of Isle's health through his W shield. Just basically instantly. So that is tough to deal with. Saint now has the components for the actualizer, does pick up another plate and pushes in on that top side. So the minion wave getting denied there. And Sentinels has no one answering up on that top side. They're group 3 right now, and they're just playing mid lane and bot currently, as Impact is heading back to base. Saint definitely would love to get the actualizer before that next big fight. Might not have the ability to do so, as Armeo is just taking so much damage. In goes Hombok. The Realm Warp coming out there from Saint to rejoin the team.
Oh my god, that bot off.
Tempered fake catches Saint right as he arrives. The bullet time is laying down the covering fire. Berserker keeps Saint safe for now.
Did Huhi fuck up the Q flash timing?
Jungler down, support down here. And Sentinels
he must have, I guess. I'm not sure if he got CC'd. Did he get CC'd by Isles, maybe?
You gotta wonder if they'd want to go for Drake as well, though. Sometimes it's really difficult to convert these Barons. They're already here, so they're going to kill it. But I can also see Dokla trying to get early position on Drake and Impact trying to disrupt this. So it's take Baron, quick reset, right out to Drake, because Isles and Armeo will probably be respawned.
Darkwings does have TP, so we'll see if he wants to join. I mean, Dokla knows he can't just take this in the face of his opponent, and Berserker, I think, has made the call that, you know what, there's not actually an angle to do it. He is going back to base, so Sentinels winning out on both sides. Great pick found initially there on Armeo, and gets them soul point as well as the Baron.
Beautiful fight, really. Darkwings is having an exceptional play game, and then the Bard ult over the back was just icing on the cake to lock down Saint as well. And LYON says they don't want the smoke here. They don't have enough setup to walk into the space, and they don't want a repeat of what just happened to Baron.
Actualizer completed there for Saint, but here it is one more time. Armeo on vision. Just walks
Bard's
in and gets tagged, and just look at all of that damage coming out. That is a
So what happens to Huhi?
amount of burst.
He Q flashes.
You can see pretty easy to pick up.
He just
Isles
fucks up the timing.
Nice bullet time there by Berserker.
Just fucks up the timing.
Golden Glue's losing his mind as usual.
Golden Glue has some of the greatest coach reactions. Like, you can feel that he is on the roller coaster. He is in there with the team.
Yep,
Now
I agree. He is very underrated.
3,500 gold lead.
Very good champ. Really strong mid-game spike.
Darkwings and Baron.
Can build all of these cheap items to spike sooner.
We'll see how LYON can hold on here. Berserker.
Great zone control.
Halfway to level 16. We're almost 17. And that is the flash gone now for Berserker. As Tempered Fate well placed from Huhi. Means Berserker can have to team fight that next dragon without his flash. Impact now looking for Isles. Isles flashes away. Ace in the hole coming through. Flash forward there from Impact.
This
Go
is
all
just
out
a,
and finish
this
off
is just
Isles.
a Sentinels win unless they
spent
completely
to get the support, but they do indeed get him.
Unless they completely troll.
That's so much engaged down from LYON now. No flash on Berserker's got to be really careful about where he steps up. Nocturne matching Rise is so good for Sentinels right now in order to continue the siege.
Yeah, it is really, really good. That Baron buff as well.
Does Golden Glue coach alone?
I
think he has one other assistant,
but
they're like an analyst or
just has
something.
to back it up, and if you ever stop and channel that,
Unless
you
I'm
can get
misremembering.
hit by the orbital strike there from Wei, by all of these different tools that they have to harass you. So they're gonna have to give up the bottom lane and hit off of the pick onto Isles, and Sentinels playing a really strong series here for themselves.
You could see Saint was thinking about trying to get a Realm Warp in, but Sentinels being very respectful, running far, far away. Sentinels looking clean. Wins game 1 off a comeback. Pretty easy to get tilted after what happened in game 2. They were up 9,000 gold. They had a 4,000 gold lead on Kha'Zix jungle. Lose a couple team fights, game's over. But didn't feel like they were tilted at all going into this game. They played very stable in lanes. Only 4 deaths for them in 30 minutes. And Darkwings has really just been a rock, landing every spell he needs to, holding space extremely well. Sentinel's just been very coordinated to this point. They might have another pick on Isles. We'll see.
Forward there. Impact looking for Isles here once again. As Impact going to be the target. And on the side, it is Berserker in trouble. He's dueling against Hambach. He's surviving for now. The GA gets popped. The stasis is going to be used onto Berserker. Isles blocks the follow of the shutdown, though. Onto Cassante. Another kill here.
My
and
God.
the bullet time is ripping out over Sentinels. It is a 1K shutdown going the way of the Rise. And LYON crushed that fight.
The caster curse comes in. LYON team fighting prevails once more. We had been talking about how it's hard for the Nocturne to be involved in these fights. If he does go in, he dies. And I think that was the moment where he finally had gone a little bit too deep, because they didn't actually have a great start to this fight. There was no kidnap over the wall. There's no perfect angle here other than, Berserker no flash. But look at Armeo on the right side. Darkwings and Rahel are completely occupied by Shyvana, which allows the carries of LYON free time to not only pop the GA, but also kill Impact. They get the bounty on Cassante, they get the bounty on Hambach, and then they can really turn and get aggressive.
If they don't troll.
And Saint flashes in for another bounty. 1,000 gold to the Rise for that kill.
If they don't troll.
Yeah, quietly some really good team fighting there from Armeo. You know, he was not the one getting kills, but like you say, he stops the follow-up, and that is the important thing, because at this point in the game, you're not killing him solo as a Nocturne. It's just not going to happen unless you're so far ahead. I mean, with Laka there, with the CC there, with the Bloodthirster healing, you just don't have the damage to actually get him down. And look at the damage from the Rise. If you try to fight past a Rise on 3 items with Actualizer, that's what it looks like.
He's going to get you. Darkwing still has the most damage in the game. Mostly it's just been poke. Saint now the most damage on his team. But the big thing here is the bounties that were pulled in that last fight. Saint almost as fed as Rahel.
Oh, Isles. It's a pretty big chunk as he hooked forward onto Hambach, but it was spell shielded. And Menti took quite a bit of damage in return, but is going to be able to heal back up with the Honey Fruit.
But now, crucially, LYON is in the river, so they were able to get set up here. They want to snap engage on someone if they check the wrong spot.
Realmore being threatened. Armeo going to go in. He has the Dragon's Ascent. Is he going to send it? They turn off the lights. In comes the Dragon's Ascent into the backline. Armeo in trouble, though. He's feared up. Spiraling Despair is going to be able to take him down. And Hambach survives on the other side. He just bought some time. Well, LYON lose their jungler, and now it is LYON in a 4v5 with no jungler who have got to hold on. Saint, though, looking for a fight, loses a bit of health there as Huhi magical journeys to safety over the wall.
Yeah, Saint burned his Actualizer in that trade, so he's much less powerful. No jungler to contest this. That's going to be Ocean Soul going over the side of Sentinels.
There was a couple of things that were making me get a little bit concerned about what was about to happen, but it's fine. They're just going to take Drake.
Disorganized is the crucial moment.
And now it is Ocean Soul here for Cassante, who is already tough to take down. And they have no healing debuff at all on their entire team. There's nothing, right? So that is going to be pretty
Berserker's
difficult
already got
to deal
LDR
with.
too.
They're going to need to try to pick up some sort of healing debuff application. And when you have the Ocean Soul neutral objective,
they actually don't have a good anti-heal applier.
It's at 12K, but
it would have to be Berserker, and he's already got LDR.
There's no recourse.
Soul Baron and then run out to try and just collect more gold. I don't know if they need to end the game on this Baron. They obviously will if the opportunity presents itself, but we'll see if Hambach has controlled that.
I'm not gonna lie, like,
urges. They really just need to play around.
Don't even will something like that into existence. Don't even say that they could potentially lose with Soul. Like, how poetic would it be?
The paranoia in case
don't even joke, lad.
Engage. And that's when the fight starts. You kind of just press it and don't even think about going in for a carry. You just need to play the lights out man.
Yeah,
Shiv can't take any heal? No, not
where,
really.
LYON try to be the ones
pretty useless fight to take it.
The ones playing for the rest angle, but they had control, in the river.
It's impossible to lose with Dragon Soul.
You know what? We're just going to play through mid lane. LYON tried to force
Jabloni, were you here in game 1?
It just did not work out for them, and maybe LYON could have just ceded some mid lane control and tried to play for the Dragon.
Yeah, and Sentinel's going to have to play a little bit faster because Saint is really far up in the bot lane. And he will kill turrets quickly. So Sentinels with
LYON lost to
Hextech
Soul,
got to push extremely aggressively to force Saint back to base.
Yeah, and we'll see how quickly he is going to come back. Is Berserker just going to use the bullet time to try to clear out these waves? In comes the Send. Ultimate from Nocturne. They're just full sending it. Flash out there from Berserker. He is alive for now. Barely avoids the Tempered Fate as Armeo is fighting under the tower here. Impact has gone all out and they're
losing.
Him down.
This is a big shakeup.
So now
this is a big shakeup to the middle of the table. Sentinels sniping a win off of top of LYON is really, really important for their chances of top 3.
Time takes out Darkwings. Impact is running, but Dokla is there to chase him.
Oh, Berserker! Just got one shot. Saint's feared. Dokla just one-shot the barn. It's not over.
This is going to be 4 kills going
oh my god, what the
LYON as they hold the line just barely.
Wow, wow, wow.
I absolutely love this series. As Saint is top lane, Sentinels make the play to just full send it. And it is the right play in this case, because if they can push Berserker out with no actualizer Rise, it's fine for Hanbok to do this, and it buys them enough time to actually just kill this turret, because there's no way Rise is getting back quickly. It's the extension of the play. They broke the inhib in the top side. They could probably move mid right there, easily clear that out, get 2 or 3 hits, but instead they say, we want to end the game. And here's where the Isles hook right out of stasis, one-shots with the bullet time. Berserker, watch Berserker Rahel. They just mutually assured destruction. They just kill each other right there, and then Dokla in the back end of this fight can clean up.
What's like really funny
Saint Rise, who did make it eventually,
is they can't even buff Ocean Soul because like everyone hates healing.
The death cap there, and you can see some frustration on their
Everyone hates healing,
Berserker
so they can't even buff it.
It was just
even though it probably should get buffed maybe one more time.
In the hole, they don't let him heal back up. They just send the Nocturne.
This shit feels so bad.
Flashing in. Armeo did a good job peeling with that Dragon Ascent, landing the fear to be able to create that space. And I think Darkwings just felt so confident because he had the Zonies available, but he had no flash, and they timed it well. They had the bullet time out of there, and so that was a big kill. Stopped Sentinels in their tracks, but it is still Sentinels with the Ocean Soul. It is them with control of the map here, and it is them pushing forward and looking to try to seal the deal on what would be a big upset. LYON had not lost the game before today so far this LCS split, and they are on the precipice of losing a series.
Yeah, you can see Sentinels was 5,000 gold up, then not, then 3,000 gold up, then not, and
now we're even. Oh, round warp, they're full
they're
sending it.
going
Everyone's going into this one. They're going to try to look for Sentinels. Nocturne is down on the bot side.
Oh god. Rahel's dead.
Incredibly low.
Rahel's dead.
And it is Sentinels in
Rahel's dead. They're all dying. LYON's health bars aren't really dropping. Now they have, but they kind of murdered everyone, and Armeo got out. All Isles has to do is just chase him down. They don't have a wave anywhere. Oh my god. They don't have a wave anywhere. It's
I don't think it will result in much more.
They don't have a wave anywhere. The only thing that all this did,
what a look there! I don't.
All this did was make people blow some of the spells.
Realm warp. So by the time they were on,
you actually can't make this up, bro.
Hanbok could press the paranoia, and then with Darkwings living on the back end of that fight, it meant Berserker couldn't go mid wave to kill the Nexus. What an engage there by LYON.
And that was insanely confident, because if that goes bad, if you Realm Warp in and you get hit by a Tempered Fey into a Spiraling Despair, that could just be GG, right? Like, you could just be dead. That's crazy confidence. Yeah. It's rare to see so many people go in the Realm Warp together.
So let's see. This is Sentinel's vision with their wards.
They see it.
They see it.
Bro.
You have to press
You have to press your Bardar there.
Yesterday.
Whoa.
Okay, we can also defend.
Look,
Okay,
I'm taking result.
Keep chase. No,
She's ulted.
Look good. We're bar ulted, but it's good, I think. I'm fine.
Looks decent.
Yeah, wait. Fight it out. Kazante, guys.
Careful stacking. Waves over the wall.
Yeah, I know. He's fine. We killed her. Wait for end.
Can you come Ambessa? And you can keep
Saint just look. Respect.
Now we have Elder fight time. Ocean Soul for Sentinels, 3,000 gold deficit.
Super stacked in the top lane.
Yeah, they are controlling the river here. LYON has mid lane control, but they're not going to be pushing for the towers. They're looking to fight. Dokla taking a little bit of poke there, as is Isles, and now Isles takes a headshot, is down below half HP. And Sentinels, you do not want to be trading poke here against this Ocean Soul team. Locket has to be used there.
Whoa.
He's going to go on a one-way trip. He's into the back line. He's looking for Rahel. In comes the depth charge. There's no follow-up on the side. Impact is fighting Insane and Berserker, but it is 2 members from LYON.
Honestly,
down.
respect. Good crit.
The bullet time comes out. Berserker flashing in, trying to make it happen here. He's going to be
Saint
all
doesn't have
by
sums,
himself.
bro.
Saint on the other side trying to take out
It's so
Impact.
sad Saint doesn't have sums.
If
Saint has sums, he can flash in on Rahel and he can kill him.
But it is Saint in a 1v4, and it feels like Sentinels have done it.
Looks like they're going to be the first team to take down
pretty good try, honestly.
Lane.
There's the teleport coming in on
Pretty good
that
try.
bottom tower. Saint sidestepping as much
Wait,
as he
the top inhib is
possibly can,
respawning,
but
by the way.
Impact is back and he is full health, and Saint can do nothing. Hit by the crushing maw, stunned up by the Pathmaker. LYON will take their first defeat of the season. It is Sentinels that handed it to him.
Wow. Big win for
Exhale
Sentinels.
by Darkwings at the end there. He was
Big
so far
win for
ahead
Sentinels.
for
That is
moments.
so
Felt
important
like
for their
maybe they'd
like.
throw it away in a series
They're,
where
like,
having
just
the big
trying
goal
to get
lead
into
felt
top 3
like a curse.
for playoffs.
Sentinels managed to close out
That's
the
huge.
third game with the Soul. That is huge momentum for them to take in to next week, where they will have 2 matches.
And very big for their playoffs.
Because their final match is against C9, and next week they play versus DSG, which should be a guaranteed win.
Has fallen in their final series here.
It should be a guaranteed win.
With Armeo, Inspired should be rejoining them for their road
And
trip
then
down
they
to
play
Mexico in
FlyQuest,
week
which is
6.
obviously a hard
But they will
series.
not be undefeated going into that potential matchup against
But then their
DL.
final match, the
And
reason why that's so
DL
important,
will
even
have
if they
that
go
chance to
1-1,
take sole possession.
C9's next 2 matches are against LYON and
Such an
Shopify.
interesting
Like,
team with
LYON
the
will be a
last
hard
of the
series,
team, but we're
Shopify
gonna
they
be
could
sending to
potentially
the
beat.
lounge. Hui and Hambach?
And then it would be straight up head-to-head. Straight up head-to-head for third place.
Dynamic duo, Emily. Hey, your prediction, not too
Which for
shabby. You
playoffs,
were right
honestly,
on the ice plunge already
feels
today.
pretty good to get 3rd seed.
I gotta tell them about my.
Feels
about
pretty
my
good to
bet,
get 3rd seed,
but
because then you
I
play
really
6th
need to
seed.
rely on them, you know?
You are relying on them for
Then you
sure.
play
And I
6th
think
seed, and that
Sentinels
feels not
definitely
bad.
relied on them a lot. Huhi's my player of the game. I think that he played a fantastic Bard. Well done to both of them. That was awesome. Hui, let's have
You
you
want to
on
play
the
6th
couch.
seed,
Yeah, you
probably.
can take the chair. Or on the couch, yeah, that works too. Sweet, let's get going.
All right.
Well done, guys.
Well,
You just took
chat.
down LYON.
I'm knackered.
Reigning champs, how's it feel?
5-hour stream today. Not
it
like
feels good. I think
not a crazy
especially
shift or
after
anything,
losing
but
to Shopify last week,
a little bit
it was pretty disappointing to
longer
us.
than I thought this was going to go.
But I think beating LYON, even though they
And
didn't have
Twitch
Inspired,
is
they're
breaking.
undefeated.
Lovely.
So yeah, I feel really good. Happy.
I am going to tap out.
Oh.
I'll love you, leave you. Griffin just went live, so I might as well just raid Griffin.
When we lost.
Okay.
Versus
Everyone, if you're
Superstar,
not in the Discord, please join the Discord. I would
I
really
said,
appreciate it. We've been working really hard to grow it out for the League Partner Program applications. If you're on YouTube, it's in the description. So please do feel free to tap in. But yeah, that's it for the stream today, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. We're going to raid Griffin, so go and say hi to Griffin. Obviously, they played earlier. They lost to C9 pretty hard, so be nice. Go give him your love and support. And yeah, I'll catch you guys over the next couple of days. Tomorrow morning, 8 hours from now, Power Spike, okay? Take it easy. Bye-bye. Bye, YouTube. Bye-bye, bye-bye.